make hospitals available to us outside of Manhattan. Any hospital personnel or emergency personnel that want to come in and volunteer, that'd be enormously helpful. But the best thing for us to do right now, and we're trying to coordinate, is to move people out of the city to hospitals in surrounding areas, which we're actually doing now. But so far, though, our hospital system is we're very fortunate to have a gigantic hospital system.
Do they have enough blood? Do they need blood? Do they need people to come in and help them out?
I'm sure they will. We're getting the National Guard to relieve our people by early to late this afternoon. They're being mobilized now. And 3 urban search and rescue teams are going to come to New York City to help us. And then anyone that wants to volunteer from surrounding areas, volunteer fire departments and others, we're working with them now to do that, to try to relieve our fire department.
It's a horrific day, Mr. Mayor.
There's no possible way to begin to describe it.
No, there is not.
To see what happened there is, of course, it makes you very, very angry. It's almost impossible to describe the level of anger that you have that somebody or someone would do something like this. And
Sir.
All of the good and wonderful people that were affected by this, there's no reason for this. There's no excuse for this. And there's something like this is just something you never thought you would live to see.
I couldn't agree more, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani on what was to be an election day. The mayor not up for re-election because of term limits, but the election has been postponed. Jeff, I just step back for a second.
Well, that's
you talk about anger, and we stand up here and we look at this, and we've all listened to what's been going on now as we've been on the air for 3 hours or so. And there was a woman that Richard Roth interviewed about a half hour ago who said what I suspect most Americans are feeling right now, and some would like to say and can't, how angry she was, how cowardly this all seemed to her. Quickly, we go back to Washington and Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Aaron, government sources telling CNN that President Bush, who had been in Florida for a 2-day trip and who broke that trip off this morning to head back to Washington, will now not return to Washington. Repeating, President Bush will not return to Washington. We do not know where the president will land or whether where his aircraft will go, Air Force One, but we just are passing along this information just as soon as we have it. Again, as we were talking to former NATO head Wesley Clark, General Wesley Clark, a little while ago, he pointed out that there are contingency plans that the military and the security people have for the president in a situation like this. So we're not going to do any speculating right here about where the president might be going. Joining us now on the telephone, there is some information we want to share with you about aircraft in the sky that is, we're told, is safe right now. We're told by the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, they're telling us 50 aircraft are safely in the sky right now, all within about 50 miles of their destination. But in the meantime, we want to talk to Utah Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, who's joining us on the telephones. Senator Hatch, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And I know my colleague Wolf Blitzer, who's here with me in the studio in Washington, had also talked with you. Senator, you've been briefed by what authorities?
Well, I'm on both the Judiciary Committee and also the Intelligence Committee, and I've been briefed by the highest levels of the FBI and of the intelligence community. And I just have to say our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible tragedy caused by a bunch of cowards. And there's no justification for what these cowards have done to purely innocent Americans, but I do have some information.
Senator Hatch, this is Wolf Blitzer. Tell us, I spoke with you earlier on the telephone, but tell us precisely what you are now being told in these high-level briefings about those who may, and repeat the word may, have been responsible for these attacks.
You're right. They've come to the conclusion that this looks like the signature of Osama bin Laden and that he may be the one behind this. I think most authorities agree that this is something that we doubt seriously if Iran, Iraq, or Libya would try and do, because they know of the massive response that we'd have to bring down on them. But there was no advance notice at all. They had no way of knowing that this was going to happen. It was carefully planned. And what it means is it seems to me that if that turns out to be true, we're going to have to revitalize Shah Massoud and the other people in Afghanistan who basically are fighting to get rid of this type of terrorism. And I think we're going to have to ask our friends in Pakistan to get in turn to be more cooperative than they have in the past, and then we'd have to work with our allies to have an international strategy to combat this type of international jihad against the West.
We're listening to Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah. We also have joining us on the telephone Senator John McCain from his home in Arizona. Senator McCain, I assume you've been talking to authorities as well.
Yes, Judy, and I'm on Capitol Hill in Washington.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yes. The situation is so serious that words don't describe it. I think that it's clear that the organization and magnitude of the attacks required more than a few people to perpetrate it, and it'll take some time to determine who they are and who supported these attacks, but I think we'll find them out, and they will suffer the full measure of our justice. This is obviously an act of war that's been committed on the United States of America.
What do you mean, obviously, an act of war, Senator McCain?
These attacks clearly constitute an act of war. The unwarranted, unprovoked attacks against innocent American citizens is clearly an act of war, and one that requires that kind of national response and international response.
Senator Orrin Hatch, I believe, is also still with us, Senator. And Senator Hatch, you mentioned the bin Laden organization. Former NATO head General Wesley Clark also said to us about an hour ago in an interview that he believes that it's only the bin Laden organization that is capable of carrying out attacks this coordinated and on this massive a scale. What are you basing your information on?
Well, keep in mind, there are nations that also could carry out these attacks, but I don't think would dare do that, knowing that their signature is going to be figured out. We're going to find out who did this, and we're going after the bastards. It's that simple. And I just have to say that both the FBI and our intelligence community believe that this is a bin Laden signature. And I believe it is. I was the first to point out bin Laden to the Clinton administration and said they're going to kill Americans, and we've got to get on top of that. And I think we're going to have to get on top of it, because this is a cowardly bunch who will stop at nothing to, like you say, have a jihad or a war against the United States, and to do it in the most cowardly fashion.
But Senator McCain, I mean, there will be those who are saying the United States was taking all reasonable precautions. We had security at airports, metal detectors, and so forth and so on. How much more is going to have to be done to prevent something like these things from happening again?
Judy, I don't think our lifestyles will be the same for a long time, since it was before these attacks, as far as use of transportation, particularly airports, are concerned. There have been warnings about whether our security was good enough and whether the proper measures were being taken. I'm sure that'll all be reviewed. By the way, I have no information as to who caused this, and I hesitate to speculate, but I am confident that the President of the United States will lead us, and we will find out who has carried out these acts. And I think it's a little premature to make that determination until we have the hard facts, but I'm sure that we'll get them. The other aspect of this is that it may highlight over time the need for more human intelligence. We have very good technical intelligence capabilities, satellites, etc., but for many years we haven't had the kind of human intelligence which determines motivations before actions are taken.
I'm going to interrupt you, Senator McCain. These are the first pictures we have in. This is from Somerset County, Pennsylvania. This is where the United Airlines flight, I believe it is 176, went down. I'm sorry, I'm correcting. United Airlines 93. This was a Boeing 757 bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. It crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, near the town of Shanksville, south of Pittsburgh. We're told about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh in western Pennsylvania. It is not known how many passengers or crew were on board, although initial reports indicated no survivors. Again, these are the first pictures we have coming in from WTAJ there in the Pittsburgh area. United Airlines telling us earlier they had lost this flight, and they knew that it had crashed near Pittsburgh. There is a second United Airlines flight, the Boeing 767 Flight 175, bound from Boston to Los Angeles, has crashed. The airline's still telling us at this point that they do not know where. We don't have information on the number of people aboard. It is possible, but not confirmed, that this would have been the second plane to hit the World Trade Center. Now again, 2 United Airlines flights, and in addition to American Airlines flights, the Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, this was a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers on board, 9 crew members, 2 pilots. This is believed to be one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. All 4 of these planes that we're describing to you now, these flights, all headed to California. The second American Airlines Flight 77, this is a Boeing 757, left Dulles Airport near Washington on its way to Los Angeles. It had 58 passengers on board, 4 crew, 2 pilots. This plane unaccounted for. However, a commercial jet was seen crashing into the Pentagon a few hours ago, and it is believed that this could have been the one, but again, not confirmed. So 2 commercial airliners, American Airlines, 2 United Airlines. And I would just add at this point, because to be reassuring to some extent to those of you who are watching, we've been reporting that all flights within the United States have been canceled. There's been a complete hold down on all commercial travel. However, there were planes that were already in the air when these terrible incidents took place this morning. And as of a few moments ago, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, was reporting that there were still 50 aircraft in the skies. Now, some of those may have landed in the last few minutes, but that was the information as of a few minutes ago. All of them were said to be within 50 or so miles of their destination. Now, I'm getting new information in my ear. Now, reporting our congressional correspondent Kate Snow, you're looking at a picture of the Pentagon live. There's still smoke billowing out of our military command center in the United States. As we look at these pictures, I'm going to turn it over right now to our congressional correspondent Kate Snow, who has with her 2 members of Congress. Kate?
Judy, it's been a bit difficult to get in touch with members of Congress. As we've been reporting, the Capitol has been shut down. You can see it behind me here. You can see that everything's fine there, but it is in a state of lockdown. They've evacuated the Capitol. Joining me here on the roof of a church, I might add, we've managed to get up on the roof here to get a vantage point, is Congressman Curt Weldon, a Republican from Pennsylvania, around the Philadelphia area, not exactly where that video that we just saw, the other end of the state, and also Congressman Ed Schrock from Virginia Beach, from the state of Virginia, also a Republican. You both serve on the Armed Services Committee. In fact, you were in the middle of a briefing. You were about to talk to reporters about the need for more money for our military. Let me start with you, Congressman Weldon. You've been talking to me up here. You've been expressing outrage at all of this. You've been saying this is a failure of the U.S. intelligence system.
It's a failure of our intelligence system. I asked the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Capitol just 45 minutes ago in a meeting with 70 senators and House members, how much advance notice did you have? He said none. There was no intelligence. Our FBI and our CIA are there to intercept raw data. This is a massive operation. And it's a failure that was caused by a lack of resources and by a complacency that set in America over the past 10 years. A complacency that convinced all of us that with the demise of the Soviet Union, there were no more threats. It's a tragedy that it took the loss of thousands of lives to wake this country up and realize that our #1 responsibility is not education, and I'm a teacher, and it's not health care, I'm married to a nurse. It is, in fact, the security and the safety of the American people. And today, our government failed the American people.
Congressman Schrock, how much information have you as a member of Congress been able to get? I know that the members have been milling around here trying to get information. Have you been able to get information?
Not a whole lot. The most information we got was when we went to the U.S. Capitol Police headquarters, and they were piecing together what had happened and trying to feed us as they got that, but nothing substantive. It seems like there's no game plan in operation.
Do the 2 of you know why you were evacuated from the U.S. Capitol?
Absolutely. I talked to Bill Livingood, the Sergeant-at-Arms in the Capitol, and he said, Kurt, we've been told that a plane is taken off from Reagan, and we think it may be heading toward the Capitol. I mean, they've hit our economic center, the World Trade Center, they hit our Pentagon, they hit our State Department, so the obvious next item you'd like to hit is the U.S. Capitol and perhaps the Supreme Court.
And obviously those are unconfirmed reports that
That's
any
right.
plane, but there were rumors here
That's
for
right.
a good 2 hours
Right.
that there were potentially planes headed this
Right.
direction.
Now
and
we're
you
in
heard
total
that.
lockdown, as you said, and members are basically scattered around the city. But we're going to get back to work because we're going to convince these cowards that America doesn't back down, that our government will continue to operate in
You think
spite
we're-
of these
you
terrorist
said we're at
activities.
war. You
We're
said
at war. We're absolutely at war. This is 21st century war. These are the kinds of activities that we expect from cowards and terrorist groups.
I need to go back to Judy Woodruff now in Washington. Judy?
All right, Kate, thank you. And I want to tell our viewers that we do know now that President Bush has landed near Shreveport, Louisiana, at Barksdale Air Force Base. We're told that he is talking to reporters. There may be a statement from the president, from the White House there on the ground. And one other item here from Washington before I turn it back over to Aaron Brown. In New York, 34 Pentagon victims at least being treated at 3 Washington hospitals. No word on fatalities. Aaron?
Judy, in the area, I guess, of practical information, and we talked to the mayor about this a little bit ago, there is now in New York and in northern New Jersey a critical shortage of blood, a desperate need for blood. We would remind people that giving blood is perfectly safe and on a day like today, absolutely necessary. And so if that's something you can do to help out in the midst of this extraordinary tragedy, you might consider doing that. On the phone with us, James Sanders, who's with Bellevue Hospital, one of the major hospitals here in New York. Mr. Sanders, what can you tell us about the situation there?
Hi, it's Hillary Lane reporting that Mr. Sanders was called back into the command center, but I can fill you in on the briefing that he just gave us. This is the largest emergency and trauma unit in New York City and the second largest emergency unit in the country. They say they are underutilized right now, while the hospitals downtown closer to the Trade Center are absolutely overwhelmed. So they have put out a call to EMS saying, bring people in here. It is an emergency call. What I have seen at this point are some patients staggering and being helped in, nobody in apparently critical condition. The hospital tells us that they've had 65 minor injuries. Those are broken bones, internal injuries, smoke inhalation cases. There have been 10 major
Hillary, I need to interrupt you.
One person brought in.
Hillary, I need to interrupt you. This is a Taliban spokesman talking now in Kabul, I believe. This is coming to us by video phone from Afghanistan. And I am not hearing, and perhaps you guys are, but I am not hearing him.
We should remind our viewers that Afghanistan was one of the sites that was hit 3 years ago by the United States.
د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د تروریزم په رابطه باندې همیشه خپل موقف په ډاګه ښکاره کړی دی.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has already explicitly said its standpoint or its position about terrorism.
د تروریزم ټول انواع او ډولونه لکه څنګه چې په افغانستان کې هم ورانه پیش کړي دي او دلته موږ همیشه د تروریزم ښکار شوي یو دلته مو غندلې دي او په نړیوال سطح باندې هم د دې غندنه کوو.
We have criticized all forms of criticism as Afghanistan has itself faced and has become the victim of terrorism, and we even now criticize these kind of acts.
تروریزم یو ویرونکې دا راچونکې او نفرت پېښونکې لاره ده.
Terrorism is a terrifying and hateful hatred or hateful method.
او دغه پیښه چې سوی د بشري پلوه خورا پراخه او لوی ناورین دی.
And this incident is from the humanitarian point of view surely a very vast and very terrifying incident.
Any question?
Any question?
Question. Please. Have you received any kind of information, any kind of communication from the United States or any other organization?
The America Mutahida Ayalati یا لومړی قانون کوم رابطه درسره شوې ده؟
نه تر اوسه پورې چا کومه رابطه نه ده کړې ولې اوس تر ټولو مهم خبره ده چې هغوی په ژغورنه باندې اخته دي کېدای شي چې یوازې هغوی ته د تسلیت پیغامونه تللي وي او دا چې اسلامي امارت سره چا تماس نیولی دا خبر تر اوسه نه ده.
No contact up to now. They might be busy, or they are busy in the rescue operation. So they need condolence, but up to now, no communication from them.
Does the Taliban categorically condemn these attacks on the United States?
Taliban په مرحله واره توګه په امریکا باندې دغه حملې وکړي.
موږ د توریزم ټول انواع همیشه غندلې ده د پخوا څخه په دې باره کې پالیسي ښکاره وه.
Our policy was very clear from the very beginning, and we have criticized, and even now we criticize terrorism in all its forms.
Can you rule out any involvement by Osama bin Laden?
Osama bin Laden لاسلود هیڅ قسم ته یا کوم یو قسم ته لاسلودنه په سپېدې سره ردوي.
تر اوسه پورې چا په هغه باندې رسمي تور هم نه دی لګولی.
No, up till now, no one has blamed or accused him formally.
The Taliban have said that they will maintain Mr. bin Laden without communication, unable to communicate. Can you be convinced at this time that your policy of keeping him without communication has been effective in recent months?
طالبان ژمنه کړې وه چې اسامه بن لادن سره به هر قسم ته اتصالاتي امکانات به ځین لرې کړي. تاسو دا خبره تاییدوئ چې اوس هم هغه پالیسي په دې باندې عملي ده؟
موږ په پالیسۍ کې کوم تغیر نه و راغلی.
No change in our policy in this regard.
Do you think the policy is working, Mr. Mutwakil?
او دا پالیسي کار هم کوي؟ اثر یې کړی دی؟
طبیعي خبره ده.
Suspicions obviously turn to Osama bin Laden. In the media, he's been mentioned as possibly having a hand in this. Are you concerned that Afghanistan could be on the receiving end of recrimination, of reprisals, of respond attacks?
توجه یا ګمان ته راوړي مطبوعاتو یا میډیا د دې نوم هم اخیستی ده. آیا تاسو داسې ورته توقع کوئ چې افغانستان به د دې عکس العمل وویني یا د عکس العمل هدف ته وګرځي؟
زه فکر کوم که چا د هغه نوم اخیستی هم یوازې به د پخوا څخه چې چون په هغو تفسیرو کې ډېر نوم راتلی خوله مو خرڅوي.
I think that even if someone has taken his name in the media, might be just because his name was repeatedly mentioned in the past in the comments. Just for this reason, his name might have been repeated.
Just the second half of the question, though, are you concerned that Afghanistan could receive reprise attacks?
تاسو کسی و نگرانی لرئ چې افغانستان به د دې عکس العمل وویني؟
موږ کوم مشکل دی داسې نه ګورو ځکه چې کوم دلیل یې نشته.
We don't see or foresee any difficulty in this regard because there is no argument or no reason for it.
If it were to happen, if there were to be attacks, what would the implications be of such a situation?
If there were attacks from...
As Jonathan said, if there were to be reprisals against Afghanistan, what would the implications of that be?
که چېرته دغسې یو پېښه وشي عکس العمل ښکاره شي د هغه اغېزې به څه وي؟
هغه به د هغه وخت سره ګورو خو ما مخکې ویل چې ټول انواع د تروریزم هغه په دولتي شکل باندې که چېرته یو هېواد بل هېواد ولي طبعا هغه دولتي تروریزم.
It is a little bit earlier to say at this stage, but as we said that we criticize all forms of criticism. So if Afghanistan is attacked, then we can call it state terrorism.
There's also been concerns expressed about Arab mercenaries fighters in Afghanistan and allegations that there may be an Arab connection. These acts of terrorism have also been raised. Can you talk to those concerns? Can you rule out any Arab links?
په افغانستان کې عربي اتباع یا بعض داسې ګروپونه چې د افغان دنیا خطر احساسوي تاسو د هغو لاس درلودنه په دې پیښو کې هم ردوئ؟
زه فکر کوم چې دا پیښه ډېره لو پیښه ده او دا به داسې چا پسې منسوبول چې زړه ته مو ونه لوېږي چې دا کار وکړي. دا به کېدای شي چې یو ناانصافي وي یو څوم تخمین ونی.
It is a very big and enormous incident. So just to connect it with some people that even one's logic cannot even accept it. So in my opinion, it might not be justifying.
Mr. Mitchell, are you surprised that the United States has received this sort of attack?
بأمريكا متحدة شديدة حملات هدفه تقريبا هرنسية.
د دې خبر ده چې د خپل نوې دا پیښه کېدای شي د امریکا په تاریخ کې ډېره لویه پیښه وي د هر چا لپاره طبیعي خبر د حیرانۍ وړ ده.
Naturally, because this might be the only and the unique kind of incident in the history of the United States. So, like anyone is also.
What I'm getting at is do you think the United States has perhaps invited this, given its policy around the world and the growing resentment that some forces feel towards the United States? So what I'm suggesting is that the United States is
it's a Taliban official in Kabul. The relevance here, of course, is that the United States government has blamed the Afghani government for harboring Osama bin Laden, who may or may not be responsible for the events that have happened here in the country today, and therefore the Taliban response. The president, who was in Sarasota, Florida, when President Bush, when the first attack on the Trade Center took place, issued a statement then. He left Sarasota. He is not going back to the White House, at least not yet, but he has told reporters, quote, "We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Make no mistake," said the president, "the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts." The president said the U.S. military has been put on a high alert status and said he had taken security precautions to ensure the government continues to function. And as we said, the president at this moment is not going back to Washington. He has been taken elsewhere for his own safety. There is no reason, by the way, at this point to believe there are continuing threats, but that doesn't mean there aren't any, and the Secret Service is taking no chances, and we can't recall anything even approaching that. We also have a report coming out of London from the Associated Press that followers of Osama bin Laden had warned 3 weeks ago that they would carry out a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. That, according to a London-based Arab journalist. He adds, they said it would be huge and unprecedented, but did not specify what it was, and we will not assume that this is what it was, but obviously a lot of people are wondering. Joining us on the phone, Richard Holbrooke, former American ambassador to the United Nations, Robert Gates, former head of the CIA, and they join us. Mr. Gates, let me start with you, because I suspect that millions of Americans right now are asking, how could something like this happen? How could it happen?
I think we have to start by acknowledging that we've been both fortunate and capable in the past. This is not the first major attack like this that has been planned. Several years ago, there was a plot to bring down 11 American jumbo jets in Asia that the FBI and U.S. intelligence thwarted, and there have been some other major attacks. So I think that when you have a free and open country as we do, we are vulnerable to this sort of thing, and it is the face of this term that people have been talking about for several years of asymmetric warfare, and it is a way of getting at us, the most powerful military nation in the world, in ways in which we're vulnerable.
Sir, we heard, and perhaps it's given our proximity to the events, it's a little bit unseemly, but we heard a member of Congress but a few minutes ago essentially say that the American government failed its people. Is it fair to say that this is a failure, or we just can't know it all?
Well, personally, I believe that for people to start blaming people and organizations at this point is highly premature. I think that we need to find out just exactly how bad this situation is and deal with it. The idea of starting to cast blame within hours of something having happened is in fact unseemly.
And Ambassador Holbrooke, does the United States in a situation like this go it alone, or does it gather the international community together as one, or as much of one as it can, and try and respond in that form?
Well, first of all, let me say that at this moment, we have to find out what happened down there. I used to work in that building and was there when it was attacked a few years ago. I know that area. My assistant has a cousin who's now missing in the building, and my thoughts are first for the enormous, unbelievable loss of life and tragedy that's going on in Lower Manhattan. Beyond that, Aaron, on your question, this requires a unified international response by all the key member states of the world community, including, very importantly, Russia. And as for the interview you just broadcast by the foreign minister from the Taliban, let's be clear on his attempts to disassociate himself from Osama bin Laden. We don't know at this point who did this, but it was well coordinated and done with a degree of skill which exceeds anything. I think Bob Gates will know better than me, but I think, Bob, this is the most skillful, murderous attack ever in terms of coordination. And I want to be very clear on this. Bin Laden himself, as you just suggested, Bin Laden has said that the Taliban leader, Mullah Muhammad Omar, is the true spiritual leader of the Muslim world. He said that Afghanistan is the purified Islamic State equivalent to Mecca and Medina. And in a tape that the New York Times wrote about 2 days ago, he urged Muslims everywhere, and I'm quoting the New York Times, to migrate to Afghanistan to support the Taliban, saying it's their duty to God, and saying there's now finally a Muslim state that destroys falsehoods and does not succumb to the American infidel and is led by the true believer, Mullah Muhammad Omar, and so on and so forth. So what I want to stress here is that any nation, and this goes for the Taliban and their henchmen in Afghanistan, any nation in the world that harbored anyone associated with this must be treated as though they were part of what is effectively an act of war against the United States. And they cannot hide behind the traditional definitions of difficulty. In the past, we've tried to get Osama bin Laden. He's evaded capture. He almost got killed by a bombing raid 2 or 3 years ago. And I think starting with Afghanistan, we're going to have to hold everyone accountable on the who might have sheltered anyone associated with this act.
So we don't simply, in this conversation, we don't simply hold the group itself, whoever it is, the group itself accountable. We hold anyone accountable, any country, any government accountable if they did nothing to stop it.
Any country which shelters, abates, or helps these people and their cohorts evade capture and the retribution they deserve is, in my view, functionally culpable of the events that took place in New York and Washington and elsewhere today, and must be so warned. I'm not accusing the Taliban specifically at this point because we don't know who did it.
Correct.
But all the evidence points to a connection between Osama bin Laden and Taliban leaders, and an attempt on the Taliban's part to, as the New York Times put it 2 days before this attack, call it as a ploy. And that is a quote from the New York Times before this happened. So I just want to underscore again, we are going to need the support of all our allies in Europe, the Russians, the Chinese, and any other country that might have in the past flirted with playing both sides of the street. Nothing like this has happened in American history. The full dimensions of it are still not clear to anyone, but I think we all can imagine it's going to be heart-wrenching in its dimensions as it becomes fully apparent, and we're not going to be able to leave countries playing two sides here. And I'm sure my friend Bob Gates would not disagree with that.
Let me, Mr. Gates, I want to come back to you. Mr. Holbrook, stay with us for a minute. I believe now We have the president. This is the president on tape a few moments ago. Well, obviously we're having a technical problem. Let me just tell you what, again, the president said in what has been his second statement. His first statement came after the first attacks here in New York. A short time ago, the president said, "We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people." He added, "We make no mistake," said the president, "the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible." I think we're going to try and hear the president again. Here we go. Yeah. This is coming to us from the broadcast pool. It's traveling with the president. Obviously, it's a very chaotic day. As you can imagine, a horrible tragedy has taken place. And people are working very hard to get stuff done and get it done right. And obviously the pool is having trouble feeding the tape. But again, the president said, make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. Cowardly acts, I think it's fair to say we don't quite have our arms around the magnitude of it all.
I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush, a short time ago, in his second remarks of the day, the president initially was headed back to the White House, and a security decision was made to divert the flight. And so the president will not go back to Washington, at least not yet. When he will return, perhaps John King can tell us. Our senior White House correspondent joins us now. John? John, are you there?
Yes, I am, Aaron. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. I hear you fine. Do you have any word on when the president will come back?
No, we do not. As you reported, we were told earlier in the day the number one priority was the president's safety. The number two priority was to get him back to the White House because they believed that would send a powerful political statement. But as the president was on his way back from Florida, we are told by sources a security decision was made that at this time not to bring him back to Washington. So he was brought, and we won't disclose his exact location for security reasons, he was brought to one of several military installations in the United States that is equipped, we are told, with a very sophisticated command and control bunker, very much like the equipment that would be available to the president here at the White House in the White House Situation Room. We are also told that national security team members are still in the White House Situation Room, and earlier today, at least as of a little more than an hour ago, Vice President Cheney as well, directing operations and monitoring things from there. But the president obviously deciding not to come directly back to Washington, We are told that is for security reasons, delivering the statement you just heard. He has been in touch with congressional leaders, and we are told leadership members of the U.S. Congress are also being taken to an undisclosed location for their security. So we're trying to get more information on that, and we will bring that to you as soon as we have it. Aaron?
John, thanks. Senior White House correspondent John King. Peter Bergen, CNN's Peter Bergen has been tracking the government of Afghanistan for some time, and he was listening in a few moments ago when the Taliban spokesman was speaking. Peter, first of all, what did you hear? Was there anything that perhaps the rest of us might not have heard, any nuance in what you heard? Why don't you start there?
Well, we just heard from the Foreign Minister, Wakil Mutawakil, who's relatively speaking a moderate of the Taliban movement. He basically repeated what I think is a standard Taliban line we've heard for the past at least couple of years, which is that Osama bin Laden isn't a terrorist and that he's being contained by the Taliban and that he's not able to conduct political or military missions. This, unfortunately, is really a false statement since Osama bin Laden has been fingered by both Yemeni and U.S. authorities for the bombing of the USS Cole in Yemen in October 2000. There isn't an indictment there yet. The FBI continues to investigate, but senior Yemeni officials and senior U.S. officials have said that he's the primary suspect. So we've seen that bin Laden was able to bomb 2 U.S. embassies in Africa in '98 within 9 minutes of each other. We've seen that bin Laden was able to blow a huge hole in the side of one of the most sophisticated warships in the U.S. Navy, the USS Cole in Yemen in October of last year. And unfortunately, he must be top of the list of the person sophisticated enough in terms of operations to bring off these kinds of terrible disasters we've seen today. If you're looking for who is the most likely suspect, he has to be it. You've got an operation in which several people appear to commit suicide. You've also got an operation in which people obviously had some skill in piloting planes. These are clearly attributes of his organization. We know that he has pilots in his organization. We've seen in several instances that his members of his organization commit suicide in attacks. We've also seen a pattern of warnings in previous bin Laden attacks in which this fits. 9 weeks before the U.S. embassy bombings in Africa in August of '98, bin Laden held a press conference in Afghanistan talking about, quote, good news in coming weeks. A few months before the USS Cole was bombed in Yemen, a videotape circulated around the Middle East in which bin Laden was wearing a Yemeni dagger, which he's never done in previous photographs, and one of his number 2 called for attacks on U.S. targets in Yemen. Just recently, there's been a videotape floating around the Middle East in which bin Laden, a very confident bin Laden, calls for attacks on the United States, says that the victory of Yemen, referring to the USS Cole attack, will continue. People that I've talked to are familiar with the bin Laden organization, said that the threats on this tape were very serious. That there was an imminent attack in the works. I spoke to somebody who was familiar with the organization a few weeks ago who made those statements to me. I had been very concerned about a potential attack as a result of this tape. It fits with the modus operandi, which is to talk about potential attacks coming up relatively soon without being particularly specific.
Peter, let me just interrupt you for a second. Our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, is here, and Jeff has a question. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, Peter. If I'm not mistaken, you actually interviewed Osama bin Laden some years ago, correct?
Yeah, in '97 for CNN.
Now, at that time, what did he say about the notion of targeting civilians? I mean, what is the rationale behind targeting civilians for death and destruction?
Well, at that time, Jeff, he told us that because of the American military presence in the Middle East, that he was calling for attacks on U.S. soldiers. Now, he said if American civilians got in the way, that was sort of their problem. So at that time in '97, he was really only calling for attacks on American military targets. Later, that position evolved. By '98, he was calling for attacks on all Americans, whether civilian or military. I think the rationale behind that thinking is that, in his view, if you're an American taxpayer, you're subsidizing the anti-Islamic, quote, activities that he's against, whether that's in Saudi Arabia, with the American military presence there, or with America's support for Israel in the ongoing intifada. Jeff.
Peter, thank you for your work today. I suspect we'll get back to you, but we appreciate the background, which I think gives us some context for why the focus is again on bin Laden. But we should add that as we talk to you now, we can't be certain. We do not know that that's who is behind what has happened. What we do know is an extraordinary national tragedy has taken place, that someone is responsible, that the American government has promised to hunt down and punish, the president's words a short time ago, hunt down and punish whoever is responsible.
Do we have Director Gates still on the phone?
No, I don't believe
I guess we do not. Because the question, obviously, we've already heard it with General Clark and at least one of the congressmen asking the question, how can an agency with an estimated budget of $26.5 billion a year not have known this? I think that's the first of many such questions we're going to be hearing.
Sandy Berger, who worked national security in the Clinton administration, and Richard Holbrooke, the former UN ambassador, back on the phone with us. Mr. Berger, give me a sense of what is going on in Washington right now. Who are the players at the table? Where is the table? And what are they doing?
Well, obviously the President of the United States is at the head of the table no matter where he is. But others around that table include the Secretary of Defense and Attorney General, head of the FBI, the National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, because this may obviously involve international matters. I think we, in the midst of our outrage and indignation, we have to stay focused and stay determined here. The first job in this situation is rescue and to deal with what must be thousands of people here who are in peril. This is, in the first instance, a massive rescue operation. In the second instance, it's a security operation. We don't know what else may be part of this multifaceted operation. A number of precautions have been taken in the last few hours, and we have to obviously lock down as much as we can. And then the focus becomes detection. And I think that given the magnitude of this, given the fact that this has obviously involved multiple points of origin in the United States, it is inconceivable to me that we will not know relatively quickly when the dust settles who is responsible for this.
Now, Mr. Holbrooke, Ambassador Holbrooke, what has happened today is extraordinary. Give it a kind of historical context, the enormity of what's taken place.
Well, I think your coverage has made it more clear than anything else, although despite the superb efforts you've made, it hasn't yet become fully evident to your viewers what would be evident to any of us like myself who worked in the World Trade Center. I was there in the last bombing, as I mentioned earlier, that the number of people in that area, including the Chambers Street subway stop, which goes right under the World Trade Center, means that the dimensions of it exceed by a factor of probably 100 any previous incident, including Oklahoma City and the previous World Trade Center in American history. And one must be ready for news that will be very, very grim indeed for all of us as individuals who will have friends and relatives there, and for all Americans. And there will be additional consequences. This is the financial center of the world. The buildings in that area, all of which have now been evacuated, whose infrastructures may be threatened by gas and electrical line degradation, could affect, at least temporarily, the financial markets as well, although I would leave that to Treasury, and Sandy Berger listed the people at the table. I'm not sure if Sandy mentioned the Treasury Secretary, but I'm sure the Treasury and the Fed are well aware of the implications of orderly movement and capital transfers. Now, looking beyond that, Aaron, I think we have to go back to the fact that everyone has talked about the possibility of this kind of thing for a long time, and we faced lesser but similar attempts. This exceeded, apparently, the expectations of the intelligence experts, and we will learn more about that in the weeks to come. But I need to underscore one point. In find the people responsible is going to take a unified international effort. No one nation, not even the United States, can do it on its own. And we must have the full cooperation of the Russians, of the states in the Middle East, because I think the assumption that that's the region where this was planned is pretty solid. And I repeat this again, any nation that is seen to have harbored or abetted or sheltered any of these people must be treated as co-equally responsible. They cannot hide behind the facade we just saw in the remarks of the Taliban foreign minister. And Peter Bergen's extraordinarily insightful explanation a few minutes ago on CNN, I think, is the first real glimpse into that the viewers have had into how dangerous this is. If the Taliban shelters Osama bin Laden, as they do, and if Osama bin Laden is responsible for this, as I think almost everyone is going to suspect, then the Taliban must be held equally responsible for what has happened today.
Jeff?
And Ambassador Holbrooke, I would like you to be specific. What does that mean? Are you talking about a retaliatory strike against Afghanistan?
Yeah, that's Jeff.
It's Jeff Greenfield. I'm sorry,
Hi, Jeff. No.
Is that what you mean? That if put the links together?
Jeff. Let me be very frank, and I don't want to lapse into bloody-minded verbal excesses at a moment of high emotion. But let's be very blunt about this. If a country or regime, the Taliban, or some other regime to be determined by the intelligence community, has sheltered people who played a role in this, they cannot hide behind the attributes of they didn't know it, they had nothing to do with it. They must cooperate in the pursuit of the people responsible. And since the Taliban, a leader, has been publicly proclaimed by Osama bin Laden as the present spiritual leader of the Muslim world. I'm referring to bin Laden's declaration that Mullah Muhammad Omar is the rightful leader of the spiritual leader of the Muslim world, something he said on tape, quoted by John Burns in the New York Times 2 days ago. And if, in fact, these people are in some degree of collusion, I personally believe, and I'm only speaking for myself here, I personally believe that the Taliban should be regarded as co-equally responsible for this, and therefore, if and when we consider military action, it is fully justified, and the Taliban should face the same consequences.
Ambassador, thank you. Just quickly, if we can, one last question to Sandy Berger. When you were at the table, in honesty, did you ever anticipate the magnitude, an attack of this magnitude, which has taken place, just to remind people, not just in this city, in New York, not just in the capital, Washington, but on a number of airliners flying across the country as well? Was the planning that broad? Was the fear that great?
Well, I think for some time we have known that we are vulnerable to a serious attack. A multiple attack was thwarted, as you recall, during the Millennium New Year. But I think this, certainly exceeds in scope anything that intelligence community anticipated, and is as I said, an extraordinarily sophisticated operation to carry out something like this from various sites in the United States relatively simultaneously without detection. And whoever has perpetrated this has declared war on the United States, and we will have to respond accordingly. But I would also caution here that we should be careful about jumping to certitude about what happened here. We'll know this soon enough, and we'll also know. Be able to find out why this was not detected.
I think that's just an extraordinarily important point, that what is going on right now at this moment is more important than why it happened. And what is going on is you have thousands of people, we presume, in a number of different places whose lives are at risk, who have been hurt, who need to be rescued, who need to be treated, who need to be taken to hospitals. In New York, in northern New Jersey, where the bulk of the injured are being treated here, there is a critical shortage of blood. Hospital officials are desperately seeking help there. And as Mr. Berger said, time enough later to figure out who and how we deal with it. Ambassador Holbrooke, Sandy Berger, thank you both for joining us. William Rodriguez, I just was looking down. There are literally down below us by Madison Square Garden, which is where we're located, hundreds, perhaps thousands of people on the corner, and they are just looking out. And from where they are, they can't see very much but the smoke. And I can't tell you if something has happened, and it's lunch hour here, and there's just a lot of people, as there have been all morning, looking at a street that is almost empty. As New York, the southern part of New York, Penn Station by the Garden, essentially being evacuated to allow emergency crews to get to the scene. William Rodriguez is a maintenance worker at the Trade Center, I believe. In any case, he's on the phone with us now. Mr. Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Tell me where you were when, well, which of the two buildings were you in?
I work on the building one, the one that got hit the first time.
Tell me what happened.
I was on the basement, which is a support floor for the maintenance company, and we hear like a big rumble, not like an impact, like a rumble, like something like moving furniture on a massive way, and all of a sudden we hear another rumble, and a guy comes running into our office, and all his skin was off his body. All his skin, we went crazy, we started screaming, we told him to get out. We took everybody out of the office outside to the loading dock area, and then I went back in, and when I went back in, I saw people, I heard people that were stuck on an elevator, on a freight elevator, because all the elevators went down, and water was going in, and they were probably getting drowned. And we get a couple of pipes and opened the elevator, and we got the people out. I went back up, and I saw one of the officers from the Port Authority Police. I've been working there for 20 years, so I knew him very well. My routine on the World Trade Center is in charge of the staircase. And since there was no elevator service, I have the master key for all the staircase doors. So I went up with the police officer and a group of firemen. As we went up, there was a lot of people coming down, and while we got, it was very difficult to get up.
Mr. Rodriguez, how much time has elapsed here in this, as you recount the events? Did it seem like hours, minutes, seconds?
No, it wasn't hours.
But what did it seem like?
Well, there was a big time, like a gap. There was a gap of time. I won't be able to tell you if it was 15, 20 minutes, but it was a gap of time. We heard while we were on the 33rd floor, on the 27th floor, because we stopped there with the fire department because the equipment was very heavy and they were breathing very hard. They took a break because they couldn't continue going up, so they wanted to take a break.
Yeah.
And we have a person on a wheelchair that we were going to bring down on a gurney, and a lady that was having problem with a heart attack. And some of the guy that was breathing hardly. And we went a couple of floors up while they were putting the person in the gurney, got up to the 39th floor, and we heard on the radio that the 65th floor collapsed.
All right,
It collapsed.
Mr. Rodriguez, let me stop you there at the 65th floor. And let me add, you're a lucky man, it seems like today. Thank you for joining us. Matt Cornelius, you were on the 64th floor, 65th floor?
65th floor, yeah, that's where I work.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I arrived at work a little bit early today.
What do you do?
And I work for the Port Authority in the aviation department. And I was just putting my stuff away, and all of a sudden we heard a loud crash. And the building started shaking, kind of moving like a wave.
What did you think was happening?
I had no idea. I mean, we figured either an airplane had hit it or our first instinct was airplane. And everyone started screaming and said, you know, move away from the windows and let's get out of here. And we saw debris fall past the window on the north side.
How much, just to help our viewers kind of orient themselves, you're on the 65th floor of a building that is how many stories?
I believe it's 110.
So 50 stories above you this has taken place.
I imagine so.
Okay.
We really had no idea at all what had happened until we exited the building. I mean, I had no idea the magnitude. Just took the stairs. I believe I actually was in the stairs as that same man, because I remember I saw the person in the wheelchair. We made it pretty fast down to 40th floor, and then from there the smoke got a little bit thick, and it was a lot slower. We maybe made a floor about every 2 minutes.
And how many people are in this group with you?
Well, there was just one other person that I worked with that was with us. It was packed. I mean, it was a virtual traffic jam in the staircase, up and down, I guess. It was very full.
People screaming?
No, actually everyone maintained calm really well. I was impressed with that. I think for some people it brought back memories of the bombing. People had been there before when that happened. But I was amazed, really. We got in the stairway, we were moving down. When the fire department were coming up, they'd say, you know, move to the left. Everyone moved to the left, and everyone complied. And a couple people started crying a little bit, but you know, we said we're going to get out of here. We just got to focus and take it one step at a time.
Was it noisy, or was there screaming?
No, it was
it quiet? Was it eerie?
It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't quiet. I mean, people were talking. In fact, someone was laughing. I kept hearing that, and I thought that was strange. But it was pretty normal. I mean, it wasn't. We didn't know what was going on. I mean, all we knew was something major had happened. Exactly, but we didn't really understand the full severity of the situation. So people weren't panicking. Once we got down to they put us on the plaza level, which was disturbing because there was a lot of debris in the plaza level and a lot of carnage, basically. We then moved out the back towards Broadway, and when they said, the police were saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." And of course, it made about a half a block, and I looked back and I saw the other tower on fire, and I couldn't believe it. And
were you terrified?
Yeah. When we were stuck in that stairway, I mean, we stopped every now and then. It started to get nervous, but we never had any fear of the building collapse. I mean, we had no idea what was going on. So once I got out, and it's still sinking in the real full severity of it. I mean, it's just an awful thing.
That's true of everybody.
Yeah. So
lucky man.
I am very lucky. I thank God very much.
Just love your money. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Very much. Thank you. In Washington, D.C., thank you, Matt. Yep. They have declared a state of emergency. Do we have a guest there, or? Okay. Washington has declared Washington, D.C. a state of emergency. I believe I was just told that the Space Needle in Seattle has been closed down. Is that correct? Did I hear you guys? There are a couple of points we might make there. Back in the year 2000, just before New Year's Eve, coming into Washington State, a man was stopped with explosives, and as it turned out, that was a part of a planned terrorist attack, and it caused the city of Seattle to shut down what had been an enormously elaborate Millennium celebration. They are very much on edge in Seattle. We were just there last week, and it's not surprising to me that they would shut that building down. Elise Marcos is an official with New York City Hospitals, and she joins us. He joins us now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you okay.
I apologize for the stuttered introduction. Tell me the situation in the hospitals.
Well, at Bellevue Hospital, which is the largest public hospital in the city, and is relatively near the incident, we have, as of now, received approximately 125, 30 patients. 2 are dead, unfortunately. Some have brain injuries, very serious fractures, and we are now getting more patients from other hospitals that need microsurgery or implantation of limbs and plastic surgery. So it is a rather overwhelming situation here.
Mr. Marcos, you were outside the buildings in that period between the planes hitting and the buildings collapsing. Can you tell me what you saw?
Well, as president of the public hospitals, I was asked immediately within seconds to join the crisis assistance unit, which is located across the street from the World Trade Center. So I drove there, and as I was parking, a huge piece of rock hit the back of the car, broke the windshield where I was sitting, so I'm very lucky to be alive. Then when I went to the center was evacuated because they were afraid that a second plane may be coming. I joined the fire commissioner, and then I needed to use the telephone because telephones, so cellular phones were not working. I went into, I think, American Express building, and as I was there, one of the buildings collapsed, and we were unable to leave that building, and thanks to a very brave police officer who was able to find an exit, we are here today.
Mr. Marcos, we heard reports that people were jumping out of the building. Did you see that?
Unfortunately, I saw about 5 people jumping from up the building, and I can tell you there's no other, I've never had such an overwhelming and terrible experience in my life, although I've been in this job for a long time and I've seen a lot of things. It's just something that is very hard to describe. But at the same time, I have to say that the fire department, the police department, they were all there. They were so brave, all those men and women, that I feel that thanks to them, many people were saved.
Yes, can I interrupt there for a second? When I was coming down, just as I left the building, there were still firemen inside the building on those floors that I mentioned before, on the 34, 38, 39, and 27th floor. And I'm 100% sure that they didn't make it. And the officer that told me to get out with the group that was taking the person on the gurney was an officer from the Port Authority Police, Officer Lim. I know he didn't make it, because as I came out of the building, I saw a lot of bodies on the floor. I saw a lady encrusted on the floor. That's probably one of the persons that jumped from the building, if he jumped from the building. But it was like it melted on the floor. That's how bad it was. As I came out of the building, we hear the rumbling, and I was told, run. When I look up, everything is coming down, and I start running as fast as I could, and we all jumped under one of the fire trucks, right on time, because everything just came right on top of us. We could have been crushed because the truck was coming down on us. And all of a sudden, it stopped, and we were pulled out from under the truck. But I know these officers didn't make it.
Mr. Marcos, Mr. Martinez, thank you for your extraordinary descriptions of what was going on in and around the buildings, excuse me, around 9 o'clock this morning, a little before 9, and a little after 9 here in New York. We've heard a number of references today. Certainly the first thing we thought of as we were coming in to the February 93 attack on the World Trade Center. And as horrible as that was, and it was, 6 people died that day. Many hundreds were injured, but 6 people perished. It is not reasonable to believe that the numbers will be anything like that. They will be far, far worse. And I think we're just beginning to get a sense of the magnitude. CNN's Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Aaron, we're listening to your reporting and the people you've been talking with. I have to say, in stunned silence, none of us ever seen anything close to the magnitude of this horrific events of this morning. Just to quickly recap, 4 commercial airplanes in the United States, 2 United Airlines, 2 American Airlines, have crashed. We know 2 of them went into, and you can see the flights here, American Airlines Flight 11 leaving Boston on the way to Los Angeles. This is one of the planes, American Airlines 77 Dulles to Los Angeles. That plane, that second plane, believed to have crashed into the Pentagon, but again, that's not confirmed. The first American Airlines flight believed to have crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers. United Airlines Flight 93 leaving Newark on the way to San Francisco, believed to have crashed in Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. And finally, another United Airlines flight believed to have crashed into the World Trade Center. In all, horrific not just damage, but surely loss of life. It's far too early to know victims, the number of victims, the number of casualties. We do have some information we want to share with you. In addition to what you're seeing in New York City, one of those planes, as we said, crashed into the Pentagon. We're going to be taking you there in a moment to our correspondent, Bob Franken. But we want to let you know what we're learning, what our correspondents are learning, that in the last little while, 5 battleships, some of them destroyers, we know have left Norfolk and have moved out of port in order to be deployed for security reasons along the east coast of the United States. In addition, 2 aircraft carriers that were based in Norfolk, in the Norfolk area, have been moved out to sea and on their way to New York, to the New York area. Now, we don't have much more information than that. We were originally told they were just leaving port for safety reasons, for security reasons. We're now told that very specifically the mission of the aircraft carriers is to move into the New York area. The mission of the battleships to be deployed along the East Coast. And of course, as we get more information, we'll share that with you. As I turn to Bob Franken at the Pentagon, I just want to tell you, President Bush, we can tell you now, has been at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. He's now leaving that site on his way to an undisclosed location. Authorities telling us that they will not tell us where he is headed. Secretary of State Powell, the same story there, on his way back to the United States from a conference in Peru to an undisclosed location, and leaders of the United States Congress, both parties and both houses of Congress, moved to an undisclosed location. Now to our correspondent at the Pentagon, Bob Franken, who is, I believe, at a safe distance there from what's been going on. Bob, please bring us up to date.
Well, we're on the east side of the Pentagon, as you can see, Judy, and you can see over my shoulder that smoke continues to billow, smoke that is sometimes thick, sometimes a little dissipated, but we're talking about 4.5 hours after a plane, it is described as probably being a jumbo jet-sized plane, crashed into the Pentagon about 9:20 this morning. We now want to show you what it looks like on the west side. This is video that was shot by Vito Maggiola, who is an assignment editor and producer for CNN, who was able to get video. You can see that firefighters there are fighting in an area, rings 4, 5, and 6 on the west side of the Pentagon. Vito says that it was an area, in his estimation, that was about 30 yards wide and about 10 yards deep into the building. Firefighting was hampered, he says, because inside the building, sprinklers, standpipes, other forms of hydrants were damaged. There's an estimate that several hundred firefighters and emergency workers are there at the Pentagon. We're also told, of course, that there have been evacuation efforts throughout the day. We can see those. We do not have an estimate on the number of casualties. I can tell you that from our vantage point, we have seen a constant parade of casualty units, military casualty units, civilian ambulances, fire engines, and the like going to the Pentagon. There, of course, have been casualties, but as I said, we don't have any sort of estimate about that now. Now, we do also have somebody to talk with us who was an eyewitness to the actual crash. He was watching from Arlington, Virginia, which is a suburb over. His name is Tim Timmerman. Mr. Timmerman, are you with us right now?
I sure am.
You're a pilot. Tell us what you saw.
Well, I was looking out the window. I live on a 16th floor overlooking the Pentagon and the corner apartment, so I have quite a panorama. And being next to National Airport, I hear jets all the time, but this jet engine I heard was way too loud. I looked out to the south, to the southwest, and it came right down 395 right over Columbia Pike. And as it went by the Sheraton Hotel, the pilot added power to the engines. I heard it spool up a little more. And then I lost it behind a building, and then it came out, and I saw it hit right in front of, it didn't appear to crash into the building. Most of the energy was dissipated and hitting the ground. But I saw the nose break up, I saw the wings fly forward, and then the conflagration just engulfed everything in flames. It was horrible.
What can you tell us about the plane itself?
It was a Boeing 757, American Airlines, no question.
You say that there was a Boeing, and you say it was a 757 or 767. It's hard.
757.
757,
yeah,
which
American
of course
Airlines.
is American Airlines, one of the new generation of jets, and of
right.
course,
it was not. It was so close to me. It was like looking out my window and looking at the helicopter. It was just right there.
We were told that it was. We were told that it was flying so low that it clipped off a couple of light poles on its way in.
That might have happened behind the apartments that occluded my view, and when it reappeared, it was right before impact. And like I said, I saw the airplane disintegrate and then just blow up into a huge ball of flames.
So there was a fireball that you saw.
Absolutely, and the building shook, and it was, quite a tremendous explosion.
What did you see after that?
Nothing but the flames, and I sat here and I took a few pictures out my window, and I noticed the fire trucks, and the response was just wonderful. Fire trucks were there quickly. I saw the area. The building didn't look very damaged initially, but I do see now, looking out my window, there's quite a chunk in it. But I think the blessing here might have been that the airplane hit before it hit the building, hit the ground. A lot of energy might have gone that way. That's what it appeared like.
Well, there is, of course, we've heard some discussion about the fact that it could have been worse had it actually gone a little bit higher and gone into what's called the ring, the center of the Pentagon,
exactly.
which is this is a five-sided building.
Right. As you know, the rings are A, B, C, D, E. It has just caught the E ring on the outside, and that's why I felt it didn't look as damaged as it could be. It looked like on the helipad, which is on that side.
Right. Did you see any people being removed, any injured being removed, that type of thing?
No, sir. I'm up at about a quarter of a mile, maybe a little bit closer, and at that point I saw nothing like that.
Tim Timmerman, thank you very much. An eyewitness, Judy, to the crash. We still have no idea about the number of casualties. We know that there is a gaping hole on the west side of the Pentagon. As you can see, the smoke continues to billow. Judy?
All right, Bob Franken, and of course our audience, no surprise, hospitals in the Washington area dealing with casualties from the plane crash at the Pentagon. We were told a few hours ago there's a blood shortage in the Washington area. Hospitals wanting people to know if you are in a position to donate blood, it would very much be needed and appreciated. And I just want to quickly say here before we go to the site of the Pennsylvania crash that the D.C. National Guard was having difficulty getting through to people that it needs to mobilize. And this is information specific to the Washington, D.C. area. The D.C. Guard wants to alert the 372nd Military Police Battalion and its subordinate companies to report as soon as possible to the D.C. Armory. Now, we got this information just about half an hour ago, and there have been so many other stories and pieces of information coming in. We haven't been able to get this out, but we do want to get it out now. Perhaps it will do some good. Joining us now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that we have a correspondent on the scene of the airplane crash into the ground, we believe. I'm going to go to David Mattingly, CNN correspondent there in Pennsylvania. This is near Shanksville, Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. David Mattingly, are you with us now?
Yes, Judy, I'm here, and we are outside of the town of Shanksville. And to give you some idea of what kind of countryside this is, to my left is a huge field of corn. To my right is a rolling green pastoral hill here at the edge of the Allegheny Mountains. One of the last places you would probably expect to be touched by the violence of an act of terrible terrorism like we have seen today. But people here in the area have reported that they saw the commercial airliner going overhead at about 2,000 to 3,000 feet with no landing gear down. They heard then a loud roar of an engine, at which point the jet climbed and then banked sharply to the left before going down straight on a 45-degree angle. Now, it hit the ground at that 45-degree angle. People here at the scene say there are no large pieces of debris even left from the plane. No hope of, at this point, it seems to be no hope of survivors. There's just about every piece of emergency personnel here from miles around. The mood is considerably calmer, as you might imagine, than what you might see in Washington or New York, but there is a great deal of concern. Schools are being closed, businesses are being closed up into Pittsburgh and other parts of Pennsylvania. Prayer vigils are being reported, scheduled all across this part of Pennsylvania as far as away as Altoona has been reported. Also, at this point, there has been an emergency staging area set up. We are a good ways away from the crash scene, and we will see what transpires here. Judy?
David Mattingly on the scene, as we're saying there, near Shanksville, a small town in Somerset County, about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh. This the site of one of the two United Airlines aircraft. This a Boeing 757 left Newark, New Jersey this morning on its way to San Francisco. This is the plane that we know crashed. And you just, with David Mattingly's report, looking at the site where this plane came down. We don't know where. We presume terrorists behind this, what their destination was, what their target was. We can only presume, we can only guess that they were short of the target, that they were headed someplace farther, someplace else from where they landed. With me now here in the studio, Connecticut Democratic Senator Christopher Dodd. Senator Dodd, a longtime member of not only the Senate, but of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Dodd, first of all, what can you say to the American people listening who want to know about the security of the leaders of our country, the president, and everyone else?
Well, I think they've taken the proper steps in here, and you haven't heard as much from some of the leaders as you might like at this point, but I think those responsible for their security are doing exactly what they should be doing. I'm told that they're in very good shape, that they are being isolated because we don't know the magnitude of this effort. It's beyond our imagination already what has occurred, and if someone or organization clearly responsible for this sophisticated an effort, the potential for them doing more damage is obviously obvious, and so making sure that our leaders are secure is the right step. And for those who may be wondering abroad who are watching this program, Judy, I'm a Democrat, as you know. We stand completely and totally behind our president. We may have our differences from here from time to time, but on a day like this, which rivals, if not exceeds, the attack on Pearl Harbor, almost 60 years ago, 3 months from now, we stand totally united behind our president and our government. They're taking the proper steps. We're pulling together as a people, and we will overcome this. Initially, obviously, our prayers and thoughts goes for those who've lost their lives, who've been injured in this incredible attack. And then
Senator,
we will, yes, I'm sorry.
Senator, I'm just going to interrupt you now. We're told President Bush just about to be wheels up from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. And now let's go back to Aaron Brown in New York.
Judy, thank you. Senator, thank you both. I believe we have former Secretary Henry Kissinger on the phone. The Secretary is in Germany today, and he joins us on the phone from there. Mr. Kissinger, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Just quickly, sir, your reactions to what is unfolding in the United States today.
Well, it's obviously a shocking event. It was, I was giving a speech when somebody came in and interrupted the question period to make that announcement, and nobody in the room believed it. They all thought it had to be a mistake. Well, it's obviously, it's an integrated attack and must be dealt with in an integrated way.
Well, when you say an integrated attack and dealt with in an integrated way, tell me what that means, sir.
Well, it is obviously any organization that can plan such a coordinated attack within a very brief period of time must have substantial resources and must have a very capable organization and must have a haven where it is planning these things. You can't do that in a back room.
And when you talk about an integrated response...
Well, the integrated response is obviously, first of all, I want to say,
okay,
like every American right now, I'm behind the president. And this, the response right now has been exactly what is needed. And there's, the first necessity has to be to go through the tragedy, to help the families, and to clean up the immediate situation. Then the next step will have to be a program to attempt to eradicate the source of this and to bring pressure and serious pressure on governments that harbor this kind of organization, and especially governments where we suspect that these organizations are located.
Sir, for a long time, there's been a kind of cat and mouse game, and I don't make light of this in any sense when I say game, between the governments that harbor terrorists and our government, other Western governments. It's all changed today, hasn't it? I mean, the stakes have changed enormously. The response likely will change enormously. It's all different, isn't it?
That's correct. When these terrorists dare to attack the territory of the United States, it then becomes a question of the functioning of our society. And we have to protect ourselves, and I'm sure we will. And I think it must now, it's not an isolated attack. It's not just an attack on an embassy, which is bad enough. And it can't be dealt with one retaliatory blow.
It cannot be dealt with one retaliatory blow?
No. There has to be a systemic attack. I don't know what that means.
I understand.
And I'm not sitting here with a great plan. I'm saying this is what I would think our government will want to work towards.
And would you expect that we, the United States government, will find enormous international support for whatever actions the United States government chooses to take, or will there be those important governments that resist here?
Well, first thing is we have to protect ourselves. We would, of course, like to get as much support as we can. And we will be able to judge our friends by the degree of support that we get. But there'll be some governments who say we have to understand the conditions that produce this. There will come a time to deal with its circumstances, but the immediate thing is these organizations have to be put on the run. If they have to spend all their time trying to survive, they have less time for terrorism.
And, Mr. Secretary, we heard, and I'm not sure you were able to, but a few moments ago, Chris Dodd, Senator Dodd of Connecticut, compared this to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Can you give me any historical context for what has taken place today, or are we a bit too close to it all to understand it yet?
Well, the attack on Pearl Harbor was, I guess, the first attack, was certainly the first attack from across the seas on the territory of the United States, but it was not yet the mainland. And I agree with Senator Dodd. This is comparable to an attack on Pearl Harbor, and it must have the same response, and the people who did it must have the same end as the people who attacked Pearl Harbor. But it isn't just the people who did it, it's the people who make it possible.
These are the governments that harbor those who carry out these attacks.
That harbor or encourage them with their propaganda.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who joins us from Germany, where he was attending a conference. When he heard the news, he said it was silent, unbelievable. People simply could not believe what they were hearing. I think that's a term, a phrase you will hear a lot over the days and weeks to come. What has happened here in New York and in Washington and in other parts of the country, unbelievable. A national tragedy. Judy?
Aaron, it's true. No one is able to grasp the enormity of what we're looking at and what we're dealing with here. Let's go now to the Pentagon, where Rear Admiral Quigley is briefing reporters. I believe we have that picture right now.
Your broadcast to phone their families and loved ones immediately to let them know they're okay. And if they are among the injured or the casualties from this, then we will work our way through to identifying them and getting their names out to their loved ones. We will find a way.
Where are the injured going? Where are the injured being taken to?
A variety of area hospitals.
How big was the penetration of the plane itself, Admiral? How many rings at the building?
I don't know.
How wide would you say that gash is? 100 feet, the one we're looking at?
I haven't been over there to see it up close. I don't know. I think that's all for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to be back out and give you some more information as we can.
Marine Corps only, if you wanted to do that. That's Rear Admiral.
Admiral, how many people work?
We've been talking, you've been listening to Rear Admiral Quigley, one of the folks who works with reporters in the Public Information Office there at the Pentagon. We basically were just listening to the first few minutes of that briefing, getting the word out to people who have friends, family members who work at the Pentagon, telling them if you have people who may be among the injured, we're going to try to find a way to get you that information, to get the word out about which hospital they might be in. Of course, we are dealing with tragedies in untold numbers of families across the eastern, primarily the east coast of the United States, but no doubt these people who work at the Pentagon are from everywhere. People who were on these airplanes are from commercial jets from everywhere in the United States. Aaron, back to you.
It is the enormity that's a little bit hard to get our arms around right now. Still, some considerable number of hours since the first attack on the World Trade Center here in New York. And I want to show some pictures of the scene from the ground, but first let me just, a piece of information. United Airlines has now canceled all flights, grounded all flights until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the scene that started to play out. This would be a little after 9 when the first of the trade centers collapsed after they were hit. People gathering, watching. You can see this, the denseness of the smoke. People leaving in a very orderly, calm way have been the reports all morning and afternoon long. One witness who was in the building talked about coming down the stairwell and that people were very quiet. There was no screaming, no crying. People shielding themselves against the smoke. We know that a number of New York City police and fire department personnel have been injured, perhaps some fatally when the buildings collapsed. We know that hospitals here in New York are in desperate need of blood. We know that the National Guard will be coming into the city to help in support of the 40,000 members of the New York City Police Department. We know that subway service in Manhattan has been shut down. People evacuating streams of people through the streets. There are 50,000 people who go to work just in the Trade Center buildings, the two towers. How many of them were there at the time, we do not know. Thousands, tens of thousands more pass through, getting on and off trains, going to the retail shops and restaurants. Every one of those lives changed today, as perhaps in some way all of our lives have been changed today. It all began at 8:45 this morning, and behind us now, the smoke continues to pour out of the area where the Trade Center towers were. They are no more. They collapsed in the hour after the attack, but the smoke continues to pour through that area behind us, about 30 blocks away, in one of those scenes that none of us will ever forget. CNN correspondent Richard Roth has been on the streets here in Lower Manhattan. Richard?
Yes, Aaron, not chaos here. It's almost eerily silent of the march of thousands of New Yorkers evacuating southern Manhattan, looking to go to New Jersey to get off this island. Dazed, stunned, people concerned about loved ones, cell phones not working. New Yorkers are used to coping with a lot of things here. There have been some bombings and hurricanes and calamities, but really nothing like this before. And of course, behind me are the clouds of where the World Trade Center stood, two towers built in 1970. A short time ago, a Port Authority police official, the Port Authority is the state unit that runs, in effect, the World Trade Center, those buildings that formerly existed. And one of the police officials there, William Hall, said there is no search going on right now. He said until the fires go out, until it is safe for his people and other rescue workers to go in, they are not moving in there. He said on an average day, the two World Trade Center towers get 10,000 people each with 5,000 visitors. A New York City police official told us a short time ago that another triage center is going to be set up here on the west side of Manhattan, 33rd Street area in the Jacob Javits Convention Center. This to handle additional overflow from New York City hospitals, which New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says have been doing their best in coping with it, but there have been calls for blood. People here walking by me, someone will point to someone and say, this person was in the World Trade Center, just got out. You can hear behind me, there is the roar of military aircraft, the only aircraft you see in the sky. And usually, as New Yorkers will tell you, you can look up at any time and see a plane. They are up in the sky, concerned look from people who gaze upward, shield their eyes to see just what's going on, and an occasional police helicopter. But here in New York City, there is no search going on. William Hall of the Port Authority said we're going to have to wait until we get things all accounted for before we can go in there. Aaron.
Richard, thank you. Richard Roth in Lower Manhattan. Again, just a quick recap for those of you who may just be getting home and hearing these events for the first time. 8:48 this morning, one of those moments that everyone will remember. The first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, hijacked, crashed into the First Trade Center tower. At 9:04, the second plane, a United Airlines flight, United 175, Boston to Los Angeles, hit the second tower. About a half hour later, 9:38 Eastern Time, American Airlines Flight 77, Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, crashed into the Pentagon, hitting just short of the Pentagon itself, and perhaps that was most fortunate. And at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, crashed about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. Those are the times and the events. They don't begin to describe what has happened. What has happened is not simply a series of moments, but something much larger. Phil Zappetta is with the American Red Cross, and he is on the phone with us. Mr. Zappetta, this is Aaron Brown. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can, Aaron.
Tell me what sort of strain is on the Red Cross's resources right now?
Well, the American Red Cross responded immediately to all areas of this disaster. Right now, our focus is really on disaster relief, providing blood assistance, and any disaster mental health assistance that we can provide around the country to both the survivors and the families who've been involved in this tragedy.
Phil, tell me what that means exactly. I understand the need for blood. Are you setting up shelters for people?
Sure. We have shelters both in New York City and in Washington, D.C. that are set up to help people. There we have disaster mental health counselors that are able to meet with people and to register people as they come in and are trying to get away from the situation. We are set up in New York at Penn Station, at Grand Central Station, and in Washington, D.C. at Fort Belvedere. It is still chaos right now. We are in the process of ramping up our operations. While we did respond immediately, there's so much work to be done, and we're in the process of doing that right now. We have about 50,000 units of blood that are available for the affected areas, and the American Red Cross is looking at mobilizing that right now and putting that into place.
And Phil, as you were speaking, we were able to put up on the screen numbers that people can call if they can help. If you're sitting in Omaha, Nebraska today, is it helpful in this situation to be going to the blood bank and giving blood, or is it too far away to be meaningful?
The message that the American Red Cross is putting out right now is to donate blood. Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, GIVELIFE, or visit redcross.org for more information. But giving blood is where our emphasis is right now.
No matter where you are in the country?
Yes, well, no matter where you are in the country, or you can, contact your local hospital if you're not in a Red Cross area. But 1-800-GIVE-LIFE is the best number to call. Okay, so even if you are far away from the events of today, you can still be helpful, as there is certainly in New York and Washington, from what Judy said, a serious shortage of blood. The American Red Cross can be helpful. Your local hospital, your local blood bank can be helpful, we suspect, before the day is out.
fire stations around the country will be involved in these efforts as well. Phil, thank you. Is there anything else, by the way, before I let you go, that you want to say that would be helpful to our viewers or helpful to the Red Cross?
Well, the Red Cross right now and our president, Dr. Bernadine Healy, extend our heartfelt sorrows to all families and everyone that's been affected by this. We just urge people to donate blood.
Thank you very much, Phil, with the American Red Cross. Phil Zappetta with the American Red Cross. CNN's Miles O'Brien has been tracking the flight paths of these 4 planes that were involved. Miles, are you able to hear me in Atlanta?
Yes, I am, Aaron.
And tell me what you've been able to figure out to this point.
Well, as you probably know, Aaron, there are various commercial websites that allow you to track commercial aircraft. Now, if you go to many of them right now, you're not going to get very far because they're being overwhelmed by interest in people. But even if you could get some of the data, we have just learned from the Federal Aviation Administration that every domestic airliner that was in the air is now on the ground. This is unprecedented in aviation history in this country. There's not a plane flying right now. At any given moment, typically there are 4,000 aircraft. Now, let's take a look at what happened on American Airlines Flight 11. Began in Boston, and it took off on time, 81 people aboard, 9 crew members, 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. And let's sort of track what happened with this flight. As it went across Massachusetts and went down into the Albany area, actually up in the Adirondacks, it took a sharp dogleg. What's interesting about this flight is everything seemed to be normal. Flight at altitude was about 29,000 feet, gaining speed at about 450 knots. It took that sharp dogleg down across the Adirondacks straight for New York. Now, what will be interesting about this as this story unfolds will be, number one, listening to any air traffic control conversations to get a sense of what, if anything, air traffic controllers were saying to this aircraft. Undoubtedly, this was spotted on the radar screens, of course. They had quite a bit of time to watch this plane as it went down toward New York. That's probably at least a 30-minute run there. And during the course of that time, those air traffic controllers in those radar installations, New York Center, as it is called, would have been trying to contact American Airlines Flight 11 to indicate its intentions. It must have been a horrifying scene for them. They were probably trying to clear air traffic out of the area. Clearly, once those tapes become available, we'll have a little bit more knowledge. And if it is possible to locate any of the so-called black boxes, the flight data recorders, cockpit voice recorder out of this particular aircraft, they'll obviously know more about what was going on what must have been a very dramatic flight indeed. Now, this is the first flight. This is the flight that first impacted the first tower of the World Trade Center, and this is the first of 4 that we know about, of course, 4 air hijackings, which led to crashes and obviously a tremendous amount of damage. I'm getting this information from a company called FlightExplorer.com. They are compiling their archival radar information from this morning, and as it becomes available, we'll be able to show you the flight paths of the other 3 aircraft that are suspected in all of this, and we'll bring those to you as soon as we get that. Aaron?
Just a quick practical question. These tapes of the cockpit tower communications, do they exist on the ground?
Yes.
Are they recorded in control towers? And then there's a different set of tapes that exist on the plane.
Exactly. It's important to bring out, there are 2 types of tapes in these incidents. The tapes on the ground are the ones that record the radio transmissions between the ground and the aircraft, and clearly the flight controllers would have been calling this aircraft numerous times, and this would have been the case for the 3 others if they deviated from their courses, trying to get some indication as to what was wrong, why the pilot was changing course so dramatically. Now, what will be interesting to hear is if there is some sort of response from these aircraft. This will give us some clue as to who might have been in control of the plane at the time, or if there might have been some sort of struggle aboard, or if there was just a lack of a struggle. There's a lot of mystery here, obviously. Now, ultimately, as they go through the wreckage in these cases, it's possible that investigators, and there's a good chance because they have emergency locating devices on them, they'll find these so-called black boxes, and on those black boxes there might be much more information which might give authorities some clues as to who might be responsible.
Several different kinds of information. There's technical information in these black boxes, what the airplane was doing in a sense, but there's also communications between the cabin crew that exist on those tapes, what pilot was saying to co-pilot. We might be able to hear, if these tapes are ever located, what the people who took control of these planes, and that's clearly what happened, seems clear that that's what happened, what they were saying. Whether these tapes will ever be found, obviously we don't yet know, but that is part of what will happen in the next days. On this day, what is happening in both Washington and New York and in a field outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is a massive, massive rescue operation, a massive triage operation. Thousands of people, presumably, have been hurt. Many people, we suspect, have died, though many hours now since that first plane hit the Trade Center at 8:48 Eastern Time. We have yet to hear from any official in the city, any estimate here in New York of the number of people who have been hurt. We just know that hospitals are inundated, that hospitals are running very low on blood, and they need help here. We know that the National Guard will be coming in here to New York to help in support of the New York Police Department. We would add here that a number of members, and we don't know how many, but after the police and fire responded to these two planes hitting the Trade Center, many police officers, many firefighters, many EMS personnel were in the area when the buildings collapsed. How many of them were hurt, we do not know, but we've been told now by two officials or former officials with the city that any number of people, police and fire officials, have been hurt as well. Judy in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Judy.
And Aaron, just picking up on your conversation with Miles O'Brien a moment ago, and perhaps you all referred to this, and I apologize if I'm repeating, the Associated Press reporting on a passenger that was on United Flight 93. Now, this is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. About 20 minutes before that plane crashed, a passenger with a cell phone locked in a bathroom actually called an emergency dispatcher and shouted into the cell phone, "We are being hijacked, we're being hijacked." They apparently stayed on the phone with this passenger up until the moment when the passenger heard some sort of a loud noise, and then they lost contact. That's just one more piece of the stories, the many, many, many stories that we are pulling together as we watch these developments in Pennsylvania, here in Washington, and of course in New York City. And you just heard Aaron talking about incomplete information about casualties, what hospitals are dealing with. Now, these numbers I'm going to read you right now are only incomplete. We are just beginning to get this kind of information. We're told at Washington area hospitals right now, 53 injured, at least 3 more casualties on the way, although we have to believe that with the commercial jetliner that crashed at the Pentagon, or just in front of the Pentagon, and that was the Boeing 757, and these are the pictures of the Pentagon just outside the Pentagon. 58 passengers on board, 4 crew members and 2 pilots. It is impossible to believe that they did not all perish, and we don't know about others who work at the Pentagon who were in the part of that building that was most affected when that commercial plane went down. We've been talking with a number of people involved in rescue, and right now we want to go to the President's statement. This took place just about an hour and 15 minutes ago. The President was on his way back to Washington from Florida. His plane touched down at an Air Force base in Louisiana, Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport. We can now report that information because he's since left Barksdale. But here is what President George W. Bush had to say in this statement.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush made that statement just about an hour and 20 minutes ago at Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana. That was an unplanned stop that the president made at that place in order to talk with reporters, meet with others. Since then, Air Force One has taken off, President Bush being flown to an undisclosed location. We're told also that Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had been on his way back to the United States from Peru, being taken to an undisclosed location. Outside the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre. And Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building. Firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this side of the Pentagon, in an area of the Pentagon that has been recently renovated, part of a multi-billion-dollar renovation program here at the Pentagon. I could see parts of the airplane that crashed into the building, very small pieces of the plane on the heliport outside the building. The biggest piece I saw was about 3 feet long. It was silver and had been painted green and red, but I could not see any identifying markings on the plane. I also saw a large piece of shattered glass. It appeared to be a cockpit windshield or other window from the plane. When this plane hit the Pentagon this morning, according to the Pentagon spokesman Craig Quigley, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, incredibly, is described as having run out of his office and down to actually help some of the victims onto stretchers until he was ushered into the National Military Command Center, the secure nerve center or war room deep inside the Pentagon, where he remains at this time. Pentagon officials say he'll stay there for the time being. That is a place where all of the U.S. intelligence comes in, and he has complete command with his commanders around the world. At the same time, the Pentagon has dispatched several warships out of port in Norfolk, including the carriers USS George Washington and USS Kennedy. The ostensible reason for that, the movement of those ships and their escort ships, is to move them from more vulnerable positions. But the Navy says they'll also head some of the aircraft carriers up toward New York with the idea that they may be able to render some kind of assistance there, given the magnitude of the tragedy there. Back here, the fight goes on to put out the fire inside the Pentagon. The heat from that blaze was described as absolutely intense, and the number of casualties here has still not been released. Dozens of people were taken away in ambulances, and the Pentagon is still not releasing any figures on deaths. But clearly, people who had offices in that what is now a huge gaping hole in the side of the Pentagon, clearly there were some people killed in this tragedy. Judy?
Jamie, Aaron was talking earlier, one of our correspondents was talking earlier, I think it was Bob Franken, with an eyewitness who said it appeared that Boeing 757, the American Airlines jet, landed short of the Pentagon. Can you give us any better idea of how much of the plane actually impacted the building? You know,
it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate
that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon and then caused the side to collapse. Now, even though if you look at the pictures of the Pentagon, you see that the floors have all collapsed, that didn't happen immediately. It wasn't until almost about 45 minutes later that the structure was weakened enough that all of the floors collapsed.
And Jamie, this happened, we're now able to reconstruct about 9:38 this morning. At that time, Jamie, what are we talking about? Dozens, hundreds of people at work in the building?
There are 24,000 people who work in this building, and most of them are at work at that hour of the morning. They were all evacuated from the building. In my office, which is sort of halfway between where this took place and the other side of the building, which is where the Defense Secretary's office is, eventually even the corridor I was in began to fill up with smoke just as I began to leave the building. But this was the prime time for an attack. However, it's not the prime location. Every time we've thought about what might happen if the Pentagon were subject to attack, we always assumed that the attack would come on the other side, the river entrance where the brass are. But this attack came on the side facing Arlington Cemetery.
All right, Jamie McIntyre, military affairs correspondent, and just to underline what we're seeing at the Pentagon, nothing on the scale of the devastation in New York City, where you have 2 entire towers of the World Trade Center collapsing, but still this has to be supposedly the most secure of secure buildings in Washington, D.C., and an commercial airplane flew right into it. So we are just, again, trying to get our minds around the magnitude of what these people have gotten away with. Nick Robertson, correspondent, joining us now on the telephone. Nick, you are in Kabul, is that correct? Nick, are you hearing me right now?
That's correct, Judy, and we've just had... Yes, Judy, I hear you fine. We are hearing from Mullah Omar in the spiritual capital of Afghanistan, about 300 miles south of here. Mullah Omar is the spiritual leader of the Taliban here, and he's recently issued a short statement. In that statement, he criticizes what he called an act of terrorism, and he was very explicit. He said that Osama bin Laden was not responsible for it, and he said that all he wanted for his country was peace and peace for other countries in the world. And he went on to say that he believed Osama bin Laden could not have been responsible for such a complex act of terrorism. And he also said that if Afghanistan is a poor country, and therefore he believed there was no way that Afghanistan could be involved in such a complicated act of terrorism. Judy?
Nick, help us understand, who is Mullah Omar, the gentleman you're quoting?
He is the spiritual leader of the Taliban. The Taliban run 95% of Afghanistan. They control the capital, Kabul. They control most of Afghanistan, the south of Afghanistan. Mullah Omar lives in the south of Afghanistan in the spiritual capital, which is the ethnic area that he comes from, the Pashtun area around Kandahar. There are ministries of the Taliban here in Kabul. The foreign minister is here in Kabul at the moment. He is often based in Kandahar as well. And there are other ministry officials also based in Kabul. But the direction for Afghanistan, the direction for the ministries, the key decisions are all made in Kandahar, and Mullah Omar is the focal point of all those decisions. It is to him that a key group of ministers would go with a problem, with an issue, and it is he that would decide on any given issue. He is the final arbiter here of law and of justice. Judy?
Nick, where is it believed that Osama bin Laden is in Afghanistan?
That is a very difficult question to answer. Osama bin Laden, his location is kept extremely secret. As foreign media traveling around Afghanistan, one is often watched and an eye is kept on us by various ministries to ensure that we don't go searching around the country. Our movements around the country are generally restricted to main cities that are agreed in advance by the authorities. So it's very difficult to gauge where Osama bin Laden is. It is understood that he travels around at night. It's understood that he has operated out of various training camps that were built to help train Mujahideen fighters to fight the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. Those are based some of them towards the border with Pakistan in an area called Host. Those were the training camps that were hit in the 1998 cruise missile attack on Afghanistan. It's also rumored that Osama bin Laden spends some time close to Kandahar, close to the spiritual leader of the Taliban, Mullah Omar. But to exactly put a fix on his location is a very, very difficult thing to do. He works by extreme secrecy. The very few journalists that have been able to meet with him over the last few years are always held at a location and taken blindfold to another location where they can interview him. So people generally, when they meet him, they don't know exactly where they are. They wait there, he arrives, he departs, then they're free to leave. He lives by extreme secrecy here.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson joining us, as you could see, from Kabul, Afghanistan, the country run by the religious group, the Taliban, the group that has been suspected, believed for some time of harboring Osama bin Laden. Thank you very much, Nick. And again, we apologize for the delay in the audio there. It is because Nick is on this video phone, which is a new device that we're using, and there is always a delay. It tends to be a delay in audio. I want to bring in now our national security correspondent, David Ensor. You're looking at pictures as I do this from New York City in the moments following the worst of today's attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City, Lower Manhattan, where you can see people running in sheer terror away from either one of the two airplane crashes into the top of the World Trade Center, both towers of which collapsed later on, to the utter horror of people watching both live and on television across the United States and around the world, for that matter. New York City, the subject of the worst terrorism ever to strike the United States. So while we certainly mourn the loss here in Washington at the Pentagon, the airplane that crashed into the Pentagon, the other airplane that crashed near Pittsburgh, both of them commercial airliners with civilians on board, the loss of life in New York City is utterly unbelievable. And just picking up, as we look at these pictures, picking up on what Nick Robertson was saying from Afghanistan, even as the leaders of the Taliban deny any role in this, an Arab journalist based in London is quoted today to the Associated Press as saying that followers of Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago they were going to carry out this sort of an attack. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani joining us once again. Mayor Giuliani.
The tragedy that we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the president, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
There are large numbers.
And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way. And we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after that. But we believe.
Recently there was a report that 8 planes have been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by...
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed. And we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now along the scope of this thing, this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago in local hospitals that we account for, 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handled themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets Low Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, I heard reports of a gas explosion related to this. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
about where these aircraft came from? There was a report that may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave that up to the federal government to yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, what about security for the rest of the city? Do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to
be
an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this happens?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinhauer, please. Just a housekeeping. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer, please.
Can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway, from schools, courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs. And can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers that they come in, or like
All NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get information?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort. And they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor, bridges and tunnels will have to stay closed.
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People come with us. Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is should be on a state of alert. Now, instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Port
Mayor, can
Authority
you tell us about
protecting
the other
buildings,
public
Mr. Mayor?
places, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will she say for you to return?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
It never was
There
evacuated.
have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should in their own way say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than a vicious, cowardly terrorist, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well done, Mayor.
New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki talking to reporters. The mayor urged New Yorkers to be calm and said they had been, and indeed in every picture we have seen of the area around the Trade Center, people were evacuating in a very calm, deliberate, no panic that we have been able to see from from the pictures we have taken and the reporting we have done. The mayor said 1,500 walking wounded, as he described it, taken to Liberty State Park, 600 people in local hospitals, at least 150 people in critical condition. But in fact, the mayor said he would not even venture a guess at what these numbers will become as this day continues to unfold. And tomorrow, he acknowledged it'll be several days before we really know how many people have been hurt, how many people have died. We would add one other point here I don't believe we have mentioned. As you know, airports around the country have been shut down. Every airport around the country has been shut down for the first time in the country's history. The FAA says now that there will be no commercial air traffic in the United States until at least noon tomorrow. No commercial flights anywhere in the country, not just New York and Washington, anywhere until noon tomorrow. We know that many of you are just now coming home, joining us. And so we want to walk you through what has gone on both here in New York City and in Washington. We go to Atlanta and our colleague Joey Chin. Joey, good afternoon.
Aaron, extraordinary coverage there on the rooftops in New York of this extraordinary and horrific series of events that we have been watching throughout this day here on CNN. Acts of terrorism, and it's such an unprecedented scope and scale. It is really quite difficult to follow, and quite frankly, there had been an enormous amount of confusion as all of these events were unfolding through the day. So we are trying as best as we can to try to walk you through all this now, to bring you all up to date on what we know about the events that have taken place today. Beginning at 8:45 this morning, that is Eastern time, when the World Trade Center, the workday was well underway there in Lower Manhattan, an airliner crashing into one of the twin towers of the Trade Center. The people in New York, and then very quickly people all around the nation, watching just terrible horror as a thick black smoke billowed from the tower. But that, as it turned out, as it proved, was really just the beginning. 18 minutes later, just 18 minutes later, you see in the highlighted picture there on the right side, another very big commercial jumbo jet moving towards the other tower of the World Trade Center. And there you see again the explosion taking place on camera for all to see, quite specifically designed to do that. That was at 9:03 Eastern. Cameras were trained on the two twin centers. Of course, you know that the Trade Center was the target of a terror bombing back in 1993, which killed 6 people. The attack injured so many more, and it really does pale in comparison to what we are seeing today, although, as you just heard from the mayor of the city of New York, nobody wants to make a guess yet on what the final toll will be. In the middle of all of this, suddenly Washington became a target. You see it here. This is the Pentagon, which we always view as some sort of a unpenetrable fortress. Pentagon, the symbol of the nation's military might, also a command post today. Pentagon racked by the explosion that occurred at 9:45 this morning. Witnesses say that the commercial aircraft crashed into the Army side of the building. That has been confirmed by authorities. Is about this time that the federal government ordered all the nation's airports closed and ordered all planes in the air to get on the ground. And as you just heard from Aaron Brown, commercial aircraft will not be in the nation's skies again until sometime tomorrow. Now we'll move ahead to 10 o'clock Eastern. The first of the two Trade Center towers collapses, and you see the tremendous plume of smoke and debris left. This is an image we cannot forget. That was the visual sighting. You see really just almost an explosion, an implosion, as it just gave away all that was left, the ash falling from the top of the tower as it came down. 29 minutes later, the second Trade Center tower collapsing. We can report that we know some 50,000 people work daily in the area of the Trade Center buildings. These towers are U.S. landmarks. They receive tens of thousands of visitors each day. The mayor of New York City has said that he does believe a horrendous number of lives has been lost in the course of this tragedy, but he did not want to wager any sort of speculation on what the final toll would be. At least one witness told us that in the moments before the buildings collapsed, he saw people leaping to try to save their own lives from the Trade Center towers. Back in Washington, we get a closer look at what occurred at the Pentagon. What was left, the great flames in the gaping hole of the Pentagon, apparently left by that hijacked plane that crashed into the Department of Defense. Again, we're told this is the Army side of the building of the Pentagon building, which of course is 5 sides. Now, commercial aircraft, we also know, has crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That is south-southeast of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles south-southeast of Pittsburgh along I-76. The report says that just before the crash, a passenger who was on board telephoned 911, saying that the plane had been hijacked and trying to get help. Now that would explain the crash there for all 4 planes that have been confirmed as being hijacked over U.S. skies today. Again, 2 crashing into the World Trade Center towers, 1 into the Pentagon, and this last one, you see the debris of it there in the agricultural area, the farming areas, the rolling hills of Pennsylvania. I want to now try to show you some live pictures now of Lower Manhattan at this hour. Again, you still see a thick plume of smoke there. Aaron Brown standing by again in his vantage point on a rooftop in New York City now. Aaron, what are you seeing?
Joey, thank you. We can see, as our viewers can see, the smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center buildings more than 6 hours after the planes hit. 50,000 people going to work in those buildings. We're joined now on the phone by former Secretary of State James Baker and former Defense Secretary William Cohen. Mr. Baker, let me begin with you. You've been involved in some extraordinary events in the course of your government service. Can you give us any sense at all of what you expect it is like in the Situation Room right now?
Well, I'm sure that it's extraordinarily busy, and it is really a very sorrowful day for our country. We've lost many innocent civilians to what can only be characterized as a very dastardly and cowardly act. A terribly tragic day for America, but I really sense, Aaron, that we may be entering a bit of a new era, an era where we have been worried in the past about terrorism against America. We've always been able to handle it. We obviously were not in a position to handle it today. We do not know all the facts, but we can, I think, suppose and surmise a few things. And one of those is that it took a fairly, I think, sophisticated and complicated planning apparatus to plan and carry out these events.
And Secretary Cohen, not a lot of groups in the world would be capable of this degree of sophistication, would have the financing, the wherewithal to pull this off, would they?
I think that's correct. We don't know at this point exactly which group it is, but there aren't many that would have this degree of sophistication, ability to calibrate it so that you would have nearly simultaneous attacks on 3 important symbols and sites in the United States.
And sir, when we talk about not very many, are we talking about a handful, 3 or 4, a dozen? What do we mean?
I think we're talking about a handful of groups that would have this capability. Again, we don't know all the facts yet in terms of how they were able to gain access to the aircraft, what sort of weapons they had on board. Much of that information hopefully will become forthcoming in the next few weeks. But at this point, we simply have to gather all the information we can to make sure that we can carry out President Bush's vow to hunt down and punish those responsible for this, what Jim Baker just said, dastardly act. There are a few acts in our history that certainly measure up to the magnitude of the loss of life and what it means to this country, and I think that Jim Baker had it right. We're entering a new period, and it's going to cause us to focus our efforts in terms of reconciling what kind of a society we can continue to have where we have a persistent threat against innocent civilians in a democratic society. We're going to have to engage in a very constructive and intense debate on how we measure the trade-offs between protecting our people and protecting our civil liberties. And that's a debate that has yet to begin in earnest, but I'm sure that it will.
We now know that the president is in Nebraska, that he is Sarasota, Florida this morning, where he was to give a speech on education to Louisiana. He's now in Nebraska participating in a national security briefing. Former Secretary of State George Shultz is with us as well. Mr. Secretary, I assume that most of the conversation is going from Washington to the president. What are they telling him, would you guess?
I don't know what we're telling him, but I know how I feel about this. First of all, there has been an act of war of the worst kind, namely against civilians, designed to disrupt and demoralize civilian life, as well as an act of war against the Pentagon. We know that this was carried out by an organization big enough to do something rather complex and complicated. So we have to know who those people are, and we have to go after them, but we have to do more than that. On the one hand, we have to learn what's coming and preempt it, and not be afraid to preempt potential terrorist acts against us. But then we have to look to our own security and give ourselves the kind of reassurance that we deserve, that we're doing the things necessary so we have our children back to our schools, our government officials back in their offices, and these people are not able to stop a resilient, powerful, strong country as we are.
Mr. Schultz, you said we ought not be afraid to preempt it. Have we been afraid to preempt it?
It's hard to preempt. No, well, we've done some in the past. It's hard to preempt because you have to know who it is you're going after very clearly and have the right kind of intelligence. But it only underlines the importance of strong intelligence, not only electronic intelligence and photography and so on, but we have to have a very capable human intelligence to know and be able to preempt these sorts of things.
Secretary Cohn, you were in office, if memory serves me correctly, when the Cole was attacked. Obviously, this is a much more horrific event. Did the Cole incident flash back in your mind?
It flashed back in my mind, but also the bombings in East Africa flashed even more vividly before me, because they were, again, nearly simultaneous explosions directed against innocent civilians. And to follow up on Secretary Shultz just mentioned, we indeed did gather together and vow to have the long arm of justice reach out and track those down who were responsible for it. But we also took preemptive action. That was the basis on our attack in Afghanistan, when we had intelligence that there was to be a gathering.
Well, we're obviously having a lot of crosstalk and a technical problem. We'll sort it out and we'll try and get our guests back. We mentioned a moment ago there were 50,000 people who come to work each day at the World Trade Center. There are literally tens of thousands more who come into the city, each of them affected. But the effect of this, we suspect, is much broader than that it'll affect everyone in the country. Former Secretary of State George Shultz says American life been changed. I know forever seems a bit farther than I want to go, but American life been changed today?
No. American life will pick up. We have to look to our security, obviously, and be careful about it. But we're not going to allow these terrible people to change our way of life. They just aren't going to be able to do it. We'll defend ourselves adequately. We will find out who they are. We will get rid of them, and we'll learn how to preempt these attacks. But we're not going to change our way of life because of these people. I reject that entirely.
And so we respond, and then people get on airplanes again with the same sense of security that they had before. People go to the Trade Center with the same sense of security they had before.
I'm afraid it'll be a while before they go to the Trade Center. But as far as the use of commercial aircraft are concerned, yes, I think we'll have our aircraft back in operation. We'll have to have tighten and be very careful as people get on these planes so that we feel secure that we've done everything possible to keep people off who obviously took over a plane. They did it very skillfully. The pilots apparently weren't able to put out any kind of an SOS, and they must have been able to fly the plane. So we're dealing with an organized group. They have to have a safe haven somewhere that allows them to do these things. So let's go after them.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us today. Secretary of State, former Secretary of State George Shultz, James Baker, former Secretary of State as well, and Secretary of the Treasury, and William Cohn, former Senator from Maine and Secretary of Defense in the Clinton administration, all joining in and all offering similar messages that what happened today cannot be allowed to change the basic core of American life, and that the United States must hold accountable and responsible not simply those who carried out these actions in New York and in Washington, and perhaps another plane as well, the plane that crashed in Pittsburgh, but also any government that has turned a blind eye to terrorist groups, that has offered them safe haven or support, financial, physical support, whatever, that they must be held accountable as well. James Kallstrom, former FBI here in New York, joins us. He's in Delaware. Mr. Kallstrom, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
What are you hearing? Are you hearing things now? Do you have a network of people who are calling in, or that you're calling, who are telling you what they're finding out?
Well, I certainly have a network of friends, and they're busy doing their work, not calling me. The only people calling me right now are the news media.
Okay. What's going through your mind? What are the questions beyond the most obvious? Who did this? What is it that you want to know?
First off, just the immense tragedy of this event and the desire to save as many people as we can save in this terrible, terrible situation. Second thought is that, you know, since '93, with the bombing of the World Trade Center the first time, people that hate us and hate what we stand for and hate our way of life have demonstrated that over and over again. I don't have to go through all the different events, but we all know what they are. And today, they've brought that terrible hatred to the United States of America, and we as a country, as a nation, need to stand together. I agree totally with George Shultz, who I admire tremendously, that we need to go find out who these people are, and with respect to collateral damage, we need to not let this happen again. And I think this puts about 5 exclamation points on why we in this country need a sophisticated, dedicated, high morale team of intelligence agencies and law enforcement that work together. Not that if it was any better than it was the last 5 years, I'm not saying it wasn't good, but it needs to be the best and continue to be the best.
But you're suggesting it has not been good enough.
Well, in a free society, you know, it's virtually impossible to know everything about every bunch of cowards and crazy people that populate the world, unfortunately. But we need to get as close to that as possible without changing our way of life. And I think that exclamation point just hits home today, and we need to stop this. We need not to change our way of life. We need to find out who did this, and I'll tell you right now, that's a short list of people. And our government knows pretty much what that short list is. They're putting the final touches, I'm sure, and will over the course of the next few hours, next few days, and we need to do something about it.
Sir, thank you for your time today. Appreciate joining. We have shown you a number of times the video of this second plane that at 9:08 hit the Trade Center. We have, I believe, some still pictures of that plane as it moved. I'm seeing them for the first time with you, so bear with us. You can see that in the first shot, the plane approaching the Trade Center. And here in the second frame, you can see in the front, I believe what we saw there was the plumes of smoke and fire from the hit on the first building. The plane now visibly closer to the Trade Center building. It is just the most extraordinary and painful thing to look at because you know what's happening. Mr. Kallstrom, are you able to see these pictures, by the way? Mr. Kallstrom?
Yes, I am.
Were you able to see those?
I was able to see that, yes.
As you watch that, as you've seen that, I hear the anger builds, doesn't it?
It does. It certainly does build. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I mean, we're trained in many ways, both of us, by profession, not to use words like unbelievable, and then you confront moments like this where, in fact, unbelievable is about the only word that seems to apply.
Yeah, I just can't, having lived through the tragedy of TWA Flight 800, which, as sad as that was, I mean, this is geometrically worse. And just thinking about the personal terror of all the people involved in this, the people on those planes. I'm sure there's teenagers and babies and adults and just normal people on those airplanes that suffered tremendous terrorism.
Yes, sir, it is hard to imagine what it must have been like on those 4 airplanes, because while the attacks on the buildings themselves happened quite quickly, these people in these airplanes were aware that something horrible was happening for perhaps an hour. The flight from Boston to New York, right around an hour, a little bit less. Clearly they knew this was something horrible had come into their lives. And they knew it for a long time.
That's probably true. And think about the fact that people obviously took control of the plane and knew something about flying one of these sophisticated fly-by-wire airplanes. I don't know how much they knew. They knew enough, obviously, to crash it into the building. I can't imagine any American pilot crashing an airplane into one of these buildings.
Now, sir,
even with a gun to their head, they wouldn't do that.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, that it is unimaginable to me, at least, that any pilot, no matter the circumstance, would have followed that order, crashed that plane into this building or that building. I don't know what they would have done, how they'd have dealt with it, but it is unimaginable they would have followed that order.
So you've got people that not only are willing to give up their lives for just a horrendously, in my view, stupid, cowardly act, but are sophisticated enough to fly a modern jet plane.
It was described by Secretary of State Schultz, and I don't know if you heard it, as an act of war against the United States. Do you see this as an act of war?
I think it's clearly an act of war. I think it's, in many ways, it's a different time, but It's everything that Pearl Harbor was and more. It just puts an exclamation point next to this dangerous world we live in, and the inability to appease people that are this demented with rhetoric. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work. We can see what happened today. All peace-loving people of the world, all people that believe in democracy and freedom need to stand against this. Any country that harbors or aids this type of activity anywhere in the world needs to declare which side they're on, and we need to seriously do something about this, and I believe we will.
Mr. Kellstrom, thank you for joining us. To Washington and our colleague Judy Woodruff. Judy.
Aaron, again, listening to your conversation with James Kellstrom and the others, it's we can only begin to grasp the magnitude of what's happened here. And I keep thinking back to what your New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani said about 30 minutes ago. He looked at the camera and he said, it's safe here in New York City, everything is safe, but I would just say, without contradicting the mayor at all, that for so many people watching these pictures, it's very hard to believe or to know what is safe after 4 commercial jetliners caused the deaths that we have seen today. We have right now, we want to show you some pictures, some conversations with people on the streets of New York City this morning about the time of the airplane crashes into the World Trade Center. Let's listen.
The actual airplane hitting the building. It was surreal. As we looked at it, we thought it was something out of a movie. It just didn't seem real. The airplane just came in at a tilt. We heard the scream of the plane, then a crack, 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 boom, 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 and the plane just disappeared. You didn't see the plane anymore, and then you saw the blowout from the other side.
A lot of people equate this to something like Pearl Harbor. You were there. You saw this. Put yourself in perspective that this is nothing's ever happened like this.
Well, I now have images that will never leave my mind. As I'm walking up from, we walked down from downtown up to Grand Central here, and I just keep seeing that airplane hitting. I saw also, prior to the second airplane hitting, while we were still standing there, I must have saw about 7 or 8 bodies flying through the air, coming from 80 floors up. Just, they'd fall from the debris, and you just saw them cartwheeling down, bouncing off the building. It was devastating. I'm not an emotional person in the least, and I actually felt tremendous emotion at that point, because I do have a lot of friends in both buildings. And I do know that last time, as I said, it took 2.5 hours for somebody on the 70th floor to get out of that building. It's absolutely devastating. I believe, being down there, is tens of thousands of people dead. That's what I believe at this point.
You say you're not an emotional person, I see your eyes.
I'm not emotional in the least, and now I'm very emotional about this. I have feelings of revenge, but I just sure hope that the government doesn't arbitrarily select an enemy and decide to, for political reasons, obliterate that enemy just for this, but I do hope they find the people that are responsible for this.
Shot in the back, Joe, what do you do?
And fell and just hit and just blew out the plaza we were on.
It was complete dark. There is no light. So thank God somebody with little light came up, because we couldn't even see what's happening. We all, with dust and debris and.
How'd you get out?
Well, the firefighter, somebody with little light came eventually, and we were following him.
And go to. What did you do? I'm sorry.
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed the light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. You want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
CNN producer Rose Arce on the streets of New York. She's joining us by telephone. Rose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Judy.
What are you seeing? Tell us where you are.
I am about 2 blocks north of where the World Trade Center used to be standing, and I'm surrounded by firefighters who are just watching helplessly. They've had to suspend their rescue operation, and they're just watching a burning hulk of building right now. The front part of the World Trade Center has completely sheared off, as well as many of the upper floors. And every few minutes you'll hear like a small sort of a rumbling sound, almost like an explosion sound, and another chunk of it will come flying down into the street, creating a situation where rescue personnel just have not been able to get close to this building now for over an hour.
Rose, how close are they to the building?
I'd say the closest people are probably about 2 blocks north of there, just in front of where I am. I spoke to a firefighter a few minutes ago that said that he had to stand there and watch helplessly as at least a dozen people leapt from the upper floors of this building during a fire.
Rose, when the mayor was asked this question at a news conference a little while ago, he said he wasn't able to answer, but given your vantage point, can you tell how large a perimeter, how many square blocks are we talking about that's been devastated?
Well, I'd say that at least, up to 4 blocks north, really 5 blocks north of the World Trade Center, there is debris on top of buildings. There are buildings that have been pierced by debris. The streets are covered with several inches of soot and literally pieces of people's desks. There's office supplies. Where I'm standing right now, I can see there's letters on the floor. There's one woman's resume. There's some insurance papers. Things that clearly came from inside that building.
And Rose, where, again, you are how close to what's going on here?
I'm about, I'd say about 2.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
And are you still seeing victims injured being taken away or walking away, or is that
No, right now there's absolutely nobody that's getting anywhere close to that building. There's just a huge and enormous pieces of debris just falling one right after the other. And as I said, firefighters a lot of them are just standing here helpless, wanting to go in and try to fight the fire, but just can't get any closer because of safety problems.
And Rose, is your sense that there are enough emergency personnel there once they can? I mean, give us a sense of how many emergency personnel you see.
There's a small army of fire safety people. I mean, I even see Immigration and Naturalization Service officers, federal marshals. There are trucks from all over New York. I see license plates, New Jersey, people from upstate New York. There's just a small army of people here, but there's just really not a whole lot that they can do for whoever may be left right now, because it is just such a dangerous situation.
CNN producer Rose Arce, she's talking to us right now. She's a few blocks away from the World Trade Center, describing efforts by rescue personnel who just cannot get close because it is still a very dangerous situation. You heard her say large pieces of debris still coming down. And these pictures we're showing you, all of them taken earlier in the day since the first airplane hit the World Trade Center about 8:48 this morning. And again, these are those still pictures that Aaron first referred to a few minutes ago. Still pictures of a commercial jetliner. This was the second one to come in. This was the plane, the United Airlines Flight 175 that we now know has to be the one that Boeing 767 bound from Boston to Los Angeles. Instead, it ended up inside and going through incomprehensibly one of the towers of the World Trade Center. Just about a block and a half away here in Washington, a block and a half away from the White House, CNN senior White House correspondent John King. John, you were not traveling, of course, with President Bush, who went to Florida yesterday, but you have been talking to a number of people around the president who are trying to stay on top of what's happened.
Trying to stay on top of what has happened, Judy, despite the fact that from the ground up anyway, the White House complex, which you see behind me, the building itself and the old executive office building, which is home to a number of senior administration officials, a virtual ghost town, evacuated this morning. The president, as we have reported, is now at a military installation in the Midwest. The president, first from Florida, stopped at a military installation in Louisiana. He was briefed. Then there was talk that he would come back to Washington, and administration officials saying they believe that is politically very important to send a signal to get the president back to the White House as soon as possible. But the president instead stopped at a second military installation in Nebraska. We are told he is participating in a National Security Council meeting by telephone. Vice President Dick Cheney has been in the White House, underground in the White House Operations Center, the Situation Room, which is a fortified command and control structure, throughout the day with other national security officials, receiving information from around the country and directing U.S. operations from there. We do know on Air Force One en route from Louisiana to the Midwest, the president spoke to the mayor of New York and the governor of New York. He's been in constant contact with officials back here, including members of the congressional leadership, who also have been asked by their security to go to a secure bunker area built for just such a situation, a national security emergency in the United States, the leaders of Congress taken as well to a secure location. Again, the White House grounds were evacuated when all this was taking place this morning. From this perch up here, which you are familiar with from anchoring Inside Politics, you can still see smoke wafting up from the Pentagon and National Airport across the Potomac River, usually one of the nation's busiest, of course, now completely shut down as part of the security precautions being taken here. We are told there is a priority on trying to get the president back to the White House, but priority number one is the president's security. And I've spoken to several senior administration officials as well as some security sources who say at this moment they know of no specific additional threats, but of course they were caught so completely off guard this morning, extra precautions being taken because of the scope of these devastating terrorist attacks. Judy?
All right, John King at a location on top of an office building just a few blocks from the White House, as you can see, reporting on the scene there where every federal building in the city of Washington has been evacuated. Joining us now on the telephone, former Georgia United States Senator Sam Nunn. Senator Nunn, are you in Atlanta, New York?
Judy, I'm in Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. Senator, longtime leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee, someone who has followed military affairs in this country for so long. What are you thinking right now?
First, it was certainly a day of hate in terms of what was perpetrated by whoever did this, and second, a day of sorrow for the people who are the victims and their families. And it certainly was a cruel and heartless and monstrous type attack. I think it's very important that we steadfast in this country. We always rise to the occasion and work together when we're in a crisis, and I think this qualifies for mustering the American will to remain calm and collected and determined and firm, but most of all, solidarity here at home with the president, following his lead, with the governors, with mayors, with the people on the scene, the front lines, the firemen and the policemen and the medical personnel and the nurses and the doctors, people we take for granted every day, but God bless.
Such a carefully coordinated and, I dare say, cold-blooded, efficient attack had been conducted against the United States.
Well, obviously, like all right-minded people, I was totally horrified, but I'm afraid I have to say not entirely surprised. As recently as Friday of last week, our publication specifically warned that anger in the Middle East directed towards the United States from the Islamic world was reaching crisis proportions. And we also specifically warned that there was an upsurge in terrorist activity in Lebanon, Afghanistan, and various other countries in the region, which were obviously being attended to by U.S. intelligence. And so I think, as I say, we're horrified, but not surprised.
Randy Price with Katerina Bandini here as we continue to cover this attack on America. We're learning more about the victims. Around 150 people originated out of Boston on 2 flights this morning, bound for Los Angeles, and ended up crashing into the World Trade Center. We'll be going live to Drake it.
Right now you see the family of John Ogonowski. He's the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11 that left from Boston this morning, was hijacked and then slammed into the World Trade Center. They are expecting to hold a news conference shortly. That, I believe, is his brother Jim, to fill us in on their reaction and great anger besides sadness among that family. Jim earlier telling us that he personally called and said he would like to be a part of whatever retaliatory actions take place. He's a member of the reserve military.
And Garvin Thomas is there and has been talking to the family. Garvin, can you hear us?
Well, Garvin is standing by. As we said, we expect this press conference. We're also learning about other victims as well. Local victims that were on board these flights. One of them, Garvin, are you there?
Yes, I am, Katerina.
Can you go ahead and fill us in? We're waiting now to hear from the brother.
Yeah, Jim Ogonowski is John Ogonowski's brother. And the first thing I think I wanted to say about this family and how they're dealing with what's going on is John was in the military for many years. And I think those of you, families of military members, you prepare yourselves in some way that something like this might happen along the way. Certainly, he's been out of the military for some 22 years, and they didn't expect it to happen now. now, but I'm seeing with this family a military type dealing with this. They understand that this is in some ways an act of war against the country and that their brother was involved in it. And so I think down deep they've prepared for something like this all their lives, but just not knowing what was going to happen. Let me fill you in a little as we wait for, yes, that is Jim Ogonowski waiting outside the family's home. You see the American flag in the front door. Family members just about an hour or so got out and put that in front. Let me fill you in a little about John Ogonowski. He was 52 years old. Now, he was a native of Lowell, grew up in Lowell, but the family now in this house you see now is in Dracut. He went to school in Lowell. The family says he attended St. Stanislaus and then Keith Academy. He even went to the University of Lowell, where he enrolled in the ROTC program. Obviously, out of school, he went into the military and flew transport jets for the Air Force for many years. He finally left the military in 1979, his family said, fulfilling a lifelong goal of becoming a commercial airline pilot. As you can see right now, a steady stream today of well-wishers stopping by the home to see the family. Ogonowski joined American Airlines in 1979. He leaves behind a wife, Maggie, and interestingly enough, she is a flight attendant, we understand, with American Airlines. Of course, she was not flying today. She's home now. He also leaves behind 3 young daughters, ages 16, 14, and 11. They are home here as well. He leaves behind a couple brothers and a sister, as well as we understand his parents are still alive, a couple elderly parents who have left behind. John's brother Jim, and I think he will tell us in just a moment or two, was actually traveling today, this morning, heading to Boston, heading in fact to Logan Airport. He was going to take a flight to St. Louis for business reasons. He said obviously he heard about it just like the rest of us did listening to the radio, but when he heard it was an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles, he knew it was probably his brother that had been piloting it. His brother flies that route regularly, a very veteran pilot. He flew the Boston to LA route a couple of times a week. So he immediately turned around and came back home. I believe official notification for the family came in the form of representatives from the Pilots Association. And once our news conference begins here in a few minutes, I believe a representative of the Pilots Association will talk as well. I'm going to interrupt just 1 second. It sounds like we're getting an update as to how soon, they say any minute now, Jim will be making his way. So let me continue. Jim returned to the house. The family was notified by the Pilots Association, and the Pilots Association is still in the house now, of course, counseling members of the family. One thing the family, I'm sure, will mention, and a lot of people in this neighborhood mention when they have stopped by to talk about John, is something he did for the town not too long ago. You see the house here is a beautiful old farmhouse on many acres of farmland in Dracut. He purchased more than 100 acres of the land surrounding this home, and he made arrangements that it is going to be permanently held as open space. As we know, urban sprawl stretches in all directions, even up here towards Dracut, and he wanted to preserve this way of life, the farmland. So he bought up 100 acres and started a preservation where this land will remain open in perpetuity, the only house remaining being the one that his family lived in. He said he had often told people that he wanted that to be his legacy, this area surrounding this permanent open space surrounding the home. So family members, of course, want to remind us of that. Just, of course, shocked as everyone is that his legacy is being talked about so soon. The families here are obviously in shock, they've told us. They really are dealing with 2 emotions. I think one emotion that all of us are dealing with is just the shock at the enormity of what happened today, the hundreds, if not thousands of people who have died, the strikes against some of the more prominent spaces in this country. And of course, this family is dealing with the personal tragedy as well, and I'm sure they will talk about that. As I said, we're expecting them to step over to the microphones in just a few moments.
Garvin, we're going to stay with your picture and also add that we are anticipating a news conference at 4:30 in Framingham. That will be at the TJX company. We are told that the CEO will be speaking. Obviously, there's the belief that there were a number of people from the TJX company who were on that very same flight or one of the other flight. We're not clear at this point, but we'll be hearing from them in less than an hour as well.
TJX being the TJ Maxx department store company. Also another, as we mentioned earlier, another victim that we learned about, Daniel Lewin, founder of Akamai in Cambridge. 31 years old, survived by a wife and 2 children, also on board the American Airlines flight en route. Interestingly enough, Danny Lewin was an officer. Besides being a resident here, he did spend some time in Israel and was an officer in the Israeli Defense Forces, and also holds a master's degree from MIT. That's Danny Lewin. And here comes the family of John Ogonowski coming over to address the media, to talk about their brother and to talk about the reaction to the remarkable turn of events today.
And again, this is Jim Ogonowski.
As you can understand, I'm going to read from a prepared statement that I wrote. It's a little difficult to ad-lib what I want to say today. I'm Jim Ogonowski, and as you all are aware of the tragedy that's impacted our country today, it's been reported that my brother John was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, which was hijacked out of Logan Airport this morning en route to Los Angeles, California. John leaves behind a loving family, his wife, 3 lovely daughters, his parents, brothers and sisters, numerous aunts and uncles, friends, loving community. Our family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. This tragedy has not only impacted us as a family, but our whole community, and as a nation, our whole country. On a personal side, I ask that I'll come out for this last time, but please respect my parents and the rest of the family's wishes to be alone at this time. I'll give you a little personal on John. He was 52. He was born in Lowell at St. Joe's Hospital. My other brother Joe was born at St. John's Hospital. He went to St. Stanislaus School on High Street in Lowell, and then he attended Keith Academy. And after that, he attended what is now University of Lowell. It was Lowell Tech at the time. He joined ROTC in the late 60s when it was not cool to be in the military. He joined the military right after being commissioned as second lieutenant in the Air Force. He flew in the Air Force on T-37s and T-38s, and he capped his career off on C-141 transports right at the close of the Vietnam era. He then pursued his lifelong dream and left the military to become an airline pilot. In 1979, he was hired by American Airlines. He's flown for them for 22 years. The most recent years as a captain on a 767. John loved to fly, but more importantly, of course, he loved his family. And John's legacy is where we stand today. There's 150 acres of land here that John fought for many years with the town of Dracut and the state. There's 150 acres of land here that are going to remain as we see them today as open space through the Massachusetts Agricultural Preservation Act. So take a good look at the beauty of the land around here. That's John's legacy. I ask all of you for your prayers for, as I refer to him, as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today in this tragedy that's impacting our whole country. I would like to take a moment to thank the Dracut Police Department for their assistance, to most of the media for respecting our privacy, and particularly the folks at American Airlines who have been very kind and helpful to us today. I'll take a couple of quick questions and then I'm going to go back in and.
John leave here this morning for
Yeah, John left here this morning, probably a little after 6 this morning, and a few of us in our family, we have this little thing when we drive by someone's house, we just give them a little toot-toot on the horn, and John drove by Uncle Al's house a little after 6, gave him his little toot-toot.
Is that his regular route to fly to LA?
It has been for the past couple of years.
Did he ever talk about his chance of terrorism?
No, he didn't. No, actually, we never spoke of my work together. We never spoke of his work together. We spoke of farming together, of the family, but our work was kind of a off-limits area. We never discussed much of that.
Jim, can you talk about your military status and your plans to maybe help in what President Bush is calling retaliation?
Well, I was en route to Logan Airport this morning myself. When I came, I saw the news, and I had that feeling, and I came home. And I haven't watched the news really since 10 o'clock. I didn't hear the president's comments, so I don't know what else to say on that. Well, I'm in the Air National Guard, and this is quite a cowardly act, what we have seen today, attacking civilians, not military. Whatever it takes, my unit will be involved, and I would like to be the first one to step forward and be involved with that.
What do you know about the circumstances? Talk a little bit about you were on your way to Logan. Can you tell us why you were on your way to Logan, and when did you get a sense that this plane may have been your brother's plane?
I was leaving the house. It was almost 9:30. I turned on the news, and they showed late-breaking news. I watched that for a couple minutes. I got picked up heading to the airport. We had to stop for a shuttle transfer. I went in to see what's going on for an update, and at that point in time, they said it was an American Airlines flight out of Logan. I had that sinking feeling on that moment. I can't describe it.
Jim, I know you have some relatives in John. Did John also own a property there?
He did years ago, yeah. I'm not sure if he still has it up there or not.
So what do you know about the circumstances of this accident?
I've only watched the news today. That's all I've been told.
Jim, can I ask you what the family, just if you can, a little bit, how the family's getting through this today and what they're doing inside the house?
As you can all...
I'm afraid that I'm the one who's a fool.
We must get to work.
The correct term was shock and denial. This is... I don't know how else to explain it.
Was there someone's particular family member's idea to put up the flag today?
That was my idea. It was a tribute to my brother.
The aviation running.
Yes, my sister's a retired flight nurse in the military.
And is his wife an active stewardess?
Flight attendant.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
She's active.
Yes, she is. Yes.
And how old are the children? Could you repeat their names? I know
The 3 girls, it's Laura is 16. Difficult ages. 16. Caroline is 14. And Mary Catherine is 11.
What are your parents' names, Jim?
Alexander and Teresa.
How do you spell Teresa?
Teresa.
his wife's name?
We call her Peggy.
Is there anything specific they're doing? Have they heard directly from the airline? Have they met with anybody from?
Well, with the scope of this tragedy nationwide, as you can imagine, most things we've seen are off the news. I don't think anybody has any answers, including those at the highest level. So there's nothing that I can say on something like that that would be enlightening to you folks.
A radio report said that a priest came to the house this morning to tell the family about the tragedy with some FAA officials or something.
I was trying to survive, and it was total pitch black for like
10 to 15 minutes. There was an EMT next to me. He says, he goes, I think I'm burnt. So I looked at him. I said, no, you're not burnt. You're just covered with soot, hot soot and everything like that. After that, he just, he went on his way. I went and got a mask. I went back in the building, and I went searching for more people, and we found out that there was nobody else left down the subway.
And I'm here to update you all on the activities of the federal government in response to this morning's attacks on our country. As you heard from President Bush a short time ago, the federal government is acting to help local communities with search and rescue and emergency management operations, to take all appropriate precautions to protect our citizens, and to identify those responsible for these despicable attacks on the American people. While some federal buildings have been evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers, your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his cabinet and national security team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
So Karen Hughes apparently taking no questions. Karen Hughes, the senior advisor to the president, giving us an update on the status of some of the most senior people in Washington. The president is most recently landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. She said the president is at a secure location, but she did not necessarily suggest that he is on the base itself. One believes he probably still is. The vice president and the national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in the White House in a secure location, probably that basement bunker there.
It is not very often that this nation is brought to a standstill, but on today, it has happened. Many people here in New York City, in Washington, D.C., all over the country, staring at their televisions, unable to believe what they are seeing happening before them. You see it here on the corner of 48th Street and 6th Avenue in New York City, outside the Fox News Channel headquarters. We have seen this sight in many locations. People just simply in shock at what they're seeing. Who could have thought that an attack of this magnitude would happen in the United States of America? We have had officials planning for such an attack for some time, but many ordinary citizens thought that something like this could never actually happen. So much security in place, so many times that defense officials and others have war-gamed this out and planned for an attack. But on this day, it has happened. No one able to figure out why, particularly September 11th, the year 2001. One person has mentioned that it was supposed to be tomorrow that an associate of Osama bin Laden was due to be sentenced in New York. And others have mentioned that they believe Osama bin Laden is perhaps the only terrorist with the kind of organization who could plan something this massive and this deadly. The United States government not confirming anything of the kind. The Afghan government, which has been accused of for some years of harboring Osama bin Laden, rushing to say that they have no knowledge of this and they condemn it. However, they have for years not given Osama bin Laden up to the United States, despite repeated requests from Washington. They are also saying that they do not believe Osama bin Laden is capable of this. There may be many in Washington who believe otherwise at this hour. We're waiting for more briefings to come in. Some planning at the Department of Defense. As you know, Secretary Rumsfeld is still there at this hour. Others with officials in New York City, we are going to bring those to you just as soon as they happen. They're going to be happening just sort of suddenly, and as they do, we're going to bring them to you here on the Fox News Channel.
There are a great number of survivors you can see being carted away. This from the lower Manhattan area, where our Rick Leventhal has been doing a great job of reporting all day. Rick is back with us now live and safe, we're happy to say. Rick, what's the latest there?
Well, John, one of the things that you did not hear from firefighter Bill Quick, who I was just speaking with a short time ago, is I asked him, after Karen Hughes' news conference began and we had to break away, I asked him about the number of rescue workers on the ground when that building collapsed, when the first tower collapsed. And he said, in fact, there were hundreds of rescue workers at the base of the building, tending to people who had been injured by falling debris from when the planes hit, tending to people who had been hurt by rubble and were bleeding and dazed and wounded and disoriented, trying to help those people when that tower collapsed. And there is a growing concern that hundreds, possibly hundreds, of emergency rescue workers, police officers, firefighters, maybe some very high-ranking members of the city's fire department were killed in the debris that fell from the first of the two towers. After that first tower collapsed, people did clear out of the area very quickly. Some people did go back before that second tower collapsed, so it's possible people were killed in that one as well. But certainly, if there was a high death toll in terms of when the towers came down, it would have been after the first tower. We'll give you a look south on Church Street, where the efforts continue to try and put out the fires that still burn in what's left of the Twin Towers. We're told that one of the two buildings, there may be as many as 10 to 20 stories left standing. The other one, though, is a crater. It's virtually a hole in the ground. You might even be able to see, Adam, can you see the piece of the building? There's a piece of the building in the middle of Church Street. You can't see it right now because of the smoke and the haze. But we're going to, apparently, Rudy Giuliani is now speaking to the mayor of New York. Let's head back to the studio and to the mayor's press conference. Do we have the mayor?
We're attempting, Rick, to get the audio connections from the mayor.
They handled themselves with bravery. They handled themselves with dignity. They handled themselves in a way that reduced the loss of life. We didn't have panic. We didn't have people running and hurting other people. The people of New York City really distinguished themselves. And I just want to say this once again. New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it. And the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We need
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York, there making another statement about the response of this city. Linda, I'd just like to say I've been in this chair now for about, well, it was just about exactly 7 hours ago that the first of these events started unfolding. What a calamitous day for America. And yet, you know that somewhere in the world, somebody is watching these pictures with great glee. Watching the pictures of the hijacked airliner, the second one of the day, smashing into and ultimately demolishing the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, the symbol of capitalism to many people around the world. They want us to be scared. They want us to be afraid. As we heard President Bush's senior advisor say not long ago that our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today. They want us to somehow lose some of that freedom, and let's just hope and pray that doesn't happen.
The United States most definitely will not allow it to happen. However, there will be a coordinated response, you can be sure. We are beginning to get more information about those who were lost today. The numbers in the end may be in the tens of thousands, but we know for sure the number of people who were lost on the 4 commercial airliners that went down today. They were 2 American Airlines planes, 2 United Airlines planes. In honor of those souls departed, let us remind you of who and how many were on those planes. American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Dulles, Virginia to Los Angeles, 77 passengers and 6 crew. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers and 11 crew. United Airlines from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, Flight 93, 38 passengers and 7 crew.
America under attack. Thousands possibly killed as terrorists target several United States landmarks. Good afternoon. I'm Jody Applegate. Steve Avison joins us for a special edition of Fox 25 News.
The United States is a target of a massive terrorist attack. The Twin Towers of New York City's World Trade Center lie in ruins this afternoon, and the Pentagon has suffered massive damage after 3 planes crashed into these 3 different buildings.
2 of those flights took off from Logan Airport this morning. We have extensive live team coverage. First, a recap of what has happened on, it's fair to say, this tragic day in American history.
Well, we'll start off by saying that the first flight was out of Boston this morning. It was United Airlines Flight 93. It took off at 7:58 a.m. It was bound for Los Angeles, but it never made it there. The second flight was American Airlines Flight 11. It took off just 1 minute later at 7:59 a.m. That flight was also headed to Los Angeles. Now, those flights were hijacked, we presume, just shortly after takeoff. At 8:45, the first plane crashes into the side of one of the World Trade Center towers. Both 110-story towers are then ordered immediately evacuated.
Then at 9:03 a.m., a second plane crashes into the other World Trade Center tower. This attack is caught on tape and, in fact, seen live by a lot of people across the country. That plane flew in from the north. The second tower was also devastated by that impact.
At 9:40, the FAA shuts down all commercial airline traffic across the country in response to the attacks. This is the first time this has happened in the history of the country.
At 9:45 a.m., a third plane crashes into the side of the Pentagon building. In fact, the State Department, the Capitol building, building and the west wing of the White House are all evacuated. President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida at the time.
Now, and then at 10:05, the first World Trade Center tower collapses. It was the second one that was struck, but the first to collapse. Debris and smoke covers the Manhattan skyline. Hundreds of people trying to rescue others, trying to escape themselves, are now covered by rubble.
Then at 10 a.m., a large plane crashes about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That plane was on its way from New Jersey to San Francisco.
Back in New York at 10:28 a.m., the second World Trade Center tower collapses. The entire nation now watching in shock today. We now go live to Reed Lamberty, who has been following the story from Logan Airport, where two of those planes originated this morning. Reed, what can you tell us is happening at Logan now?
Steve, good afternoon. You know, there has been a lot of confusion about where these planes took off, what time the planes took off, and what airlines they are. We just got wrapped up with a press conference not too long ago with the Director of Public Safety for Massport, Joe Lawless. This is what he is telling us. American Airlines Flight 11 took off at 7:59 this morning, heading straight nonstop to Los Angeles. 15 minutes later, United Airlines Flight 175 departed. All told, there were 157 people on board the two flights, both of which crashed into the World Trade Center. Now, everyone here are showing and sharing the incredible grief that we have seen across the country, employees and families of victims embracing, trying to find comfort with each other. Now, all planes at Logan Airport grounded until further notice. All passengers asked to leave the airport on its highest security alert it's been in recent years. FBI and state police heading this investigation, questioning those people who worked at the security gates today. Airport officials say there was really nothing unusual about either takeoff this morning, and air traffic controllers are saying they are giving no indication that anything was wrong. In fact, they didn't even know a plane had been hijacked, let alone two. Right now, family members of the victims are meeting at the airport Hilton, where grief counselors and spiritual leaders are helping them deal with this tragedy.
Our top priorities, first and foremost, are the families, the needs of those families, and the safety and security of everyone who works and travels through this airport. It's a system that we have in place where there are various security responsibilities shared by the airport and by the air carriers under the direction of the FAA. The actual operation of the security checkpoint is...
We need to, I think, instigate major peace initiatives. What is going on in that area right now is not tolerable. And as we look at our injuries and our dead, and as we're going to have the funerals, we need to recognize that in that area of the world, there have been funerals and attacks for a long time. And Americans have felt so very safe here. We are no longer safe, and that point was proven.
Right, so it really is, and you're talking about infiltration, human infiltration of some of these terrorist cells, because that's the only way to really find out who they are, how they operate, and where they are.
Yes, it is, and as long as we're talking about that, let me make also this point. There's going to be a quest for retaliation, and the sooner and the better. I think the Bush administration is going to have to explain to the public that this is very difficult, that you will probably have a tough time connecting what happened in New York City and elsewhere to a smoking gun. Therefore, we need to be deliberate, we need to be careful, we don't need to look impotent, we're not. But before we strike out, you better have the correct target.
Edith Flynn, thank you so much for your insight into this really terrifying prospect.
For those just now joining us, let's bring you up to date. Again, a series of terrorist attacks today in the United States, two on the World Trade Center, which brought down the entire World Trade Center in New York City today, and another attack on the Pentagon. And another plane which went down just outside of Pittsburgh.
Right, two of the planes, of course, originating from Boston, hijacked from Logan Airport. Those two were the ones that went into the World Trade Center tower. Let's go to Ryan Owens, who is at Logan Airport.
Katerina, Logan has officially been evacuated at this hour. As you heard from the White House, there will be no planes leaving any United States airport until at least noon tomorrow. Perhaps behind me you do see some cars. Most of those belong to police officers, state police officers, as well as federal agents still going over this airport to make sure everything is now in order. What we want to do now, though, is take you back to about 10 or 10:30 this morning when word came down that two of the doomed flights, the two that actually slammed into the World Trade Center, originated right here in Boston.
Sorry, no one can go in there. This is not. Get behind the line. Cut the camera off. Get behind the line.
Logan in lockdown. State police shut down the American Airlines terminal. The same terminal at least one terrorist walked through this morning before hijacking a plane.
There's no aircraft leaving or doing anything in the United States today.
So what'd they tell you to do? Just
nothing. They just said leave the airport.
Before leaving, passengers crowd the payphones, trying to let their loved ones know they are safe and that they are stuck for now. Others simply pause to watch history, the horror written on their faces.
Literally has collapsed the entire 5 stories. The building is obviously, the fire is traveling inward in the building.
I'm trying to get to Newark, where things seem to be on fire. All I can see is on TV. I don't even really know what's going on.
American Airlines employees console each other. The 11 crew members killed on Flight 11 were all based here in Boston. The captain, 52-year-old John Oganowski of Dracut, a father and military veteran.
If you've ever been in the military, stand down means everything comes to a close. And reassess all your security. I'm sure the president will do something, and he'll do something quickly. I don't think we can stand for this.
Now, passengers here not only talking about what the president should do, what the American response to all of this should be, but also talking about what Massport should do now in light of what happened. Keep in mind, quite remarkable this morning, before 8 o'clock this morning, at least 2 separate terrorists walked through this international airport here, got on 2 separate planes headed for Los Angeles, and committed this act of mass murder. So a lot of questions, security questions, still to be answered right now. Massport, of course, still trying to sort all of that out. It is, of course, still very early to come really to those answers, considering that many of us are still absorbing the fact that much of this bloodshed started right here in our own backyard. Live at Logan, Ryan Owens, 7 News.
And of course, so much of the destruction witnessed nationwide on television this morning as it happened in New York.
Ground Zero Victoria Block is there now in New York City.
You can see that the Twin Towers behind me no longer exist. It's just billowing smoke. A lot of fires still happening down at the scene. We're several blocks away. We're at Broadway and Canal. They don't want us any closer because it's dangerous. And this is downtown New York, normally teeming with people. The streets are now empty except for a few people that are sort of stragglers because the city has pretty much emptied out early this morning. It was just after the first of 2 planes hit the World Trade Towers here in Lower Manhattan. These incredible photographs catching the act of terrorism through the lens. You can actually see the plane dive bombing into the Twin Tower. And then 19 minutes later, another plane crashes into the tower. And shortly after that, perhaps an hour or so goes by, and then the towers just crumble. There were 2 triage centers set up below at the base of the towers. Hundreds of people now missing. There were rescue workers there, firefighters, police officers trying to help the wounded and those who were critically injured. And they expect that there will be thousands of people critically wounded and perhaps dead. There was a news conference earlier today with top New York City officials who are hoping that the people of New York and the rest of the country will find strength and confidence and not be beaten by these people they called cowards.
It's going to last for a number of days. We told the president that we thought that the whole rescue effort would take a week or so or more. But the main focus right now, obviously, is on saving as many lives as possible. I think it's still possible for us to save a lot of the people that are there.
You said that we're in a state of alert, but I'm wondering, people are saying, well, how come you're in a state of alert with all of our police and firefighters?
They're not all there. All of our police and firefighters are not there. We have a lot of police and firefighters. Bernie, do you want to explain where the police and firefighters are?
Do we have a death toll there?
No, we don't. We do not, and we're not going to put one out until much later, after we get a better sense of the numbers we're talking about.
The police and the police deployment is, primary focus is down in southern Manhattan in the rescue effort, but we're tending to our policing needs all over the city. We, as the mayor said earlier, we're getting assistance from the governor and the National Guard. About 200 National Guardsmen about 2 hours, about an hour ago, I guess. There'll be another about 1,500 sometime this evening. They come in to help us. And we're going to continue on the rescue efforts, but policing will go on in the rest of the city as usual.
State of alert for other possible actions. How is that going?
Obviously, we're in a high state of alert. We're looking at other government buildings, securing those buildings, securing other areas in the city. right now our primary focus and our efforts are in southern Manhattan.
One more, please.
I don't think.
That was a press conference that was held just a couple of minutes ago. A lot of fire apparatus and emergency vehicles passing us by here. The mayor also made it clear that there are 2 Navy warships that have moved into New York Harbor, that are being moved into the harbor, and he says it's so that the people here in the city will feel confident, and it's also to make sure that we have protection here so that nothing else happens. This city has been shut down effectively. Any way in and out of Manhattan is shut down. Thousands of people forced to walk home. We're hearing stories about women that had to walk for an hour to go to schools to pick up their kids because they had no other way to get there. And so all of the bridges, all of the tunnels, everything here has pretty much been shut down. But wonderful stories that warm your heart. There are hundreds and hundreds of people standing in line at the area hospitals here waiting to give blood, and anyone that can do anything to help is certainly doing that. John, if you want to swing around and just show us what the street looks like here. This is Broadway, normally a street that is just so packed with cars you can't move. And now what you see is people standing here just watching in amazement and disbelief, and an American flag here, sort of the sentiment of the day here in New York City, where most people never really felt, even though they had an incident years ago, they never really felt something like this organized and this hard-hitting would happen here. My sense from talking to some of the officers here and some of the other people that have been witnesses to this and affected by this is that it's going to be days before they actually realize what happened here, when friends and family members don't come home and when the death toll starts to rise. And I think it's that point that people are going to realize what happened. There's still so much chaos and adrenaline pumping here that they haven't really had a chance to settle in and really digest the magnitude of what has happened here in New York City. Randy, Kim.
Vicki, a little bit on the chronology. We've been seeing video that was shot close to in the proximity of the World Trade Center and showing the fire engines, the ambulances and what have you, covered with debris. Obviously, the first teams were already there responding to the first crash when the second one happened, and then ultimately the buildings came down.
And that's what's devastating. So many of the officers, as we tried to pass through some of these roadblocks, they're absolutely in a daze because they all have friends that were down there and they don't know if they are alive or if they are dead, because there were 2 triage centers set up at the base, and they were dealing with hundreds and hundreds of people, some of them walking wounded, some of them critically wounded, trying to figure out who needed to get shipped to a hospital first, and just trying to take care of the people that were at the scene. And then these towers collapsed right on top of them, so nobody really knows who made it out, exactly where they are, and at what point they were in the process when those towers collapsed. So, you know, Katerina and Randy, if you were down here and you could see what was going on down here in lower Manhattan, you know, it's devastating. But Midtown Manhattan, upper Manhattan on the west side, there were cafes open, all the businesses were busy, and people were walking and going about their business as if nothing had ever happened. So it's really the lower end of Manhattan that you really get a sense of the devastation here.
Very bizarre. Vicki, thank you very much. This just came into us as well. Bishop Angel, he is from the Catholic Diocese of Burlington, Vermont. He learned today that his brother and sister-in-law were listed as passengers on that American Airlines flight that originated from Boston that was hijacked. David Angel is his brother. David Angel is the executive producer of the NBC television series Frasier. David Angel, his wife Lynn, were scheduled to return to Los Angeles from being on Cape Cod. It's believed that they were on that flight, American Airlines flight that crashed into the World Trade Center. Again, a producer for the TV show Frasier, his brother Bishop from Vermont.
And we're getting bits and pieces of the story throughout the afternoon and evening of the various people who lost their lives today. Again, there's huge impact all across the region and the country. Schools and schools closed, businesses shut down, and we'll be passing along that information at the bottom of the screen as we go along. Also, a little bit more on the triage, the initial medical response in New York City. We're following that, and our health reporter, Janet Wu, has more. Janet?
Randy, we just saw those empty streets in lower Manhattan. We've seen some empty streets here in Boston. So even as the business people have been going home, it's quite a different story for medical and emergency personnel. Right after this attack, medical personnel here in Boston were contacted. They are all members of a special medical surgical response team. The local teams include about 50 doctors, picked for their specialties and ability to leave at a moment's notice. They are set to meet in a couple of hours at the UMass Medical Center in Worcester, some of them coming from Beth Israel Deaconess here in Boston. And the teams will likely depart for New York City immediately after this evening. Now, there are 80 such teams across the country. This is the first time all of them have been placed on alert. And we now know that all of the teams in the Boston area have been moved up from alert to activated status. This comes to us from co-captain Dr. Chuck Posner from Beth Israel Deaconess.
The teams going down now will probably help with some of the search and rescue, as well as deploying into various hospitals, helping out in emergency departments in surgical areas where they might be inundated and needing resources. One can imagine that they're going to be busy for quite a while dealing with the injury and the post-traumatic stress, which is what happens later on during these types of events.
To give you an idea of how busy things are, we do not know the number of victims involved. We just know that there are many of them. I can tell you that hospitals in Connecticut and New Jersey have received some victims, as well as the Manhattan hospitals close to the World Trade Center. It is quite possible, we've been told, that a number of the victims will be triaged and then flown here to Boston, because in addition to Philadelphia, we are the largest city closest to New York, and we do have a number of trauma centers that large cities do have. Another serious matter we've been discussing all day is the national blood shortage that is being worsened by this attack. You are now being asked to donate blood. The local Red Cross is shipping blood out of its Dedham headquarters to New York right now. It is also coordinating the shipment of blood from other New England centers. Now, a few hours ago, our local Red Cross did ask all local hospitals to suspend elective surgeries and to keep their donor areas open. But there is one important request that we have been asked to pass along to you, and that is, do not simply go to your hospital to donate blood. They want you to call the number 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. That's the number that you see at the bottom of the screen right now, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, and you will find out when and where you should donate, also if you are eligible. And that is the latest on the medical impact. I'm Janet Wu, 7 News.
And I understand in New York they've already had thousands and thousands of people show up to donate blood there.
Immediate need there. As far as here, the Red Cross is more concerned right now with shipping out the supply that it already has and also deciding which medical personnel have to go. So they say that probably today won't be the best day to donate. It will likely be tomorrow.
All right, Jen, thank you.
Janet, we want to go now back to some of the local victims that were on board the flights that crashed into the World Trade Center. I believe now we're going to Garvin Thomas, who has been following the family of John Agonowski, the captain, the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11 that crashed into the World Trade Center. Garvin?
That's right, Katerina. In a scene that I imagine is going to be played out hundreds, if not thousands of times around the country, members of the victims of one of these, of this attack came forward and they told us about their loved one that was lost. We're talking about Captain John Agonowski, captain of the American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, which was hijacked and crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers. John Agonowski, his family tells us, was 52 years old. He had been with American Airlines for 22 years. They said fulfilling a lifelong dream, becoming a pilot for American Airlines. For the last few years, he had flown the Boston to Los Angeles route regularly. They told us a little bit about his history.
Been quite extraordinary in terms of putting everybody in the world. Most U.S. military forces on threat condition Delta, which is the highest condition that the highest alert the military can be on. But as any number of people have reported today, any notion that the U.S. was invincible died in this rubble. Listening to some of the politicians talk today, Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, where the president is at the moment, said America is forever changed and America's in for a long fight, which I think people in the fight against terrorism understand and have understood for a very long time. But somebody else said this is a huge wake-up call for the United States. Both former Secretary of State Baker and I think the former director of the CIA said that there was just not enough human intelligence on behalf of the United States in these organizations and cells around the world. John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, has just come from a Pentagon briefing, and so we'll pick you up, John. John, yeah, what are you hearing?
Peter, one of the things they wanted to do and do very publicly is to deal with the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the fourth civilian jetliner that was hijacked was shot down by American aircraft. They are denying that flatly. They say it is absolutely not true, Peter.
John, I apologize. I was distracted, and so for the benefit of anybody else who was distracted, do you mind repeating that? I'm sorry.
They are denying the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the U.S. military shot down one of the civilian jetliners. They're saying that is absolutely not true.
Okay, thank you, John. You caught me off balance because, in fact, I'd never heard the rumor in the first place, and not heard the report whatsoever. Now, you've been in a briefing. What else did you hear?
Well, they're not saying a whole heck of a lot. What they are saying is that they now have accounted for the presence of all of the Joint Chiefs, the service secretaries, and of course the Secretary of Defense. Those are people who have been accounted for. What we are now learning is that a new part of the Pentagon that has just been occupied was one of the areas that was terribly hit. We believe there are going to be quite a few casualties from the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps in particular, as well as the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Do you have any idea what quite a number of casualties means?
No idea whatsoever, Peter. You consider the density in the Pentagon. There are 20 to 24,000 people that work there. It took out one huge slice of it, so you have to do your own arithmetic. If you look at the size of the gash over my shoulder, you have to believe that there are many, many hundreds of people who died.
And what have the briefers had to say this afternoon, John, about the state of alert in the world generally, with all U.S. forces on such a state of alert? I'm sorry, before you go to that, we're just looking at a picture which gives us, I think, the best view yet, if this is an accurate drawing, of what the degree of damage or penetration of the plane will have been to the Pentagon. I'm not sure that's absolutely accurate, but by the way, ABC's Ann Compton tells us the president may be on the move again, and ABC's Charlie Gibson has information as well. Charlie?
Well, Peter, there's going to be hundreds, I guess, and we don't know the number of personal stories that are going to come out of this. People who have died in the World Trade Center or at the Pentagon or on the airplanes that were hijacked and crashed in various places. We now understand the wife of Ted Olson. He is the Solicitor General of the United States. America came to know him because he's the man who argued the president's case in front of the Supreme Court, George W. Bush's case in front of the Supreme Court. He was not yet president when the case of the Florida election was being disputed before the Supreme Court. Ted Olson's wife, Barbara, who is a former federal prosecutor herself, she was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We had heard this from friends of the family. Regrettably, it has now been confirmed. She apparently was able to make a phone call to her husband, the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, and tell him they were being hijacked, that all of those on board the plane, that is American Airlines Flight 77, that had taken off from Dulles Airport heading for Los Angeles this morning, a 757, that had 64 people aboard. All of the passengers had been herded into the back of the plane. She was able to get a call out saying they were in the process of being hijacked, and then shortly after that, the plane crashed into the Pentagon. She was herself, as I say, a former federal prosecutor. She had also become familiar, I think, to many in the viewing audience of television as a commentator recently over the situation of Gary Condit. Indeed, I'd had a chance to talk with her a couple of times on Good Morning America just in the past couple of weeks. So we're going to hear hundreds of these stories of people who were killed in the various venues that were affected today. But this one obviously is very painful, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States. Peter?
Thanks very much, Charlie. And I think in the whole day, this is the first name we've had of anybody who's died. The first name, the first personality, I mean, to hundreds and thousands of families around the country. The names and personalities are all very familiar. People they fear are in trouble, who know they're in trouble, who've been confirmed they're in trouble. The desperation of people at a distance from people in trouble is just a horrendous thing to report. But I believe that's the first name we've had all day of being able to identify somebody, Barbara Olson, who, as Charlie says, was very often on television, the wife of the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, who died in the suicide attack on the Pentagon. John McCarthy, you still there?
It's Peter.
Yeah. John, come back to the briefing if you would. I'm not sure we've heard everything from you on the briefing itself.
They just are expressing their frustration and at the difficulty of getting rescue workers inside the Pentagon, Peter. Part of the building is still on fire, and the fire is moving to sections of the Pentagon along roofs and along various pipes. So they're having a real difficulty getting in there even to search for bodies at this early time. That is what they are focused on at this point. I will tell you, Peter, that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, and most of the chiefs have been in the National Military Command Center all day since this terrorist strike. And you have to leave it up to your own imagination, the kinds of things that they are contemplating in their hours after the strike.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. John McCarthy, who's been at the Pentagon all day and was in the other side of the Pentagon when this aircraft was crashed into the Pentagon today. We now know, with all of the passengers on board, at least in this one phone call herded to the back of the plane, who went from being passengers to hostages in a matter of seconds and minutes. And John, who was working on the other side of the Pentagon, has said a couple of times that just on the other side of the Pentagon, you just felt this huge, just knew exactly that something had gone by. And when he first described the width of the gash and the height of the gash, 6 stories high, 200 feet wide, which you can't appreciate on television, quite frankly, as much as you think you can. And we've had several reports in from Martha Raddatz at the State Department, which I think most of them we've had on the air so far, which was the State Department ordered U.S. embassies around the world to close for the day, but it's up to the individual embassy, given the situation that they think is appropriate in their region. Many have closed for the day. Secretary of State Powell, who's been in Colombia, is on his way home tonight, but we do not know actually where he is at the moment. I told you just a moment ago that Ann Compton, who's been with President Bush all day, believes that he is on the move, or they are on the move again, and one can only believe, I shouldn't say that, didn't think they were going to go to Nebraska. We can only imagine that there's this pressure to get the president back to the nation's capital. And the State Department was evacuated at the time. There's actually been a worldwide caution about terrorist activity out and about universally since the 7th of September. But it had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with what happened in New York City and in Washington today, and what potentially happened, we're told, at Camp David, based on the information from one passenger who called 911 from the United Airlines that crashed near Johnstown, which said that they were headed in the direction of Camp David. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange have both announced that they will not trade tomorrow, and they will make a decision tomorrow on when trading will resume. The country has, in many ways, come to a halt. Not completely by any means, because every politician has spoken and had a chance to speak today has made the point that if you change too much in the country, you're doing exactly what the terrorists and their allies would like you to do. Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill. Linda.
Peter, we've been trying to confirm all day and have confirmed that indeed a very small group of congressional leaders has been taken to a single secure location. Absolutely no disclosure yet of where that location is. They've been meeting together and also have been briefed by Vice President Cheney and are trying to make the decision about whether to go back into session tonight. There is a strong sentiment among many members of Congress that it would send a very strong message to the rest of the world if the Congress were to go back into session tonight. Many of the members I've spoken to throughout the day say this is a system in which your constituents are supposed to be able to come to the nation's capital and walk right up to their elected representative and have a conversation. That's the message they want to send, although if they went into session tonight, it would probably be to say a prayer and simply leave. The small group of leaders that is in this undisclosed location is going to be conferring with the president, may have already, and there is very tight security now, Peter, about their whereabouts.
And President Bush is on his way back to Washington at the moment. They're about to take off from this Air Force base in Nebraska. But Linda, given just what we heard Senator Biden say earlier today, you know there's this expression on Capitol Hill to show the world that the country is up and running. Do you think this is pretty likely before the day is over? I wonder why the Senate leadership is still out of sight, if not out of mind.
Well, this is on strong advice from the security forces in the city of Washington, the Capitol Police, the Secret Service, the military. They've been talking to the CIA. The two Senate leaders, as I mentioned to you earlier in the day, Senator Daschle, the majority leader, Senator Lott, the Republican leaders were immediately taken out of the Capitol and taken to an undisclosed location. Then later on, other leaders were rounded up. Helicopters came and landed on the Capitol grounds to pick up a few of them and took them out. They didn't have much choice about this. This is advice they're getting. One more thing, by the way, about security, Peter. There's going to be a briefing for all members of Congress who want to attend, an intelligence briefing at about 5 o'clock. Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton has just shown up to the location where that briefing was going to take place, with her Secret Service very much in evidence.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. So we're going to look for a manifestation sometime tonight of congressional will, congressional will to show the world that the United States is up and running, but we have no confirmation of that. And I must confess, Linda, Douglas, you still there?
Yes, I am.
I didn't realize at first, because nobody ever said it that specifically, that the leader of the Republican Democratic parties in the Senate had been taken out of the city to a secret location. They had just been moved down the street.
Yes, that's right. We have been told that they were taken out of the city. Helicopters came and picked them up on the ground, some of them. We don't know which ones got into the helicopters because it was just too far away for us to see, and took them out of Washington. But
Okay.
it could be to someplace very close.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. Going to go to Lynn Sherr and talk about the aircraft involved today in just a minute. Before we do, just want to give you some other examples of how this has affected the country as a whole. The Emmys, which were going to be held in Los Angeles, the Latin Grammys, which were scheduled, their award ceremonies for tomorrow night, I think the Latin Grammys, have now canceled or postponed their particular celebrations. We told you earlier about some of the other examples, but aside from looking at that list on the screen itself, think of this. Aside from the work stoppages, this is the first time since D-Day in 1944 that organized baseball has wiped out a whole day of regular season play. First time since D-Day in 1944, the landing of the Allied forces on the beaches at Normandy, which led ultimately to the liberation of Europe from the Germans. It's the first time since 1944 that organized baseball has done that. And there were all of the television shows in New York City, which the David Letterman show, and others on CBS, which all get television audiences, popular audiences coming from around the country. They've all canceled their tapings. They'll be either in reruns tonight. This is true of the late night show on NBC. Malls across the country, some of you who live out around about the country, you all know this better than we do, but malls around the country simply locked their doors, and people couldn't go and shop in the malls today. It was this feeling that anywhere there were people gathered, that there was a measure of vulnerability which we had seen in New York City. Now, the mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani, says at the moment that at least 2,100 people have been injured, and 600 of them taken to hospitals, and that there are 1,500 walking wounded who have been taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the New York harbor there, where the Hudson River meets the harbor. It may be live, but I'm not quite sure what you're looking at. Is this from the New Jersey side? This is from Liberty State Park, looking, I assume, across the New York harbor at an earlier point today, because the smoke is not as thick now as it was. That's live. That's a live photograph, and that dark smoke is still coming from the trade tower itself. Thank you. As for the attack on the Pentagon, the Virginia Hospital Center in Arlington, Virginia, reports there have been as many 31 people injured there and admitted to the hospital, including 2 who are in surgery. And most other patients are in intensive care, or being treated for smoke immolation. I'm joined by Tom Humphreys, but I don't know much more about you, Peter? Mr. Humphreys, than that. You were in the World Trade Center on the 57th floor.
Yes.
And you walked out.
Yes.
So take us from the beginning, would you?
Well, I was sitting at my desk working on a speech I was supposed to give this afternoon, and the building was rocked by an explosion. And
which tower were you in?
I was in Tower 1.
Right.
And the next thing I knew, I saw flaming debris cascading down the side of the building. And I was in the '93 bombing,
right.
and I knew this one was a lot worse. So we went out on the floor and basically...
You worked for a business in the building?
I worked for a law firm in the building.
Right.
And basically went on the floor, tried to figure out what was going on, figure out whether we should evacuate or not. About 5 minutes into that, we decided that it was best to get out.
You were in the south. You were in the south tower.
We were in the north tower.
Sorry, in the north tower.
North tower,
right.
which is One World Trade.
Right.
Decided that it was time to get out. Our office manager heard that the plane had been, that the building had been hit by an aircraft at the 90th floor. So we assumed that the problem was above us, and that we could evacuate, and that's what folks did.
Did you think at the moment that it was a terrorist attack? Did you think it was an accident? Did you have the vaguest idea?
I had some idea there was a bombing. Having been in the '93 incident, that kind of explosion just doesn't happen normally. I didn't know what it was, but when I heard there was a plane that hit, I thought that made some sense, and I thought that it was very unlikely that any kind of plane would hit the Trade Center accidentally, you know, on a clear day. So
was there how immediate, how deep was the concern in your colleagues and out on the common halls? Was there panic at all?
No, that's the one thing. What I found is no panic. People are concerned. People are a little apprehensive, and they want to know what to do. But both on the floor and then down the stairwell, there was no panic. And in fact, people were helping other people to an incredible degree.
Were the stairwells lighted?
Yes, this time they were. Last time they weren't. This time the stairwells were lighted. There was some smoke, but that was it wasn't nearly as bad.
Was there emergency lighting?
Yeah, there was. There was no other, there were no fire or police personnel. At that point, you're on your own.
Now, you came down from the 57th floor. Were other people coming down from the floors above you and below you?
They were coming down from the floors above. There were some injured people that came down apparently from floors where this had happened. And so we saw them as well.
And how long did it take you to get out of the building?
I estimate it took me 45 minutes or more to get out of the building.
And in the time that you were coming down, there was another aircraft hit the southern
Yeah,
tower.
I was on the 44th floor trying to get down, and we heard another, explosion. We didn't know what it was. We again saw flaming debris, and I now know that that was the second aircraft that hit.
I think you maybe know where I'm going. You were on the 90th floor. It took you 45 minutes.
57th
floor. There were people coming down from floors above you.
Right.
Is it your sense that in at least your tower, before the tower collapsed, everybody or a large percentage of people managed to be evacuated?
I think a lot of people got out. First of all, it was 8:45 in the morning, so that's relatively early by New York standards.
Right.
And then secondly, the first plane that hit, there was time to get out. I think even having said that, there were a lot of people still in that building, including the fire and police personnel, that were trying to come up. So, but my sense is that I know on our floor a lot of people got out.
And as you came down, were you joined by people on other floors? Is it a common evacuation passage down through the building?
Well, the problem was there was only one stairwell open. The other stairwells were blocked by smoke. And so you had one narrow stairwell, which is what led to the delay in the evacuation. And that's why it took so long to get out.
We've told people in the rest of the country fairly regularly, the 50,000 people who work in the two trade centers, and you say 8:45 in the morning is a little late for New York City.
It's a little early.
Sorry, a little early.
Yeah.
Do you have a feeling that a lot of people hadn't gone into the building at this point today?
I know in our offices, we're a law firm. We start at 9:30, and a lot of people were not there yet. Some of the businesses which operate on an earlier schedule, I'm sure everybody was there.
Right.
But I think that the building wasn't as full as it could have been. If it had been 2 hours later, it would have been much worse.
And did you notice today as you went to work or as you came out that it was more sparsely populated?
It was about the same. I mean, it was about a normal day.
I must confess I'm amazed at how calm you are, having been through not only the 1993 bombing, but this, and walked down by yourself, and you seem perfectly calm.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Right.
So,
and how did people behave as you were evacuating?
People, I mean, that was, I saw it again 8 years ago, and I saw it today. People were incredibly calm, and they were helping other people. I fear that some of the people that were helping other people didn't make it out of that building because, they stayed behind. and fire personnel. But people, there was no panic that I saw. And in that environment, you have a narrow stairwell, a lot of people, you don't know what's going on. It's a recipe for disaster, and the people are very, very calm.
Could you tell at all from your perspective on the 57th floor that when the aircraft hits, which we think is about the 90th floor, at least in the very top part of the building, how many floors were actually damaged at the time, or did people talk at all about the degree of damage that had been done just by the plane hitting before the building collapsed?
It was a little hard to tell. You had some people coming down from the higher floors.
So people were able to get from the higher floors down through the damaged part of the building?
Well, that I don't know.
Okay.
My sense is that they came down from floors under 90 and were able to get down above 90. I don't know. Okay. I know that in Tower 2, I talked to someone from Tower 2, and they were able to get down from around the 88th floor. They were evacuating. When our tower was hit, they were evacuating, and then their tower was hit. And even so, they were able to get down because they were on the right side of the building.
Right.
So,
and were you there when first Tower 2 and then Tower 1 collapsed?
well, I just had exited the building, and I was out on Church Street, and the way I saw it, Tower 2 came down, the South Tower came down first, and I did see that, yeah.
And then I assume you ran.
I ran like hell.
Yeah, we've seen the video of people just running like hell in every direction to get as far away as possible.
And I think the tragedy is that the police and fire personnel that were trying to help people out of that building were right at ground zero when that happened. So you have to give them a lot of credit.
As somebody said, we've said several times today, when the folks is running one way, the police and the fire department are running the other way, trying to help. Anything else aside from your survival, which strikes you at this several hours after we went through this horrible experience?
Well, I mean, I think everybody in this country believes we've got to find the people that did it, and we've got to deal with them. And, I felt this way in 1993, and I think there is no stronger emotion. I'm sorry, but this cannot happen in this country.
Many thanks, Tom. Really appreciate you helping us to understand. That's Tom Humphreys, who works in a law firm in the Trade Tower. He was in the North Tower on the 57th floor, and he walked out, and you've heard his story. And ABC's Charlie Gibson has been trying to get a handle on some of the other stories which are similar. Charlie?
Well, Peter, we've been trying to keep track of the injury situation as it exists. Obviously, the numbers of those who have died today, it's going to be some time before we have any estimates, and properly people in New York and in Washington around the Pentagon are not commenting. They shouldn't, because we don't have any concept. But as you reported a few moments ago, Mayor Giuliani did talk about the numbers of injured, saying at least, and these are very rough numbers, at least 2,100 people injured, 600 taken to hospitals, 1,500 walking wounded, he said, many of whom have been evacuated to New Jersey's Liberty State Park, right across the river, the Hudson River, from where the World Trade Centers were. And we have some further reports. ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who has been down in that area all day long, says that a triage center has been set up on the Chelsea Piers in New York City. Now, the Chelsea Piers is not a hospital area at all. It's an area that used to be shipping piers along the Hudson River in Lower Manhattan, and is now used for recreational purposes. There are tennis courts and golf driving ranges and other things there, meeting rooms, that kind of thing. It's a commercial operation, but a triage center has been set up there, and 50 makeshift operating rooms are being prepped, and hundreds of ambulances are there waiting to take injured away from that facility. But they are doing treatment of people right on the site or nearby at Chelsea Piers. Reports from some of the hospitals that are taking the injured. St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York, the numbers again very rough, but an estimate of over 200 that have been taken in there, 3 dead, 18 in critical condition, and the most chilling quote that you can hear, Dr. Stephen Stern there at St. Vincent's Hospital quoted as saying, hundreds of people coming in have been burned from head to toe. Bellevue Hospital reporting more than 100 patients brought in, 2 dead. Beth Israel reporting earlier that 70 patients had been brought in. There are some estimates from hospitals in Virginia near the Pentagon of dozens of people having been brought in there. And I guess the heartening note in all this, hospitals around New York that are not in the immediate vicinity of the World Trade Centers, people saying hundreds of donors are reportedly lined up to give blood outside Beth Israel Medical Center and some others here in New York City. And what I guess is a precursor of what is going to be the kinds of terrible news that we're going to get over the next few days, a spokesman at the medical examiner's office in New York City, the coroner's office, says that for now all of the bodies that are being brought in, dead bodies, will go to the medical examiner's office on First Avenue here in New York. They say they have room for several hundred bodies, and they are making room for more space since they anticipate more bodies will be brought in. One other note to mention, at 4:30 this afternoon Eastern Time, the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says that it has activated all 10 of FEMA's regional headquarters around the country, including those on the East Coast and then all the way west as far as San Francisco and the state of Washington. They have activated all of those regional headquarters, activated the Federal Response Plan, which FEMA says brings together 28 federal agencies and the American Red Cross, and 12 urban search and rescue teams are being dispatched. 8 of them are being sent here to New York and 4 to Washington, all deployed to search for victims of what has happened today. And the Health and Human Services Department has activated a national medical emergency system. It's really an unprecedented move, but it could dispatch nearly 7,000 volunteer doctors, nurses, pharmacists, other medical staff to areas that have been affected by today's attacks. So that brings you up somewhat to date on what's being done in terms of those who have been injured and provisions now being made for those who've been killed today. Peter?
Thank you, Charlie, very much. I just try to keep the sort of sense or the proportion of casualties into some kind of in some kind of perspective. The gentleman with whom we've just been talking, who worked in a law firm in the Northern Tower, said that after the first aircraft hit in that tower, which is 8:48 Eastern Time, this is one of those "where were you when" moments I'm just utterly convinced will be that way in historical terms. Where were you when the first aircraft and then the second aircraft crashed or were crashed into the Twin Trade Towers in New York City on this day, the 11th of the month? And there's a timeline. If it's 8 hours now since this happened, and where Mayor Giuliani speaks just a few minutes ago, they know of 2,100 people injured, and you see the pictures that the young man brought us from the absolute bottom, ground zero location, where the tower not only crashed on itself, but then crashed down into the ground. There wasn't a sound there except the sound of flames licking up from underground, and there was no sign of any person. And we know, because we've said it many times, that the fire department and the police department were going inwards, not outwards, when all of this happened. It's just absolutely impossible to get a grasp on. I'm very interested in the gentleman we spoke to a little while ago from the law firm, I've probably forgotten his last name. Say it out loud. Thank you, Tom Humphreys. Tom Humphreys, who said that it was his impression, at least in his building, in the North Tower, that a lot of people got out of that or had not arrived at work because it was, as he said, by New York standards, just a little earlier than people were accustomed. But when this young man, Mr. Saviz, brought us his video that he'd taken, just got on his motorbike up and then walked in to this scene on the ground, it is to realize that everybody's being kept, as Bill Blakemore subsequently confirmed for us, being kept at a distance from this at the side, and that's what's left on the left of the facade of the North Tower. ABC's Bob Jameson is downtown now, and Bob, we're looking at the pictures that have been brought to us by this young producer of a magazine. Can you just talk in general terms as you like?
Well, generally speaking, Peter, as the smoke blows back and forth and for a moment or two doesn't obscure both of the two World Trade Center buildings, you see so little. It's a tremendously eerie feeling to be in Lower Manhattan, looking down toward the tip of the island and seeing very few people, no traffic, the smoke continuing to billow from these buildings, and nothing where there were once these two landmarks that drew everyone's attention, whether you drove or flew or came to New York by boat. But Peter, there is a new concern, according to authorities at this moment here in Lower Manhattan, And that is the growing fear that another building in the World Trade Center complex, which was not struck by an airplane, is in danger of collapsing. That is number 7 World Trade Center, somewhat shorter, with somewhat fewer stories than numbers 1 and 2. There is a fire burning vigorously in the lower floors of that building, threatening the foundation. And the building was already damaged some 6 hours ago now when the North Tower collapsed, and part of that process of the building collapsing struck and damaged number 7 World Trade Center. So was already at some risk before this fire grew as vigorously as it has. Authorities have now moved people several blocks away from that building, and we're just watching and waiting to see what happens.
Bob, is number 7 World Trade Center, and I see you've now managed to come down to the ground, which suggests things loosen up a little bit. Is that where the mayor's emergency headquarters are?
Peter, I honestly don't know, but I will tell you that number 7 is just behind number 2. I'm in Tribeca now, and you're seeing mostly smoke from the remnants of number 1 and number 2, but there somewhere in that smoke is number 7.
I don't know how big number 7, the World Trade Center is but my recollection is a fairly low building, isn't it? Or is...
Yes, I would guess, and I'm sorry to have to make a guess, that it is only about half as tall as number 2.
Okay.
That seems to me what it appeared to be.
We'll find out soon enough. I appreciate it, Bob. Thanks very much. Bob Jameson, who, as this day unveils, manages to get closer and closer. In a minute, we're going to talk to a freelance photographer who got really close today, but he's making a phone call at the moment. Take your time, Evan, and we'll come back to you. I can see where you've been just by the state of your equipment at this moment. But as it has been about 8 hours now, let us try to bring you up to date with the horrendous sights and sounds of this attack on the United States and its citizens today. Here's ABC's John Donvan.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it. But we just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at
the first thing any television camera saw this morning was this. Just before 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes earlier, an American Airlines jet hijacked from Boston had crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 92 people on board.
It does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in.
Minutes later, the second plane, the second tower. The fireball ate up the aircraft. It was a United Airlines flight, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. There had been 65 people on board.
I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
New York City was staggered.
As soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
And still it wasn't over. This was the Southern Tower falling in on itself. It was now roughly an hour since the first attack. Meanwhile, it was beginning here in Washington. Another hijacked plane hits the Pentagon.
U.S. officials are saying there was no warning, no indicators of any kind of a likely terrorist attack. Number 2, they say Pentagon officials within the intelligence and the counterterrorism offices are now looking at this very intensely.
ABC reporters across the city are beginning to hear the word terrorism.
It seems obvious unofficially to people here that it was a terrorist attack, but they obviously can't reach any firm conclusions at this point. So the Pentagon is engaged, and I'm sure law enforcement is, but they say they had no warnings.
Report piles on report.
Okay, there's been an explosion of some kind that shook the grounds of the Capitol. We all heard it. Everybody ran for cover. We don't know where it was. We don't see the smoke yet. Everybody's saying, get back. We're running. They're screaming at us to get back.
On television, it looked like it was happening all over. 10:28 a.m., New York City, and in the shadow of the one remaining tower, a snatch of conversation between a reporter and a rescuer.
Why are they pulling us out of here?
Because the tower's leaning.
The North Tower is hit.
Broadway.
Right, Marty, quick. Oh my God, there it goes!
I looked up as soon as we got across the street. I looked up, I saw the tower start to buckle. I just turned and ran, ducked down, put a jacket over my head. 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
Washington, the White House is evacuated.
The Office of Personnel Management says all federal office buildings in the Washington area have been evacuated and closed. The employees sent home immediately.
The evacuation order creates instant gridlock in downtown Washington. The president was not in the city. He was in Florida visiting a school.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Officials at this end are not confirming that the president's plane is going to Andrews. We don't know if it's going to Andrews or some other location. All they've said is that he will convene a National Security Council meeting, and we don't know where that will take place either. Obviously, they want to keep a lot of people guessing as to the president's whereabouts.
Now it was lunchtime, and yet more terrible news is coming in. Another United airliner with 45 people on board has crashed south of Pittsburgh, presumably another victim of terrorism.
We talked to a couple of people who actually witnessed the plane going down and said it was quite devastating. Went right down into the woods. They saw all sorts of debris flying out into the woods and into the trees, and it's quite a devastating scene from what we're told.
At this point, it is hard to believe we're still in the same day that began with this picture. National Guard units are out. Washington is shut down. Airports in the U.S. and Canada are closed. And the death toll, still uncountable, is also unimaginable. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
Excellent report from John Donvan, pulling together this day, which has so much immediacy, so much history, such magnitude to it, and touches every American. And as I turn around on occasion to look at the computer screen behind me, I find emails coming in from people in other countries, Canada and Europe included, from friends and from families and colleagues, all expressing this deep empathy and sympathy for people here today who had friends and acquaintances, but just seeming at whatever distance to appreciate what is happening, even though they were not close to it. We're now joined by a young man who was very close to it again. This is Evan Fairbanks. He's a freelance photographer. Interestingly enough, you and I were just talking about journalists' emotions at a time like this, and the last thing journalists can afford to do is to fall prey to their emotions at a time like this, because it's too hard in the middle of a story. But you were very close this morning and photographing on assignment for a church when things began to happen. So we're going to show your videotape, if we may, though you're principally a still photographer? Or both?
Still and video.
Okay. Can we just look at what your first video is and explain it to us?
I walked out of Trinity Church after we had a blackout in our studio, and one of the studio managers grabbed one of our cameras when we knew what was happening. And I went out and was shooting aftermath.
Good God.
And I suddenly saw a plane flying into my viewfinder and said, gee, it's kind of close for that to be here now, and then realized what happened.
Yeah.
And
we'll run this again, because I think this is, can we run that again, Roger Goodman? That's Roger Goodman, our director, because this is, we've seen footage before of people on the run, and I understand that that's your shadow as you went by a storefront.
Yeah, actually, it was. It's the first time I've seen that.
And was there absolute panic immediately?
Instantly. It was just pandemonium. Nobody knew what to do. There was no clear thinking. People were just reacting to kind of save themselves and the people around them. And this is subsequently,
you're in the same location when the building comes down.
I had been taken downstairs by Port Authority police who knew that I had this videotape. And we were moving actually to go back to the Trinity Church to make them a dub of the tape in a format that they could use on a VHS tape. And suddenly I heard one of the guys say, hey, Evan, watch out.
Hang on just a second. If you look in the upper, this now is frozen. This is an angle of this attack that we have not seen before. At the top of the building on your left, out of the left, will come the building. And watch how the aircraft penetrates the building. Go ahead. completely in one side and out the other.
It just disappeared. It disappeared like a bad special effect. It disappeared right into the building. I've seen it 6, 7 times now. It's still incomprehensible what is actually happening there. You're right. As a journalist, you have to take yourself away from it, and I'm still not there yet. And the more and more I see it, and as time goes by,
the modern technology enables us to see horror just as we are able to see sport in a variety of different speeds, or at a variety of different speeds. And I think you now have a better appreciation than we have had up until now, for which we thank you, Evan, because we see exactly how determined somebody was to do this horrible damage, taking a plane so powerfully and so fast in one side of the building, other. Tell me more what it's been like for you today as working the street.
It's numbing. It's like being in the fourth dimension. It's like we're not even it's not even New York City where it's happening. Nothing is normal. People are just walking in a daze up and down the streets. Nobody knows where to go. I just feel kind of this nervous, anxious buzz, and still unfathomable.
Trinity Church, one of the oldest, I think the oldest Episcopal church, certainly in this part of the world, certainly the oldest in the city, on the edge of Wall Street there. Was it being used? Did people come to it for any subsequent occasion?
We were only shooting a kind of a teleconference up in the 4th floor TV studio there. And we were all sitting in the studio about an hour before our airtime, and there was the lights went out for a second, they flickered. And we kind of joked with the studio guys that they just put in a new studio and said, hey, you guys better watch out for that. That's not normal. And then within 10 seconds, people came running in and said that the Trade Center had been hit. They tried to call a production meeting and ask people to stay in the building, and people were just kind of fleeing. And I grabbed my still camera and was going to run out, not really heeding what anybody was saying there, knowing what was happening outside and feeling the need to be there. And one of the guys came out of the studio with a camera and was putting a tape in it, and I just grabbed it and ran.
And we saw the shadow of you running across the street. What was you afraid of, principally, as you were running?
I was afraid that I was going to be rained upon by whatever was coming off the building. So I knew that I had a few seconds to get basically an establishing shot, and then I had to look out for myself. And I ran. I was on the southeast corner of the plaza. I'm not sure exactly what building is there. And I just went around the corner a little south on Church and just got underneath a car and pointed.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing to follow this devastating terrorist attack on the nation today.
You just saw the pictures. The first attack happened this morning in New York City, bringing both towers of the World Trade Center down. 2 planes thought to be controlled by hijackers slammed into the tops of the Twin Towers. Tonight, we are learning new details, new information. The pilots on board that first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, were from New England. That flight left Logan Airport bound for Los Angeles just after 8 a.m. Co-pilot Tom McGinnis from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, was in the cockpit alongside pilot John Oganowski from Dracut, Massachusetts. Another Boston plane en route to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175. There it was, the second to slam into the Twin Towers within 20 minutes after the first crash at the World Trade Center. The Pentagon also targeted this morning by a hijacked jet. American Flight 77 from Dulles bound for LA, and yet another hijacked plane crashed in western Pennsylvania. United Airlines flight from Newark to San Francisco happened around 10 a.m.
So 4 planes in total involved in today's attacks. The first, American Airlines Flight 11, that plane carrying 92 people, first to crash into the World Trade Center. It had just taken off from Boston Logan and was headed to LA when it was hijacked. Second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. That crash saw by millions on live television. That was United Flight 175. That plane was also en route from Logan to Los Angeles, that plane carrying 65 people. American Flight 77, 62 on board. The third plane crashed. That plane headed from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles when it apparently slammed into the Pentagon. And the last crash, United Flight number 92 from Newark to San Francisco. That flight carrying 45 people crashed 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at 10 a.m. near Johnstown. And if you would like information, if you can get any information at all about loved ones, anyone you know on those flights, write down these numbers. American Airlines information number 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines information 1-800-932-8555.
Now, the family of John Ogonowski, the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11, did speak to the public today. Ogonowski grew up in Lowell, lived in Dracut, Massachusetts. He leaves behind a wife and 3 daughters. Kate Amara live in Dracut tonight. Kate, I believe the brother of the pilot already calling him an American hero today.
He did. He said he was a war hero today. He also said John Ogonowski left his farm here at 6 o'clock this morning to go to work for American Airlines to fly his regular route from Boston to L.A. And his brother Jim did want to talk to us today to put a human face on what at this point is still an incalculable tragedy. John Ogonowski was 52 years old. He leaves behind his wife, Peggy, and 3 young daughters, 2 of whom go to school in Pelham, New Hampshire. Jim says that his brother's lifelong dream was to fly. He was an Air Force veteran, and he was a pilot with American Airlines for the last 22 years.
Family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out.
The family says that this land behind me is John Ogonowski's legacy, 150 acres of open space. On this land, they farmed corn, pumpkins, and blueberries. And his brother Jim says John loved his work on the land even more than his work in the air. Live in Dracut, Massachusetts, I'm Kate Amara, WMUR News 9.
And now the story and what we know so far about Tom McGinnis, the co-pilot of Flight 11 American Airlines. He's from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. McGinnis had a wife, leaves behind 2 teenage children as well. His Seacoast neighborhood and church community devastated, totally shocked by the news of this day. He's described as a devoted family man, active in his church and in his community. A prayer service has now been scheduled for tonight in honor of McGinnis and the nation for that matter. We'll bring you much more on the life of Tom McGinnis from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. That's coming your way tonight at 6 o'clock. And if you would like to attend that prayer service, it will be held at Bethany Congregational Church in Greenland, New Hampshire. It begins at 7 o'clock tonight.
More tragic news to pass along as well with the New Hampshire connection. News 9 has learned that an employee of BAE Systems in Hudson, New Hampshire, also on board American Airlines Flight 11 this morning. Charles Jones of Bedford, Massachusetts, joined BAE right here in New Hampshire after a distinguished career with the U.S. Air Force. He is survived by a wife and many family members.
Airline travel paralyzed all over the country. Flights from coast to coast grounded until further notice, at least until noon tomorrow. That was the early indication. It may be longer. Scott Spradling has spent the day at Manchester Airport, and he joins us live with information from there. Scott?
Tom, it's very quiet here at the airport. In fact, the only real presence here in the terminal tonight is that of law enforcement. Airport security is said to be at its highest possible level. Earlier this afternoon, Director Kevin Dillon held a meeting with state and local law enforcement to discuss future security measures. They are awaiting final orders from the FAA about new orders that will be implemented sometime in the near future. Now, officials cannot say what changes will be made in the wake of the multiple hijackings this morning, but travelers can expect tighter security and possibly more delays.
People in this country like free movement and don't want to be restricted at airports, but quite frankly, I think today's events show the need to step up security.
Tom, as you mentioned earlier, all flights right now in and out of Manchester are currently canceled, and it is looking like there will be no planes lifting off the ground in Manchester before tomorrow at noon. However, there are more meetings scheduled for later tonight, and the airlines are in constant contact with folks here at the Manchester airport and at airports throughout the country. They're trying to figure out how exactly to get everyone to their destinations, both from today's cancellations and trying to get back into normal operations. Reporting live in Manchester, Scott Spradling, WMUR News 9.
Thank you, Scott. Suffice it to say that people in the United States and across the world are shocked by today's terrorist attacks. It's nearly impossible for adults to understand all of this. Even more difficult might be trying to explain what has happened to your kids. Mary Temke from the UNH Cooperative Extension is with us tonight to give us some ideas about how to talk to our children. Mary, thank you for coming in. Let me first ask you, with the images that will be bombarding our kids over the airwaves and the radio, where do we begin in helping them understand?
First, you want to ask them what they know about the situation and how they're feeling about it. We can only assume that just all children know about the situation now, even preschool children. They may not know the details, but they know something bad has happened and they have feelings about that. For your younger children, younger school-age children, preschool-age children, limit the amount of exposure they have to the situation. Turn off the television set. Have dinner. Talk about their homework, see that they do that, read a story, get them to bed on time. In other words, try to keep their routines as consistent as possible, and that goes for your school-age children as well. Your teenagers are probably, because of their level of intellectual development, they'll be, I think, very curious about this, want to know about this, also will be frightened and will want to feel your support for them and know that you will keep them safe.
I'm sure children will have reactions that kind of run the gamut, from kids who will retreat perhaps into their rooms, not want to talk about it, to kids who will want to stay up with their parents and teachers and learn all they can. About those kids who retreat, what should we do to reach them, and should we worry about the kids who aren't asking any questions?
Children can sometimes, some children don't like to talk about these things, but maybe you could suggest to them that they write about it, or maybe it will come out in their artwork, or some other type of activity that they are doing. Even, you know, some kids, when they're feeling anxious and frightened, will go out and play basketball or something, shoot hoops. So children express their anxieties and their fears in very different ways, and just being aware of that, observing your children, and trying to find a way for them to express their feelings would be an important thing to do.
And maybe don't underestimate the resilience of our kids, right?
That's absolutely right.
Okay, Mary Temke from the UNH Cooperative Extension, a tough topic, but we appreciate you coming in and joining us tonight.
You're very welcome.
And of course, we will bring you more local coverage of the attacks tonight at 6 o'clock, but for now, we want to return you to ABC News, and we'll be back.
Embassies around the world, including Berlin, where German citizens brought flowers to the gates as a memorial to today's victims. And as air traffic into and out of London's Heathrow Airport was delayed, flights to the U.S. were canceled indefinitely, British Prime Minister Tony Blair had this to say.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together and eradicate this evil completely from our world.
And of course, as you listen to Tony Blair, thank you very much, Jim Wooten, our senior correspondent overseas in Europe, for that report. But Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, puts it as aptly as anybody in the world could put it today. We are now confronting, and have for some long period of time, a new and different evil in the world by people who are totally fanatics. I think that was precisely what he said. And who are, and this is the key to all this, of course, are utterly indifferent to the people they are attacking. They are launching an attack on the United States of America, totally indifferent. As one of the people who'd been, as the young man who took photographs for us on the site itself down at the trade tower said earlier today, utterly indifferent to the people who may be in any of these locations, whether they could have been brothers or aunts or relatives even of the people who launched these attacks. That is not unimaginable because the world is such a mobile place at the moment. And there, in that report from Jim Wooten, you also see, under any number of circumstances in other places, security guards whipping out their guns and going to do what they do for their individual clients, because everywhere in the world today, this is true in the Soviet Union, in the former nations of the Soviet Union, this is true all over we've lived with the Balkans now, everybody lives with the possibility that this is going to happen to the person they work for or are close to or in their community, and now the United States, as it was at the time of Oklahoma City. I'm reminded, I try to draw a parallel for you without getting too long-winded about this, that in Israel and in the Palestinian territories today, this is how people live. They walk around in both Israel and the Palestinian territories. It doesn't matter where in Israel, doesn't matter where in the Palestinian territories. Totally conscious all the time that this could indeed happen to them at any given moment. ABC's John Miller has been off for a while talking because he knows them better than most of the police and the fire department, and you arrived and said there's no good news.
No, in fact, the news is bad. There's only more difficulty. What we expected to learn was that there were rescue operations going on, and of course our own reporters have told us that it seems that police and fire rescue workers have drawn back. That, I am told, is because 7 World Trade Center, which is a building, part of the World Trade Center complex, it's the building across Vesey Street from the 2 Twin Towers. Ironically, as you and I spoke with Jerry Howard much earlier, it is the building that headquarters the New York City Emergency Management Office, a bunker that was built to withstand explosion, hurricane, and disaster. 7 World Trade Center is possibly structurally unsound, and they fear that if that building goes, it could cause so many more injuries to rescue workers in the rubble of what was the Twin Towers across the street. So they are continuing to fight the fire, but they've pulled the rescuers back until they can really assess what's going to happen with that building.
And Bob Jameson, who we talked to, who gave us first early warning of this some time ago, wasn't sure exactly how tall that building was. Number 7 World Trade Center is 47 stories tall. And I assume, maybe you know, but listen first of all. Again, you hear the sounds. I apologize. I thought it was something new coming. John, I assume that the 7, the World Trade Center, has been evacuated?
Yes, it's been evacuated, and they're just trying to assess what they can do to it to ensure its structural stability before they send people in to go through the rubble and look for survivors.
And do they believe this was made structurally unsound by the concussion of the Twin Towers falling?
Yes, and literally by the fact that so much of one of the Twin Towers fell on top of the building. In fact, as Jerry Howard told us earlier, people couldn't get in or get out of the entrances because it was buried in the rubble of the Twin Towers, most of the ground floor of it. They've been able to get people out, but they don't know that the building is safe.
Do your police and fire department contacts believe that under the rubble here of the North Tower, which collapsed, which we have seen, which we're looking at this moment, do they believe that there's survivors under there?
They are certainly holding out the possibility and the hope, especially since so many of them are police and fire personnel. There's a real difficulty for them right now because their instinct is to run in and save their people, and perhaps cooler heads in the emergency management have said we can't afford to lose any more people if another building goes. So they're terribly torn between their instincts to rescue the civilians and their own colleagues, and the numbers of unaccounted for among the police and fire as they do their spot roll calls to relocate everybody who responded are growing.
Stay with me for just a second, because I want to talk very briefly who's on the telephone. Gary Breeze, who's the head of the International Association of Firefighters, who will have been in contact with the fire departments here in New York City. Do you hear me, Mr. Breeze?
I can hear you, thank you.
I know exactly what your sentiments are today, and I think John Miller has made it very clear. Everybody runs and your people go in. But in your contacts today, we've been working with the notion that a couple of hundred firefighters may be missing. Do you know anything about this?
We still have several hundred firefighters unaccounted for. Fire Department of New York, when they send an initial assignment to the World Trade Center, it involves about 125 firefighters on the initial assignment. And without a doubt, when they realize the severity of the situation, they dispatch greater alarms and probably had between about 300 firefighters on the scene before the first collapse occurred. The issue here is now the criticality of the next 24 to 36 hours. We're moving from the initial impact of this incident to the rescue and recovery phases. And one of the challenges, as Jerry Hauer was saying, is that the desire for rescue. We find statistically that about 90% of the people that are rescued from building collapses are rescued in the first 24 hours. So this next time period will be very critical for the rescue of injured people.
Now, Mr. Priest, as you have talked to your colleagues in New York, though, where are you, by the way?
I happen to be in Denver today.
Right. As you've talked to your colleagues in New York, do you get any sense from them about whether what you describe as rescue and recovery is going to be more recovery than rescue?
I think it's going to be both. The World Trade Center is a horrific disaster. The primary rescue efforts will be taking place in the buildings that surround the World Trade Center. We have some 8 urban search and rescue teams on the way there now, but they will take at least 24 hours to become operational.
Is this one of those situations where fire departments, not dissimilar from a forest fire, where fire departments are coming in from long distances, or is there enough men and material in the immediate area to help?
I think from the initial response, fire departments from the New York area, surrounding New York City, New Jersey, Connecticut, and maybe even Pennsylvania have already begun moving toward New York City. The urban search and rescue teams are coming from as far away as California.
What do you mean by an urban search and rescue team? Is this the same kind of team that would go to an earthquake?
Yes, these are the structural collapse rescue teams. And for New York City, there's 3 teams coming from California, 1 team coming from Massachusetts.
Mr. Breeze, let me interrupt you because we've had another building collapse. ABC's Bob Jameson. Bob. Bob Jameson? Okay. There has been another building collapse in lower New York. It may, and we won't even speculate as to what it is, but another building has collapsed. Just reconfirming that when the 2 trade towers collapse, you see people moving. These people are not as close as they look. They're at some distance away because the police have kept them at this distance. And another building, and maybe, John, you can recognize this, in this immediate area, I'm not going to speculate that it's number 7, but because a number of buildings in the immediate adjacent area are vulnerable.
This is looking towards the World Trade Center, and that dark building in the upper left-hand corner is the telephone company on West Street. So this is a few blocks north, looking south. This is from 6th Avenue and Canal Street, looking south.
And do we know how close either you, I'm going to bring George Stephanopoulos in a moment, do we know how close this collapse might have been to the trade towers? You know the streets well.
What you see, the smoke coming up from this structure. I'm trying to discern from the pictures if that is the bottom of the World Trade Center or another building.
Okay, the Associated Press is just reporting. George Stephanopoulos, are you in a position? We think this is Trade Center building number 7, which has collapsed.
Yes, I'm not positive, Peter, but we are pretty sure that it is. One of our crew here saw it go straight down, and you're now trained on the plume of smoke coming straight out of that building. It happened just moments ago. It happened within 5 minutes, and that looks to be certainly within that immediate vicinity of the Trade Center. It just went straight down.
Then in all likelihood, this is probably number 7, the building which...
It's the one... For several hours now, Peter, the police have been concerned that there was going to be another collapse. They were concerned that World Trade Center number 7 was the most likely to collapse, and it certainly is in that square where the World Trade Center was.
And there you get a good look from that graphic of the relationship between number 7 and the North and the South towers. And there's the World Financial Center down at the foot of the North Trade Towers. You may have been with us a little earlier on today when Betsy Stark, our business reporter, just pointed out the huge number of businesses that are in there. Morgan Stanley, I think it was, she said, had 50 stories in the one building. And there are also government buildings. New York State has offices in the Twin Trade Towers itself. The Port Authority.
Entities, the U.S. Customs Service, the United States Secret Service, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which ironically is tasked with investigating explosives and post-blast scenes, are all headquartered in the buildings just beneath the World Trade Center's Twin Towers within the same complex. They're the lower buildings in the courtyard there. So obviously they've all been affected. And if in fact, as it appears, as you look here, you do not see 7 World Trade Center in this part of the skyline here. The brown granite and glass building that should be there does not appear in this frame. So if in fact it is the building that went down, it's an indicator that the decision to keep rescue workers out of the Twin Towers area was probably a wise one. It probably saved many more lives. Now, from this vantage point,
you cannot see it. It would just be to the north, to the lower right portion of your screen,
right.
Building number 7
it
there.
would be that brown one just to the right of the Twin Towers, the lower one.
In the World Trade Center itself, Morgan Stanley has 21 floors. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey has half a dozen floors. One of the big risks service insurance companies, AON, has 3 floors in the North Towers. Empire Blue Cross has 7 floors in the South Tower. Another insurance company has 7 floors. Bank of America has 3 floors. Deutsche Bank, the German bank, now International Bank, has 3 floors as well. So, and as John was talking there, the evocation a little bit of what happened in Oklahoma City is taking a look at the New York skyline there. And John,
yes.
Take us across the skyline there.
We're coming down from the Woolworth building. Right. You're seeing where number 7 World Trade Center once stood. Now you're seeing the building that would have been directly next to it. This brown building in the right corner of the frame was the next door neighbor to the building, which is now just a large puff of smoke. That's a telephone company facility that was directly across the street from what was a skyscraper.
But you were pretty sure when we were talking just a few minutes ago, based on talking to the cops and the fire department, that building was essentially empty.
I was told that they had done an evacuation, and I had the impression it was complete because they weren't talking about a furious continuing of that. Of course, they had moved people, emergency people, out of the scene, but you still don't know. I mean, there's always a skeleton crew operating there. There was fire trucks and firefighters working from a distance to fight the fires in the rubble in the area. So while they hadn't had the full army of rescue workers that could have been there present, you didn't have that.
George Stephanopoulos. Go ahead, George.
As we said before, we're about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center site, but we were getting some of the silt and debris up here, this far away from the World Trade Center. Secondly, Peter, there is a much more heightened activity from police cars, dump trucks, and other emergency vehicles now in the area. They're congregating about 3 blocks away and looking to go down towards the World Trade Center. We just saw 3 police cars go by and other cars that were completely covered in dust and debris.
Is Gary Breeze from the Firefighters Association still with us?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, Peter.
And I was just asking for Gary, do you know whether or not number 7 had been fully evacuated in the course of the last 7 or 8 hours?
No, not firsthand, but I can tell you that if it was possible to be evacuated, it would have been cleared out. That's one of the first jobs that a firefighter will undertake, is getting the civilians out of the buildings. And I think it's reasonable, since they've had this much time, and it wasn't terribly structurally damaged in the initial blast, that they probably got everybody out.
Okay, Gary, thank you very much. And George, we'll let you all go back to working your sources at the minute. The Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, is going to have another news conference in a little while to now, and there's no person in the city who has a better handle at this point on everything that is happening. He was a little reluctant, understandably, to give some sense of magnitude early on in terms of casualties, but he surely knew this was coming as we did. And while we are waiting for him, take a slight right turn here for the moment and talk to our aviation expert, John Nance. It's actually not a right turn. It takes us back to the very beginning of this day. John, are you there on the phone? John Nance?
Yes, I sure am, Peter. Can you hear me? Yes, Peter, can you hear me?
I can indeed, John. And one of the things that just comes as, I think, a shock to people today is that for the most part, we thought that U.S. airliners were, if not immune from hijacking, were far better able to handle such situations. And we get 3 major aircraft on 2 major airlines in one day. How is it possible?
Peter, I think we've all been aware in commercial aviation that no matter how we hardened up the system against the casual hijacker, in other words, the middle case or somebody who really isn't terribly well organized, we've always known that our vulnerability level remained very high for somebody who intended to commit suicide and who was determined to do a lot of planning to know exactly what to do and how to do it to break in. And I think that's what we have seen today. This is the type of threat that has been our worst nightmare as commercial air crews and in the commercial aviation business, because if we tried to harden our system against this, we'd get fewer than 20% of the normal air traffic in the air every day.
What do you mean by that? By harden the system against it, you'd only get 20% up every day?
Well, Peter, we don't know exactly how these people got on board. We don't know what happened, but El Al is a good example. They have not had an incident in a long, long time because they're extremely careful.
The Israeli airline.
Travel with them, yes, correct. If you travel with them, you are going to answer questions. You are going to be very carefully looked at. They know who they carry, and that's one reason they've been so safe. But if we tried to apply that same level of security to the entire civil air traffic system of the United States, we would cut down the amount of air traffic by, well, down to 1/5, and that's probably being conservative.
Is it your feeling, John, that at the moment, I realize you can't agree to this wholly given what's happened today, that the system is about as tight as the public will tolerate, given the extraordinary amount of air travel we do? That's an issue, right?
I think we can do what we, yeah, it is difficult, but I think we can do what we do a lot better, Peter. But I don't think that basically that we have a situation here in which we can get much more tight.
Now, John, I think it was you, or can you still hear me, John? John Nance can't hear me for a second, but while they try to reconnect us with him, because he's so good on this particular subjects, I think it was John or earlier who said that the modern airplane, the 757 and the 767, were both involved today, are such sophisticated aircraft in the cockpit that they're actually simpler to fly. And so it is clear, John believed earlier, that whomever did this today on board the aircraft itself had to have some knowledge of how to steer a plane into a building, because no one today has been able to believe that a commercial airline captain on a U.S. aircraft would not sacrifice his own life rather than fly his own airplane into a building full of people. John, I'm just reviewing. You back with me now? John Nance?
Yes, I'm back with you.
I'm just reviewing this notion you brought up earlier. I'm reviewing this notion you brought up earlier today, that someone who was determined to fly an aircraft into 2 buildings like this, 3 including the Pentagon, didn't have to be an expert flyer to get at the controls. Explain again, would you?
Well, I think anyone who has, in our terms, a licensed pilot, even somebody who flew a smaller airplane, could manipulate controls of a jetliner once it got in the air. The problem is that if you're doing the planning for something this heinous, and you want to make absolutely sure that all of your aircraft reach their targets, you're going to want to put pilots who have some exposure to this type of airplane, or at least this class of airplane, into those seats. And that's why I don't believe that we had anything other than pilots that were put into this position, and probably the air crews, I'm speculating wildly, obviously, but I would imagine that the air crews that were assigned to those flights were probably killed very rapidly.
So it would take a minimum of experience, but some familiarity with a cockpit of a 757 or a 67 to do what was done today.
I believe so, Peter, because
saying,
again, you know, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying that any pilot could get into those cockpits with an airplane in flight and physically pull and push and turn and manipulate that airplane. But if you're planning this and you want to make sure that they do it right and they don't mess it up somehow, you're going to want people who have had exposure to that class of airplane. And that's where I think we may end up seeing this investigation go.
And I actually think, if I recall correctly, that many hours ago you raised the possibility that someone who did this had some time in a simulator.
There is a high likelihood that if you were going to plan this again over a period of time, a year or 2, that you could, if you were the planning organization, find a way to get your pilots that you wanted trained into a simulator someplace in the world. There are a lot of 757 and 767 training, or a lot of it available. And, you know, our people train air crews from all over the world, our people meaning in the United States. we wouldn't necessarily have any clue of what was in their hearts or what they were planning to do if they came in the door from a legitimate carrier or even a private operator of a 757, because there are some private ones out there.
Thank you, John. Is there anything else you need to add? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just one other thing. This is an unusual situation, and one of the little flags in this, Peter, at this early stage is the fact that we're talking about only 757s and 767s. That is the only combination of big airplanes that have what we call a common type rating. In other words, if you're rated in one, you can fly the other. The cockpits are almost identical. And that may be of no consequence here. It may have simply been coincidental, but it also raises a little flag that maybe we are dealing with somebody who planned this on the basis of having trained for this type of airplane.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much indeed, which certainly speaks to the point that any number of analysts of terrorism, somebody said this morning, nobody wants to be described as an expert on terrorism today, as analysts of terrorism and terrorism activity, and who try to monitor it around the world as effectively as they can, have said this was today a very sophisticated operation. We do know now, we believe, that about 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack on the Pentagon. And as John McCarthy from the Pentagon has said to us on several occasions, there is no guarantee that that is the final number. But currently, the information from the Pentagon is that 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack. And you recall that Mayor Giuliani of New York, the closest he has come to giving casualty figures, which he's very understandably reluctant to do, that 2,100 people were injured, 600 taken to hospital, 1,500 walking wounded taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the Hudson River, actually in New Jersey, where the Statue of Liberty, all this in full view of the Statue of Liberty, and that various hospitals from New York City all the way to Canada are treating people today who have been somehow injured in this. Now, I want to talk to Lynn Scher, who has been following the aircraft all day. That is the American and United Airlines planes involved in these incidents. Lynn?
As you well know, the only video that we've seen of an actual crash was of that second flight. That was the United flight that crashed into the second World Trade Tower. What we're going to show you now is some very crude animation of the first flight. That was American Airlines 11. That's the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that went into the first World Trade Tower. What this is animation based on the track of the plane, data coming from the FAA. You're going to hear Walter Cross, the programmer, describing it.
The flight took an immediate hard left turn due south. The speed initially decreased by over 100 miles an hour and then increased to over 500. And then as it approached the New York area, it slowed to all the way down to about 300 knots. And then tragically it impacted in the World Trade Center. American 11 was indeed the first flight. We have confirmed that of the two.
And that, again, that was the voice of Walter Cross, the programmer who put that animation together. What that shows you is this flight on its way to Los Angeles headed due west and then made that very sharp turn. Mr. Cross also told us that there was an indication of some air violence right before that left-hand turn, violent changes in airspeed as the plane went off track to head into the World Trade Towers. On that flight, 92 people, not counting the hijacker. And Peter, I've done some very quick calculations. Of course, all of the planes involved in today's incidents were headed to California. 3 of them to Los Angeles, 1 to San Francisco, 2 had left Boston, 1 from Dulles, 1 from Newark Airport. Total number of passengers and crew, 266 people, not, of course, counting the hijackers. Peter?
Thanks very much, Lynn. And the issue of taking off from Boston and Dulles and all headed for California, John Miller raised the issue before of whether or not, there are lots of reasons, and again we'd be speculating, but he makes the point that aircraft taking off from Boston and Dulles outside Washington to go to California would have full loads of fuel on them, thereby creating a far greater explosive potential without having had to have explosives on board and getting them past U.S. security, either at Dulles Airport or at Boston. 266 people on the aircraft alone today who have died in this attack on the United States and on the American people. Now, in our control room, somebody says there is a... Let me go first to Bill Blakemore and then perhaps to Joe Torres of WABC, our affiliate in New York. Bill Blakemore, you there? And I gather you saw number 7 come down.
Yes, I did, Peter. I'm standing right on the West Side Highway. The skyline of the financial district has changed again. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking to some people. I was facing north. I saw shock in their face, heard screams, spun around, and then we just watched the building fall in on itself. I believe we have a little bit of tape here. That's, Peter, it was an astonishing thing because the civilians who were standing around here were all amazed, but things have become so bizarre down here that the hundreds of firemen who were standing around looked at it, felt a bit shocked, but then just said, well, we're going to have even more work to do. Associate producer Lucy Kerrigan had been over near that building just a little bit earlier, and the policeman had told her that they feared the building was going to come down, that they were evacuating people from around it. So that's one little bit of good news, is that there may have been fewer casualties from this latest collapse than there otherwise might have been because they knew of the potential. But it's now still a very hot day here. The search and rescue operation is mounting even larger. There are dozens and dozens of fire trucks backed up on the West Side Highway, police trucks. There are what look like hundreds of volunteers who have showed up, who have been marshaled by the Red Cross, all with masks to avoid breathing in dust, but nobody can go in yet. We're still looking at buildings that are on fire down in the center of the financial district, and it's clearly a great deal of devastation. It's not too strong a word at all. It's going to take a while even to assess how bad it is.
Bill, do you have any idea whether or not other buildings in the immediate area are vulnerable at the moment, whether there's concern about any other building as there was about this additional one after the towers?
Well, from the angle I'm looking at, we can see one other building still on fire, and it seems to be on fire through the length of it. I would estimate that's like about a 30 or 40 story building. The problem for any one of us, of course, is that because of the other buildings down here still standing, which are so tall, you can't get a very clean view of the whole thing from the ground. But there's at least one, and it's clearly going to go on into the night. There's a lot of black smoke pouring out of that building now.
Thank you, Bill. Just we just stay with this photograph for this graphic for just a second. Well, no, there's number 7 coming down. When you think that part of the component of news coverage around the country every year is the excitement and the fun that people get watching an old building being demolished, and they wire it very carefully for days, and it's a very careful operation in order to make sure that a building comes down safely. I think the last one we saw was when they brought down one of the old casinos in Las Vegas. I mean, this is just stunning to see these things come down inside. In the case of the north and south towers there of the World Trade Center, come down within a couple of hours as a result of the structural damage, weakening that was done when these aircraft hit them. And now number 7, the World Trade Center, which is 47 stories tall. We're talking with the World Trade Center north and south 110 stories tall. An eerie experience to be in them at the best of times. They sway in the wind, and people have long had experiences with them. But those, and as Bill Blakemore said just a moment ago, the landscape of New York City has changed one again. And in this instance, it's not New York City, it's not New Yorkers' cities, it's everybody in the country's city at this moment, because this was an attack on the United States, no question about it. Everybody said it all day, a declaration of war, an act of war against the United States. We've had a number of politicians and commentators, us included, who were reminded that the last time there was an attack like this on the United States was Pearl Harbor, which finally induced the United States to get fully involved in World War II. And we're going to go on all day, and we'll continue throughout the night trying to get some grasp of this. What do we know at the moment? The president is on his way back to Washington, and we're not certain whether he's going to be helicoptered in from Andrews Air Force Base, which is tradition, but the security apparatus is concerned, and so he may come in a motorcade. I can't remember the last time a president went or came from Andrews Air Force Base in a motorcade. Maybe the last time was Bill Clinton. No, I don't even think Bill Clinton at the end of his inauguration went out. But there's another example. And the president wants to speak to the nation. And Linda Douglas reports from Capitol Hill that the leadership in Congress tonight wants to have. You have who on the telephone? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I apologize. Thank you. First time I've heard about it. Judge Webster?
Yes, Peter.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were on the phone.
No, it's been very interesting, and I'm glad to listen.
Thank you, sir. This is Judge William Webster, the former director of the FBI, on the phone, one of the country, and the CIA as well, as my friend John Miller points out. Judge Webster, maybe you could help us understand many things, but at the outset, when this happened today, does this overwhelm the FBI and drive the CIA into some kind of turmoil at the same time?
When it happened today, is that your question?
Yes, sir.
It seemed to me that they responded quickly. The FBI's emergency operations centers were in place. CIA, of course, is going back to its intelligence and see what they had, what they didn't have. I think what you usually find in a situation like that is grim determination to do a good job. I don't think it's any kind of frustration or frenzy.
And as you have watched these events unfold today and perhaps even talked to your colleagues, your former colleagues in the FBI and the CIA, what's your appreciation of this as a whole event?
Well, it's an extraordinary event, and it brings home what we've been saying about the change of terrorism in the last 20 years, is it moves from fewer numbers, trying to make a political point, to doing extreme damage, and this reached a high level of capacity to do damage in that way, and it needs to be addressed as such. When you think about what has happened today and the tremendous tragedy and calamity, it didn't involve nuclear weapons. It didn't involve biological weapons. It didn't involve equipment, artillery, Scuds, or anything. It involved the ability to steal 4 or 5 airplanes and to send them on a course of destruction. That's within the capacity of non-governmental organizations such as the kind you've been talking about.
And do you believe, Judge Webster, because there's a lot of armchair observation today, and I don't mean to include you in that, a lot of armchair observation from many of us, do you believe that this in any way, shape, or form could have been prepared for, if not prevented?
You'd like to think that you could prepare for every kind of calamity, but you also like to think that we live in a society that we're very proud of in terms of the freedoms we enjoy, and the freedom to travel is one of those. Freedom from violence is another one, to the extent that we can know about it. Knowing is the difficult thing. In my years of experience, terrorism was the most difficult because of the cellular nature of decision-making at the top. Even the people who were in the organization would not know until the last minute what was going to take place. I hope we can develop better means of profiling the kinds of people who could do damage, and I'm not talking about highway racial profiling or anything. I'm talking about looking for people that fit profiles of behavior that would be more helpful.
As I listen to you say that, Judge Webster, I think about Timothy McVeigh. Nobody had Timothy McVeigh down as a profile.
No, they didn't. But if
in Oklahoma City, and many of the profiles we do seem to be the obvious ones. Pick on a member of a developing nation because the nation is antagonistic, or the group because it's antagonistic to the United States. I mean, is this the most efficient way to do it?
No, I think that was just one of the things that we're trying to say, should we tighten up? It's not clear to me that we don't know enough yet to draw any firm conclusions about whether or not people were able to walk on board those airplanes with weapons that pass through the screening devices. We just don't know yet, and we shouldn't draw conclusions about that. But I think we have to be sure that we have done everything we can to know in advance. Getting there before the bomb goes off is the ultimate objective. And it requires a lot of cooperation now internationally. We have to share information with our friends around the world about movements of people who are believed to be bent on violence. It's a very tough assignment, and it's one in which we can see now we're going to have tighten our belts, because I think, again, when the reports of the casualties is finally released, it's going to be a lot more than anybody expected, and probably will be more, or at least approximate the size. We haven't had anything like it since Pearl Harbor.
Judge Webster, I don't mean to make you the target of criticism today. It's not my intention at all. But as I listen to you talk about we got to tighten our belt and our defenses, it's what we hear after almost every incident of terrorism. And I wonder what you think, as you've listened and watched today, what you think more could be done that the United States hasn't been doing up until now that is humanly possible in a free society?
I think we've been very educated and sophisticated in knowing what we needed to do. The counter-terrorist centers that have been formed to be sure that information is properly recognized and passed along to the people. Those are things that can, in an evolutionary way, can be improved. Human intelligence, of course, is what everyone will call for now, and we should have it. But we shouldn't fool ourselves that it's something we can automatically take off the shelf and put in place in terrorist organizations.
At the time that human intelligence, human you call it in your trade, was downgraded as part of the national effort against terrorism, were you supportive of it being downgraded?
Actually, that was before I came on board. It seems to me that we've been trying ever since 1978 to improve, or at least 1980, to improve the quality of human intelligence. And in some cases, we were very successful. I recall the ability, the Armenian terrorist incidents in the late 1970s and 80s. We were able to get there and interdict the bombs, one in San Francisco, one in Los Angeles, one with explosives en route to New York, and the other in Canada. We know what we need to do, and in some cases we can do it, but we're dealing with some very, very powerful and sophisticated competition here.
Judge Webster, I'm very grateful you joined us. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I have one more question for you. Whenever there's a debate or a discussion about the freedom of Americans and the freedom of movement Americans should enjoy under these circumstances, the director of the FBI is always right there at the center. And there's always a debate, there's always an inclination to think that you and the FBI, you want to make it tougher for Americans to move about because it's easier for you to do your job under those circumstances. What's your message to the American people today about retaining their freedoms in the face of this kind of enemy?
I think the message is that we can't have a pendulum swinging back and forth from repression to anarchy. And I think we've done a pretty good job of finding that center, which Edmund Burke 300 years ago called ordered liberty. Mm-hmm. We need to have liberty, but it has to be one accompanied by order. And professionals are very willing to do their job under court orders and the appropriate procedures. All that they ask is that they not be unduly burdened by restrictions that in times like this get in the way of finding the culprits and bringing them to justice.
Judge Webster, thank you very much for giving us the time. We'd like to hear from you later on, so we're very grateful to you at the moment. Thank you. Two things the judge said.
Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome, sir. Two things the judge says which just leap off the page, John Miller, to me. Clearly, one is the Edmund Burke quote when he talks about liberty. It has to be ordered liberty. And the other, in terms of talking about the capacity of the terrorists today, said there were no scuds involved. There was just the capacity to steal 4 planes.
And we had talked earlier about airline security. How do you get a gun on an airplane? Unconfirmed reports from these cellular phone calls that were made to 911 from one of the flights saying that a flight attendant had been stabbed. Perhaps they didn't have a gun. Certainly, the GAO and the General Accounting Office of Congress and the FAA and airline securities consultants have demonstrated over and over again that if you're careful enough and you plan it, you can get a weapon onto a plane. And they've demonstrated exactly how, which I won't describe here for obvious reasons. Right. So this is security that's designed to harden the target, the airplane. Certainly, there's no such thing as total security there. And terrorism, I mean, if you look at this most incredible, unprecedented, historic act of terrorism, it still harkens back to what we see in the World Trade Center, Oklahoma City, the embassy bombings. We talk about the level of sophistication in planning, maybe, but the actual act is usually very low tech. A bomb made of fertilizer and fuel oil, things you can look up and buy on the internet, hijacking an airplane, perhaps even with sharpened instruments. Now, the aspect that there may have been people trained to fly these planes, that's a new wrinkle. That is certainly on conventional hijacking. I can give you an update from the scene as things are developing there. If there can be any good news about a day like today, the collapse of 7 World Trade Center, the building they were so worried about injuring rescue workers, has freed up rescue workers to now go into the area, and they are moving in groups of 20 and 50 as their teams are designated.
So the principal danger to the rescue and recovery teams has been eliminated.
The biggest danger has literally removed itself. Right. One of the first teams going in is a team of tow trucks, which is literally going to pull rigs that are fire trucks, police trucks that are buried in rubble out of the way so that they can clear a path and bring in other vehicles. And they've requested a number of dogs. Additionally, 100 doctors...
I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Sure.
Explain why they want dogs.
They want bloodhounds, cadaver dogs, the kind of dogs that can climb up in the rubble with them and catch the scent of people that they can dig for in such a big pile of rubble.
It is a strange name for a specialty, but there are indeed things called cadaver dogs. Anybody who call it the Condit investigation know that they were used, and et cetera. Go on,
right.
Please.
100 doctors, 100 nurses are standing by the main police facility that is now the command post for the NYPD, not police headquarters, but an off-site location further up into Midtown, has them standing by waiting for somewhere to send them. And essentially, this long operation, which will be the longest night for New York's rescue workers, has just begun.
And thank you, John. And Cynthia McFadden, I believe, is now at Chelsea Piers, a large sports entertainment complex on the west side of Manhattan, or at least close to it, which, Cynthia, was described earlier as a makeshift morgue. Is that really what it's going to be?
No, it's not, Peter. What they've decided to do here is make this the triage center. We've been told that all victims now who are taken out of the blast site are going to be taken here first. They'll be tagged before they get here, determine what the severity of their condition is, and then once they arrive here, they'll be treated initially and then sent on to other hospitals. I should also tell you that inside this has been described to me, you can see behind me, ambulances. What you can't see probably is that there are probably 200 or 250 ambulances lined up here on the west side highways, waiting. These are empty ambulances waiting to distribute patients or potential victims all over the tri-state area to hospitals. Peter, inside, it's been described, we got a look inside earlier, it really looks like a MASH unit. It's 50 operating suites set up, hundreds of doctors and nurses here to treat the wounded. They have been here, standing here for hours now. There are no patients here yet. The latest estimate is that there won't be any people here for several more hours. What we're told is, and I was just listening to John Miller, part of the problem initially was that when the first rescue workers went in, and we've talked to some of them who have, some of the second wave of rescue workers, the first wave of rescue workers who went in were trapped, many of them killed by the second blast. And so when the second workers came out, many of whom are now here, they wouldn't allow anyone back in the area, which is why there aren't any patients here at the moment.
Well, Cynthia, let me just go a little farther with that. You say 250 ambulances standing around waiting to pull people out. You'd be talking about pulling people out of the rubble at this point. The mayor reminded people across the country there are 170 hospitals in New York City, and aside from St. Vincent's, the principal nearest hospital, which lost, among other things, its emergency power, I think, and lost its gas operating facility at the time, wasn't it, John?
That was Beekman Downtown, or New York Infirmary, that lost its steam power. St. Vincent's then actually had to bear the brunt of this.
And so people have gone directly to hospital. I don't quite understand, Cynthia, the who's going to come to Chelsea Piers until they begin to rescue people, hopefully, from the rubble itself.
Peter, the initial thought, and of course, as you know, we've been to Bellevue today, a couple of other places. There have been hundreds of people at area hospitals, as you note, but they don't believe that anywhere near the full weight of this has yet been uncovered, that there are hundreds and thousands of people who have been injured in this blast, and that's the people that they expect to bring here.
Okay.
St. Vincent's is saturated at this point. They're intending, now whether this happens, but the emergency medical services that's running this medical operation intends to bring no more patients directly to hospitals. They will all be brought here first for medical attention and for triage out to other hospitals.
What they've been talking about is the large number of walking wounded.
Yes.
They've literally shuttled to Battery Park and other places.
On Liberty
they need
State
a place
Park.
to disperse them to.
And Cynthia, you're on the extreme west side of Manhattan, close to the Hudson River, and Bellevue Hospital is on the other side of Manhattan, close to the East River. How hard has it been to move around the city?
Tough. You know, strange though, Peter, because there are lots, you know, thousands of pedestrians earlier in the day, people trying to get anywhere. But as we came down Fifth Avenue, we were the only car for blocks and blocks and blocks. You could see all the way down Fifth Avenue, thousands of people walking on the sidewalks, and you could see the plume of smoke at the end where the World Trade Center used to be, and you could smell the smoke.
Okay.
So the city's strangely empty, but you know, of cars, but not of people.
Let me go downtown to ABC's Bob Jameson. Bob.
Peter, as you may know, number 7 World Trade Center collapsed a short time ago. I'm not sure whether you've reported that yet.
No, we reported it, Bob, and we saw it.
You did see it, so you know that has collapsed. Additionally, we understand that the Millennium Hotel, which ironically was the Vista Hotel that was damaged during the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, now a Marriott, is also severely damaged and in danger of collapse and may indeed be on fire. And additionally, it is being reported that the Rector Street subway station, which is beneath the World Trade Center, has also collapsed. That cuts off, of course, the number 1 and number 9 subway lines, which run from lower Manhattan to upper Manhattan on the west side along Broadway.
Okay, thanks very much, Bob. We now understand that there are explosions in Afghanistan tonight, in the capital of Kabul. Sorry, the capital Kabul, which is the capital of Afghanistan tonight, and we have not got any clue as to what that represents. But you will recall, if you've been near this television set all day, that the leader.
We're being told, Joey, I can hear you if you can hear me. Certainly, big detonation there, missiles flying across the city. We're being told from sources in Kandahar, that's the spiritual capital of Afghanistan, 300 miles south of here, that there is no rocket activity like this south of here in Kandahar. Certainly in Kabul, very, very active at this stage. Multiple detonations. It is nighttime here. It is dark. It is difficult to get an accurate fix on exactly what we're seeing and exactly what we're hearing. Certainly the sound, what appears to be the sound of large missiles incoming and landing in the city. Certainly a big fire on the horizon of the city at the moment. And certainly anti-aircraft fire coming up from the city and rockets being launched and flying across the horizon of the city. Rockets perhaps going at the speed of several hundred miles an hour, the sort of speed that one might expect to see cruise missiles traveling across the horizon at, burning with a white glow coming from their tails rather than a yellow glow. The fire on the horizon that we can see from here burning furiously now. Perhaps it would be accurate at this stage to suspect that was a fuel dump that's been hit by the way that it's burning, flames leaping, and that fuel dump must be perhaps 5 to 8 miles from where I am. Flames leaping up from that fuel dump now leaping up right into the air. It was a low-burning fire before, but it's now really increased in its ferocity, perhaps indicating that it is a fuel dump. Looking across the rest of the city, that fuel dump, perhaps the only big fire we can see at this time. From our vantage point here at the Kabul Intercontinental Hotel that overlooks the whole of the city of Kabul, that is in a basin surrounded by mountains, the whole city is laid out in front of us. The gunfire that was coming up from the city seems to have subsided for now. We're not hearing any more detonations at this moment. And as I say, the fire on the horizon really burning furiously at this time, flames leaping way up in the air this moment. Joey?
Nick, if you can talk to us a little bit about your circumstance. It is 6 o'clock in the evening here in Atlanta. It must be quite late at night there in Kabul.
Indeed, 2:30 in the morning here, Joey. We're eight and a half hours ahead of East Coast time in the United States. And it was about 5 hours ago that the foreign minister of Afghanistan, Ahmed Wakil Ahmed, Mutawakil, brief journalist. I hear more detonations going off now. He said that the Taliban had not taken precautions against the possibility of there being an air attack against Afghanistan. He said because it was not necessary. The Taliban spiritual leader, Mullah Omar, had also made a statement saying that they felt Osama bin Laden wasn't responsible for what had happened in the United States. He said his country was a peaceful country. He wanted it to be at peace, and he wanted peace in other countries around the world. Certainly what we're seeing in Kabul these early hours of this Wednesday morning is very far from peace. Certainly multiple explosions happening in and around the city. There is a front line about 50 miles north of the city where the Taliban are fighting a battle against the Northern Alliance here. We could hear detonations coming from that northern area as well. But on the perimeter of the city, particularly in the direction of the Kabul airport, which is about 5 to 8 miles from where we are, detonations coming from there. I remember standing on this balcony about 4.
National coverage to bring you up to date on this story as it has unfolded today in the state of New Hampshire. We will go back to ABC and bring you any of those late information or developments out of Afghanistan and the situation there. But to tell you a little bit about the situation in New Hampshire, it has been a day of devastation for all Americans, but it's the terrorist act carried out along the East Coast that truly has New Hampshire and New England stunned.
We've seen it for hours now, those horrific images of the two jetliners crashing into the World Trade Center. Both planes hijacked out of Logan Airport. The first jet piloted and co-piloted by highly respected family men from New Hampshire and from Massachusetts. Now, the number of victims still unknown, but our country and our world will never be the same. Take a look at this. This home video was taken this morning. These pictures, unimaginable. An American airline plane crashing into the World Trade Center caught on tape. Tiffany Eddy recounts now all of the events of this historic day.
A first attack occurred this morning in New York. Reports came in that what was believed to be a plane had flown into one of the World Trade Center towers. 18 minutes after the first attack, Americans watched in horror as a second plane flew into the South Tower.
And to conduct a full-scale investigation.
President Bush from Florida calls the crashes an apparent terrorist attack and a national tragedy. At approximately 9:40, a third aircraft crashes. This into the Pentagon, just outside Washington, D.C. The FAA shuts down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. At 10 a.m., 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, United Airlines flight number 93 from Newark to San Francisco goes down. Shortly after 10 a.m., as emergency crews rush inside the World Trade Center towers, the unthinkable happens. The South Tower collapses as the nation can only look on in shock. Within the next half hour, the country watches as the second tower collapses into a pile of rubble. The number of people killed in the attacks is estimated to be in the thousands. Tiffany Eddy, WMUR News 9.
And word comes that World Trade Center Tower 7 collapsing within the last half hour or so, apparently under the heat and pressure of the fire that continues within and around the World Trade Center complex. Now on to the New Hampshire and New England part of this story, the story of 52-year-old John Oganowski. He was the pilot of the first plane, American Airlines number 11, to hit the towers in New York City. He is a New Englander from Draycott, Massachusetts. He had a summer home apparently in Pelham, New Hampshire, spent a lot of time in Pelham. Kate Amarok has been in Draycott this afternoon, and she joins us live. Kate?
Tom, there are many military members and veterans in the Oganowski family, and the family tells us that John joined ROTC in the late 60s when it wasn't a cool thing to do. They also say it was his lifelong dream to fly.
I consider my brother a hero for many reasons. It's hard to explain losing your big brother.
Jim Oganowski's big brother, John, was the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11. The plane crashed into the World Trade Center this morning. Jim spoke on behalf of the family.
We're all in shock. I'm not sure if it's the correct term of shock and denial. I don't know how else to explain it.
John Oganowski was 52 years old. He had worked for American for 22 years. He was also an Air Force veteran and loved to fly, but his brother says he loved working his 150-acre farm even more.
When I saw him with his hands dirty and his pants filthy, he was always pretty happy. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out.
Jim Oganowski is a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard. He says if and when his unit is called into any military action, he'll be the first to volunteer. Live in Drake, Massachusetts, I'm Kate Amara, WMUR News 9.
Okay, Kate, thank you very much. And in the co-pilot seat of American Airlines Flight 11, Tom McGinnis from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Described as a devoted husband and father, his church community tonight is doing all it can to help. Audrey Cox live from the Bethany Church now in Greenland. Audrey?
That's right, Jen. This horrible tragedy has certainly hit close to home for the many parishioners here at the Bethany Church in Greenland. Tom and his family only moved here a short time ago, but clearly they made quite an impression on their neighbors and fellow parishioners. At 7 o'clock, their close friends and family will gather here to pray for Tom and other victims of this tragedy. Now, earlier this afternoon at the home of Tom and Cheryl McGinnis, cars lined the street as fellow church members and neighbors gathered to offer their support. Close friends told reporters Tom enjoyed everything about his life, especially spending time with his son and daughter, ages 13 and 15. Both children attend Portsmouth Christian Academy and were pulled from their classes earlier today. Another close friend called Tom a stand-up guy and said he hoped his own son would grow up to be a man like Tom. Even neighbors who didn't know him well said he was a good neighbor, always willing to help out.
He was just a good neighbor, and he came and helped us get something out of a tree with a ladder. And I just would see him in the car, that's it. And we'd wave, very friendly, very nice, always usually with his son.
Friends say Cheryl McGinnis and her son and daughter are taking great comfort in their strong faith tonight. But as you can imagine, any faith, no matter how strong, is surely being tested today. Again, the prayer service here at the Bethany Church in Greenland starts at 7 o'clock. A spokesman for the church plans to come out and meet reporters in just about a half an hour or so. Reporting live from Greenland, I'm Audrey Cox, WMUR News 9.
Audrey, okay, now let's take a look at some live pictures of one of hundreds of prayer vigils being held all across the state of New Hampshire tonight. This is one in front of the State House in Concord. Prayer, of course, a source of hope. And times of tragedy as houses of worship continue opening their doors. Bishop John McCormick of the Diocese of Manchester has expressed sympathy on behalf of the Roman Catholic Church right here in New Hampshire. He has announced a service at St. Joe's Cathedral tomorrow night. That's Wednesday night, 7 o'clock, right here in Manchester.
Our newsroom has also learned that an employee of BAE Systems in Hudson, New Hampshire, also on board American Airlines Flight 11 this morning. Charles Jones of Bedford, Massachusetts, joined BAE after a distinguished career with the U.S. Air Force. He is survived by a wife and many family members.
And 3 members of New Hampshire's SPCA were at a Humane Association conference near the Pentagon this morning when the aircraft plunged into that federal facility. Here's an account from Sandy Clayberg, who we spoke to just moments ago.
Well, our executive director was a couple of flights up in the hotel, and she heard an airplane and then simply a boom. I was just, I guess, in shock, and I was thinking almost that I was in a war zone. Right now, there is still smoke coming from the Pentagon.
Right now, the 3 members of the Concord and Nashua SPCA, they're all safe. Sunday, on their way to the conference, they stopped in New York City and visited the World Trade Center, the buildings which no longer stand.
This morning's attacks have certainly changed the face of travel here in the United States. Go to Scott Spradling live at the Manchester Airport. Fill us in from there. Scott?
Jennifer, there is an eerie silence here at the Manchester Airport. There's virtually nobody here. This is the first nationwide grounding of all flights in the history of airline travel. It's quiet at the Manchester Airport. Flights are canceled, ticket counters all but closed. The terminal is empty. Planes will not leave the ground until at least Wednesday.
At this point, the majority of the carriers, or in fact all of the carriers, have canceled operations through tonight. And in fact, Air Canada, United, American Eagle, and Continental have even gone as far as canceling operations through 12 noon tomorrow.
Security is at its highest level of alert. Officials met behind closed doors with the FAA, FBI, state, and local law enforcement. The topic, security. Details are not available, but travelers can expect to see an unprecedented new level of security presence.
People in this country like free movement and don't want to be restricted at airports, but quite frankly, I think today's events show the need to step up security.
News of this change your perspective of passenger flying?
No, not at all.
Shock of the news was felt by everyone, traveler, pilot, crew member. But few said this would stop them from flying. However, air travel will never be the same again.
You know, I think that each one of us, when we get on, is going to kind of take a look at the person next to us a little bit differently. You know, it's not going to be quite such a cavalier attitude in traveling.
For travelers waiting to get in or out of their destination, the best advice is to simply wait, call ahead to the airline, and be patient. On a final note, I asked one airport official to paint for me a picture of what security would have to look like to protect or prevent against something like this ever happening again. The picture painted for me was multiple checkpoints, multiple scans of people and baggage, as well as possible personal interviews. All of those would result in such incredible delays at the airport that only a fraction of the flights that we were used to before today would be available for future. Live in Manchester, Scott Spradling, WMUR News 9.
All right, from Manchester Airport to Logan, both flights that crashed into the Twin Towers in New York originated from Logan and were bound for L.A. As we told you earlier, 2 New England pilots were at the helm of one of those aircraft. Gene Mackin with us now with more from Logan.
Shortly after the first catastrophic images came out of New York City, Logan Airport officials learned both aircraft that crashed into the World Trade Center Twin Towers originated from Boston. American Airlines Flight 11 reportedly took off on time at 7:59 a.m. The 767 was carrying 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, both from New England. Co-pilot Tom McGinnis from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, was in the cockpit, along with pilot John Ogonowski from Drake, Massachusetts. Likely hijacked, the craft would be the first to crash in the series of attacks. And now, with the world watching, a second commercial flight flew into the other Twin Tower. United Airlines Flight 175 also took off from Boston. That 767 carried 56 passengers, 7 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. Back in Boston, Logan was locked down.
We have shut down the security checkpoints. We've moved everyone away from the boarding gate areas. We've increased police presence dramatically.
All flights canceled, passengers urged to go home. Massport officials insisted Logan is as secure as any airport in America.
I feel Logan is a safe airport. I think we've taken a lot of measures in place, put a lot of measures in place to ensure the safety and security of this airport.
By afternoon, Logan Airport is virtually empty. In fact, there are more members of security here than there are stranded passengers. And those passengers tell us they are much more concerned about the devastation and loss of life than they are about their own inconveniences.
I was driving and turned off the news because I didn't think I can sort of bear the news and pay attention to driving at the same time. So it's all of a sudden a different country.
I'm just shocked. It's terrible.
Visiting Dartmouth College researcher Robert O'Shea learned of the national disaster when he arrived at Logan.
I guess I've got to go and find a phone, see if I can find somewhere to stay for the night.
I can honestly say I don't think anybody should be surprised. This isn't the first time they've done that.
At Logan Airport in Boston, Gene Mackin, WMUR News 9.
And unfortunately, we are likely to hear about other names and see other faces of Southern New Hampshire folks that may have been on board one of those 2 Los Angeles-bound aircraft. If you need information about someone that you think might have been on board or any additional information from the American Airlines Group, call this number, 1-800-245-0999. For the United Airlines Group, call 1-800-932-8555.
Reaction was quick once it was determined those planes from Logan had been hijacked. Almost immediately, the FAA grounded all U.S. flights and alerted in-air pilots to bring their planes down. That is an important strategy in a terrorist situation like this. New Hampshire terrorism expert Steve Tomychek says a plane on the ground is certainly much easier to keep tabs on.
In 1994, there was a credible threat from a terrorist group to blow up 12 aircraft while they were in flight during a 48-hour time period. So 1, you want to ground all the planes so that doesn't happen. And number 2, you also want to account for who is in the air and who's on the ground.
UNH professor of political science Thomas Trout also weighs in on this well-executed terrorist attack that apparently went off without a hitch.
We just don't know how those people got on those airplanes. Obviously, someone who knew how to fly an airplane, because you couldn't just randomly force a pilot into that kind of thing, I don't believe. So I think it's somebody who took over the airplane and was able to fly the airplane into those buildings. Suicide mission. which again points to one of the Middle East radical terrorist organizations, to me, the target and the method.
The FAA has grounded all planes until at least tomorrow. If that changes, we'll of course update you as soon as we hear any new information.
It will be one of those landmark moments that Americans will remember for the rest of their lives. In New Hampshire, the morning dawned on a perfect September Tuesday. Then indeed, everything changed. WMUR's Andy Hirschberger watched the reaction.
It's a national tragedy that unfolded before the nation's eyes.
Where we're standing, look at that. Reverberation of another explosion on the right-hand side. The whole building collapsed.
The United States had never witnessed anything of this scale. The terrorist attack was so complete in its savagery, it made us shake our heads in disbelief.
All of the airplanes used in this attack had innocent passengers on board.
I feel really horrible for all of the families and the kids, and it's just, it leaves us all speechless.
Well, this is horrific. There's no way to justify this. It's just a horrible, horrible day.
Wherever people gathered, they were tuned into the destruction. Some felt angry, some felt vulnerable, some felt lost.
I don't know what's going to be done about it, but what can be done about it, you know? I don't know. It's just terrible.
I just hope something is done when they find out who actually did this.
All the way to the bottom.
I appreciate very much the fact that you were very young in the mid-1960s when the trade towers were built, though I have heard it said earlier today that they in fact, were stronger, more sensible structures than many of the more daring-shaped buildings that are being built in parts of the world today.
Right. The term that structural engineers use is redundancy. And the World Trade Center towers really set a new standard in redundancy. And that's why those airplanes were able to crash into the towers without causing the structural failure. The buildings were still standing. And then the problem was the fire and the jet fuel. And in normal buildings, all the steel is protected with fireproofing, and there's sprinkler systems, but they're not designed to protect against a jet fuel fire inside of a building.
Can you be a little more precise what you mean by redundancy?
Redundancy is that if you have a structural element that is damaged and is no longer able to carry the load, that load is able to be passed on to other elements or other columns or other beams within the building. And the columns on the World Trade Center, they were spaced at 39 inches on center, all the way across each face.
What does that mean, 39 inches at center?
Every 3 feet, 3 inches, there was a column that supported the building. So they were very closely spaced together. Many buildings, the columns are 10 or 15 feet apart or more. And so having these very close spaced columns on the outside created a lot of redundancy. That's why there was able to be a hole in the side. If you go back and look at the tapes, there was a tremendous hole in the side of the building, and it didn't collapse until the fire brought it down.
And Trade Tower number 7, which was the last to go, which was a building 47 stories high, do you have any sense of why it ultimately collapsed? Was it the concussion of the other buildings collapsing which undermined it?
I'm not familiar with that building. We were not involved in that building, and I haven't seen any of the details on that yet.
So aside from your horror, which I assume you share with the rest of us today, when you look at what has happened today, do you learn something?
Well, it's a very difficult situation because if you take that much of a load and that much jet fuel and you put it into a building, there's very little that you can do. And really, I think the solution to this will be to keep the planes and keep these attacks away from the doorsteps of these buildings.
John Nance, who's our aviation analyst, said to us several hours ago when speculating, as we all are in many cases, about who may have been involved, said he would not be surprised if somewhere in the world there was a structural engineer who was part of this operation. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. I sure would hope not. Every structural engineer is dedicated to preserving public safety. And just the thought that someone would take that training and use it for evil purposes just really disgusts me.
Is there anything I've missed, John? No. That? No? Okay. I'm very grateful for the time. What's it like up there in Seattle tonight? People feeling exactly the same thing people here in New York City are feeling?
Yes, and there was certainly a lot of apprehension during the day. Many of the buildings were evacuated just as precautionary measures. But there's this same empty feeling in your stomach about the whole thing, and just watching. People, of course, were glued to the coverage on the television sets.
Well, thank you for being so articulate about it and helping us understand, at least from the, thank you very much, from the slightly cold-blooded language of engineers and journalists covering this from some distance today, the structure of the building, which may not have been able to stand up to that fire, which was caused when those two planes, the first and the second, struck under somebody's control fairly high up in these superstructures, and then simply, as Robert Krulwich pointed out, and John Magnuson confirms, collapsed down upon themselves. And it was the president, we think. George Stephanopoulos is still with me. You were down there all today. It was the president, we think, who gave some clue to that which we have feared most of the day, that it wasn't hundreds of people involved in this, but thousands.
But thousands, yes. But Peter, I think, and I was thinking of this as John Magnuson was talking, when you talk about the strength of the building, in the coming days, we're also going to be hearing about some amazing, not only rescue stories, but survival stories. I spoke with the relative of someone who was on the 102nd floor of the first building today. After it took the hit from the airplane, that person still made it down from the 102nd floor and is home safe tonight.
It's very interesting because one of the lawyers who had come down from a lower floor believed that many people had got down in a fairly orderly fashion from some of the highest floors, at certainly right underneath where the attack had occurred, which has given people here, and I suspect in the country, some hope tonight that many more people got out of this building than we thought. It is now 9 o'clock Eastern Time. In the East, it is now 6 o'clock. On the West Coast, up and down the West Coast in the United States, it is about 12 hours, just 12 hours and a bit since many of us walking to work were suddenly confronted with having to deal with this in one way or another. And there's a huge number of developments to catch up with. I want to go first of all, as we just review this, because this all happened in the morning of Good Morning, right in the middle of at the very end of Good Morning America. Charles Gibson, Charlie Gibson, and Diane Sawyer were there on television live when this happened, and so it seems appropriate that we go to Diane, and Diane, ask you to put together some reconstruction of it for us.
Traffic helicopters were the first to report an explosion in the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Witnesses say they saw it, a plane crashing into the building.
I saw something push the building in, and then I saw the tail, and then I saw flame.
Everybody on, let's go!
Evacuation begins inside the building. Then, a few minutes later, just after 9 a.m., as smoke pours from the top of the North Tower, an unbelievable sight, a second plane hitting the South Tower.
Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh my God!
There are gaping holes in flames coming now from both towers. Witnesses see people screaming from the higher floors.
They're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
I see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. And
this is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the fire.
It was about 10 o'clock a.m. when the South Tower collapsed.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
On the ground, there's chaos. Flaming debris, someone said, like at the dark side of the moon.
It was bad. It was like a dust storm or something. Like I couldn't see anything.
About 20 minutes later, the second tower crumbles to the ground.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Symbols of New York, the World Trade Center towers, are simply gone.
Diane Sawyer giving us what it was like, at least from a distance, because we've all been at a distance from this, what it was like in those first moments. Now let's look at it from another perspective, because ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, as we've said several times today, is able, I think, to take you there, Lisa?
I am, Peter.
Lisa's in Seattle today, where she's been out at the Boeing company. It was Boeing equipment, 757s and 767s involved. Why don't you just walk us through what you and we now know about how this unfolded from the point of view of the hijackers.
All right, I will, but Peter, I want to give you a little bit of new information first, if I may. There's a meeting going on, we understand, between the Federal Aviation Administration and the major carriers at this point. They are trying to determine how they might be able to get air service back up and going again tomorrow, what steps would need to be taken. We do understand from a number of sources that one of the things they are considering is a resumption of the Air Marshal program. That would be armed air marshals that would actually fly on a number of flights. Now, that happens now in the United States, but it's a very small percentage of flights. It's unclear whether they would ramp up to every flight. That seems unlikely, but whether they are considering whether they would put air marshals on a number of flights as a precaution throughout the United States. One of the options that they are talking about.
Okay, just before you go to your chronology then, let
Yes.
me remind people that what you mean by air service back up is because hundreds of airplanes and thousands of passengers, an extraordinary job of air traffic control and pilots getting planes safely on the ground when the FAA decided everybody should land at the nearest possible airport, many of which are in Canada. And so there are thousands of people stranded far away from home tonight, safe, but when you refer to air service being got back up again, you basically mean getting the nation's air communication systems back up and running.
Absolutely. There's a national ground stop throughout the United States until at least noon tomorrow. It's going to be a massive task to get the system up and running, and obviously the main concern is to do it safely to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the horrible events that we saw today. So there are security issues that are paramount, and there are also simply operational issues. How do you sort of turn the switch back on and get as many as 40,000 flights every day in the United States back in the air? And those discussions about that are underway right now, we understand.
We'll all follow that one. Now take us, if you would, through the movement of the aircraft which were ultimately and fatally involved.
What we know is that American Airlines Flight 11 was the first plane involved. That was the plane, a 767, en route from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles. The plane took off shortly after 8 o'clock, we understand. About a half hour into the flight, it made a sharp left turn down towards New York. There were massive changes in airspeed apparently at that time. As the plane then headed toward Manhattan, it slowed and slammed into the World Trade Tower. It had been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, at the same time this was going on, there was a United Airlines 767, Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles. It also was in the air, taken over by hijackers. That plane made a turn towards New Jersey, then made virtually a U-turn and came up toward the Trade Tower from the south, came over Staten Island. It slammed into the second Trade Tower. It had also been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, before any of these planes actually hit the World Trade Center, a third plane, a United Airlines 757, American Airlines American Airlines 757, it was Flight 77 from Dulles, had taken off. It was bound for Los Angeles as well. We don't know much about the flight path of that plane. We believe it was in the air about 1 hour before it hit the Pentagon. Then we have the fourth plane, United Flight 93, another 757, en route from Newark to San Francisco. We are unclear about the departure time. We have some conflicting information about that, whether it was close to 8 o'clock or closer to 8:45. It did depart Newark Airport. It appears that hijackers may have taken control of the plane over Cleveland. That is when it suddenly made a turn back toward the east. We also understand that sometime at that point, someone from the cockpit called the FAA and requested a change in flight plan. They said, we're not going to San Francisco. We want to go to Washington, D.C., to DCA, which is National Airport. It's unclear whether there was another Washington target, perhaps, that this plane was aiming for. Either way, it didn't make it all the way to Washington. It crashed in Pennsylvania. A total of 266 passengers and crew on all four of these planes. The toll could have been even much, much worse on the jetliners because they were very lightly filled. They can hold anywhere from 185 to 250 people. The most crowded plane had 90 passengers and crew members on it. Peter, we also want to mention, if we can, that as this was unfolding, people on board these planes were able to communicate what was going on. We know some details about that. We know on Flight 11, that was the American Airlines flight, the first one that hit the World Trade Tower, a flight attendant was able to call the American Airlines Operations Center. The flight attendant informed them that a number of flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had stormed the cockpit. She was also able to tell them, apparently, the seat number of at least one of the hijackers. She was able to give them that information. We also know that there were some cell phone calls from at least 2 of the other planes. There was a cell phone call, as you have reported earlier, from the plane that slammed into the Pentagon, a woman calling her husband, saying that these hijackers were on board, that they had box cutters, those sorts of knives, and they had herded all of the passengers into the back of the plane. And we understand there was also a cell phone call on the United 175 flight. That was the other flight that hit the World Trade Tower. Apparently, a son on that plane called his father from his cell phone and also said there were hijackers on board with knives. So we do know that as the events were unfolding, what was going on 30,000 feet above the United States, what is being communicated. Of course, unfortunately, there was nothing the people on the ground could do about any of this except watch in horror as these planes ended up where they ended up.
Well, thanks very much, Lisa Stark, who has given us a very clear picture many times today on what precisely happened, or at least as much as we know of what happened. Thank you. On board those planes, we do not very often make recommendations for people's behavior from this chair, but as Lisa was talking, I checked in with my children, and who are deeply distressed, as I think young people are across the United States. And so if you're a parent, you got a kid in some other part of the country, call them up, exchange observations. People have been getting onto sites on the web, which is a very good, vigorous way for people, very good way for people to communicate. Some of the things people have been telling us at ABC News, at abcnews.com, after today, nothing changes. Sorry, everything changes. Nothing will ever be the same. The way you've lived your life, enjoyed your freedom, your very personal expression, it all changes after today. From someone else, only a month ago, I laid on a bench outside the World Trade Center and marveled at what man could create, looking up at those 110 stories, and now I stare in disbelief at what man can take away. I want retribution, said one person to abcnews.com, and that's a sentiment that has been widely, deeply expressed in the heart of the political establishment in Washington and by people in every walk of life across the country. And as George Stephanopoulos and Leon Panetta, the former White House Chief of Staff, have made very clear, and as the President clearly knows already, one of the things the President has to do is be patient and understand who it is who did this before the country can do anything by way of retaliation. Here's a slightly chilling one. If they can pull off an act like this, they are certainly capable of eventually sending nuclear weapons this way. And this is very interesting. How can people keep calling it the modern Pearl Harbor? At least we knew who we were up against back then. Of course, the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese was a surprise to a great many Americans in the middle of afternoon ball games. This is the first time today that Major League Baseball has ever canceled all its games since D-Day, the invasion of Normandy in World War II. And one of the enormously frustrating things for the intelligence establishment, for the political establishment, for all of us in the country today, not to mention anyone else in the world who was a friend of the United States, perhaps even a foe, is to understand who it was who actually did this. And the reverberations from this are indeed global. Air traffic, we already know, listening to Lisa Stark and our own reporting earlier today, is snarled around the world, especially in Europe. The impact of what happens there in terms of transportation and commerce. The stock exchange was closed today. It all has an effect somewhere else. Any place there is a proposed mass gathering, in many parts of the world, they are rethinking it. In Germany, they have now canceled the Frankfurt car show, which is one of the biggest car shows, if not the biggest car show in the world. There's some consideration to canceling the Oktoberfest, the great beer and culture festival in Munich, in Germany. France has called a general security alert, and I'm just told that Ted Koppel is with us in London, live, Ted has been in London and now can go even further than that, please, Ted, on telling us what's happened in Europe and as much as you know elsewhere.
Well, I must tell you, Peter, I've spent the better part of this day trying to get from where I was, which about 12 hours ago was in Italy, to where you are. And as you well know, and as you've been reporting for much of the day, getting into the United States from overseas is a very difficult task indeed. But it's just about, what time is it here? 2:15 in the morning here in London. And some of the early editions of the newspapers have come through, and I thought you might like to take a look at them. Let me hold them up. There's not a great deal that differentiates the tabloids today from the more serious newspapers. You can see it: Apocalypse, New York, September 11th, says the Daily Mail. Declaration of war, says the Daily Express. And then this one, which perhaps goes farther than it might: is this the end of the world, from the Daily Star? And so it goes. The Mirror, war on the world. The Sun, the day that changed the world. And now one of the more serious newspapers, the Independent, and again the same horrific pictures that we have been seeing all day long. And the Independent says, Doomsday America, the times of London when war came to America, and so it has gone. And I must tell you, Peter, the only thing I can tell you is, as you know, when we're overseas, American tourists tend to turn to folks like us, expecting that we know something. I'm afraid I knew less than they did. It was some other tourists who informed me earlier in the day of what had happened, and I went rushing back to my hotel room and packed while I was watching the television scenes that you have been reporting on all day. And all I can tell you is that this was a day when, as soon as people found out you were an American, they turned to you with expressions of grief, expressions of horror, expressions of outrage, and an offer to do anything they could do to help, which in my case meant getting a little bit closer to New York or Washington. Peter?
Ted, have you managed, I totally sympathize with what you've gone through today, and as bad as a day it is for many Americans, I understand what you mean when you say it's been a good day to be reminded that people around the world admire and sympathize with Americans, suffer with it. Can you give us some sense, if you have any whatsoever, just from looking at the reporting there, as to how governments are responding as well as individuals?
Well, again, Peter, and you've been in this situation often enough to be sympathetic to it. I literally just landed in London. We had to charter from Paris to get over here because flying into Heathrow wasn't that easy, especially at this time of night. And have only landed now and been reading the wires in the car coming in. And I do know that Tony Blair has expressed strong condemnation and, of course, a sense of oneness with the United States. Perhaps, Peter, the most interesting thing that I've heard, and just read a little bit of a transcript of a television newscast that came out of Tehran earlier this evening, is that the Iranian president, Khatami, is quoted by Iranian anchors earlier this evening as expressing his outrage and offering to help in any way that he can against this form of worldwide terrorism. Coming from Iran, that is quite remarkable, as I'm sure you know.
I do indeed, though perhaps a little more understandable coming from President Khatami, who is regarded as the president of Iran, who, as you well know, is trying to move the country closer to some kind of sense of democratic representation than others in the country are willing him to do. But I think we've all known for a long time that sometimes elements within the Iranian political establishment or on the edges of the political establishment operate in ways that other parts of the political establishment are not aware of. At any rate, I won't...
Right. But no, go ahead, Peter.
No, I was just going to say, I don't want to impose on you anymore, because I know you want to, I know, like anybody else arriving on scene, you want to sit down and get as much as you can. So please come back to us at any time. You want to add something now?
Just one thing, and I realize compared to what everyone has been going through in the United States today, and especially the citizens of New York and Washington, this seems like a small thing, but I'm sure it was reflected today thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. Being overseas and picking up the phone, I've got 3 youngsters, as you know, who live in New York City. Just trying to get through on the phone today could be such a trial. And 2 of my youngsters, 3 of them actually, work down in downtown New York. And all I can tell you is you stop being a newsman real fast, and all you want to do is be a father and find out that the kids are all right and that everything is okay. And for so many, many people today, Americans around the world, still wondering at this late hour what's happened to their loved ones. All I can tell you is the grief and the sympathy of the world goes out to all.
You're absolutely right, Ted. And as a man, as I just said before we joined you, just got off the phone with at least one of his kids and the other is trying to call him. I totally appreciate it. We'll let you go to work. Please come back anytime, anytime that you feel like it with news from overseas. But as Ted indicates, when he holds up the tabloids, sometimes known as the popular newspapers and the more serious broadsheet newspapers in Britain, they all have those same headlines that this strike on America has somehow changed things. And it's not as if the United States, in the wake of Oklahoma City, was not aware that it could happen on the American mainland. But they use phrases like apocalypse now in the movie sense, among other things, and just make you realize how deeply this has felt and what impact it's had in other parts of the world. It's interesting that it's interesting in a very minor way, that several people today have noted the oddity of the date, 9th day of the 11th month, as the 3 digits of the emergency number 911. George, I'll be with you in a minute, George Stephanopoulos. We've kept John McCarthy at the Pentagon, who's been frustrated, John, I think a little because they forced you to stay. Have they forced you to stay where you are and will not let you get into your normal listening post inside the Pentagon?
That's right. The security around the Pentagon is extreme. We have been allowed to get cameras a little closer on a very restricted basis, Peter. That was where we were able to take pictures of some of the bodies lined up outside the Pentagon, some of the grim evidence. You were talking about people worrying about their loved ones. Well, calls are going out from the Defense Department tonight of those bodies that have been identified. There are still many, many missing in the rubble of the Pentagon, so that search goes on tonight. You may notice behind me there are still fires burning on the roof of the Pentagon. They have been struggling all day to put out these fires, and they have moved along the rim of the Defense Department, and they break through. The firemen go up on the roof in very heroic efforts. They break through the roof. It breathes air, and that gives the fire new life, and then they pour water down those infernos as they burn. So the fight is still continuing here at the Pentagon to try and bring the fires under control so they can go after those people who are still trapped in the rubble.
John, we're looking at a second graphic. We had one earlier today which appeared to show that the depth or the width of the tragedy, not to mention the depth into that inner courtyard. And you described the great gash across the building as being, I think, about 200 feet wide. Is my sense tonight that fire has spread to places where you didn't anticipate it was going to spread earlier in the day?
There are fires that have spread along air ducts and along the very top attic section of the Pentagon, well beyond where the actual gash was. But Peter, the destruction, as the plane hit the Pentagon at an oblique angle, it dumped some of the fuel, apparently, in an explosive blast in one direction, and the damage is far, far worse on one side of the gash on the Pentagon than it is on the other.
And it looks to be the side on the right to our eye here. Am I right about that? Looked at from your perspective?
Correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
John McCarthy, thank you very much indeed again. We're going to stay in the Washington area now because Claire Shipman, the House Intelligence Committee has just had a briefing, and I believe that Claire, you've managed to get a briefing from someone in the Intelligence Committee to tell us what went on.
News.
Hang on a sec, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can, now go ahead.
All right, sorry, trouble with my sound tonight. What we were told from Democratic and Republican leadership sources on Capitol Hill is that they had a briefing, an intelligence briefing, a little bit earlier today from members of the intelligence community, including the CIA, and that they were told, quote, the CIA had some hard facts, and of course this won't surprise you, that were pointing to Osama bin Laden. In fact, the source told me they were surprised how blunt the CIA was with them at this point. We've also been told, it's interesting, Peter, even in the midst of all of this tragedy today, that there was a little bit of grumbling in Washington. Some members of Congress frustrated that they weren't hearing from the president, that the president wasn't back in Washington. But the leadership says that they absolutely understand why the president was traveling around the country today, and that they have the scene we saw on Capitol Hill earlier of bipartisanship was not an act, that it's very genuine. The leadership was briefed 4 times by Vice President Cheney earlier today. They didn't hear from Bush directly, but they were very happy with what they heard from him tonight. They're planning to convene tomorrow to pass a piece of legislation condemning all of the terror, and then it's not clear whether or not they're going to stay in session. They're trying to decide how much sense that makes and how appropriate it is.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back. We'll come back to you as the evening wears on. I know there are people in the country who will express this sentiment, so I express it as much on behalf of other people. We believe at this point we knew absolutely nothing in advance, and we've said that several, if not several dozen times today, and here we are within minutes, I shouldn't take that back, within hours of an incident involving terrorists about which we've heard much, not much throughout the day, and already we have someone in the Intelligence Committee, or maybe it's through a member of Congress, pointing the finger at Osama bin Laden. I'll turn to George Stephanopoulos to talk about this a little bit, and then perhaps to talk to our defense analysis in Washington in just a moment. Tony, the skeptics just say, oh, they point the finger at Osama bin Laden.
Because it's easy, and we need a face.
Exactly.
We need a face.
We need
and
someone to demonize.
And someone to blame, and someone to demonize, and someone to attack. And I think there'll probably be some grumbling from the Central Intelligence Agency and others in the intelligence community that information like this was frankly leaked out of the House Intelligence Committee or out of the Congress, because that's one of their big complaints consistently with the Congress. Is one of the reasons we can't trust the Intelligence Committee with this information is because the minute we talk about it, it gets out in the public domain. But I do think it does speak to something that we'll see happening in the coming days.
Before you go on to the coming days, I apologize. Don't want to hold you up except this. Do you think, from your experiences in government, that there is a tendency to blame Osama bin Laden, even when there is not necessarily any basis on which to precisely point the finger at him? I don't mean that Osama bin Laden gave money to someone in the country, but within hours of this, we're beginning to point at the same man we point to in almost every instance.
I would say a tendency to find a specific target that you can blame as quickly as possible, not necessarily Osama bin Laden. But I remember very well in early 1993, after former President Bush, there was an assassination attempt against him.
Right.
The FBI and the CIA spent several weeks trying to find out who was responsible. They finally did identify people, but there was an awful lot of pressure from the people on the ground, especially to say, yes, 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 we have it. And you felt that a lot of people further back in Washington were saying, are you sure?
Yeah, I think the public is pretty actually wise about this now, because we've been through so many experiences where we thought it was Iran, and maybe it turned out to be Libya. We thought it turned out to be Libya, and then the suspect was Syria, and it turned out to be Palestine. Thought it was Palestinians, and it turned out to be an American.
And one other thing, not to discount, Peter, I'm not suggesting this is happening in this case, but you always have to be careful. Those who are doing the briefings may have an agenda of their own within the government, trying to build pressure for an action they want.
Now, you were going to, before you go on to your other point, Claire Shipman mentioned that they were going to pass legislation tomorrow, which will be national legislation respectful of the day.
And support for the president.
And support for the president, and support for the various government agencies. There's very quickly going to be a demand and request for doing something more than already, and money.
For much more. And whenever you have these kinds of terrorist acts, whether it was Oklahoma City or the assassination attempt on President Bush or the Khobar Towers Congress acts, remember, after TWA Flight 800, we first got those questions that were asked of every air passenger. Have your bags been with you at all times? And has anyone else, have they ever been out of your sight? That was never asked before. You'll see something far more stringent, I would guess, coming out of Congress now. Far more attempts after the Oklahoma City bombing. There were attempts to increase the FBI's wiretapping capabilities and tracing gunpowder and other kinds of ammunition, and also after Al-Khobar, more money for intelligence. You'll see that coming out of the Congress.
But you make a very good point, and we discussed it a little earlier today. I've forgotten, I think it was James Woolsey we began talking to, and pointing out that how important it is for Americans at the moment to appreciate freedoms in the country. And I think it was somebody very early in the day who quoted Edmund Burke when he talked about ordered liberty, because there will be pressure in some communities in pursuit of international terrorism to make it tougher for Americans to enjoy all of their freedoms. Do you believe that?
No question about it. After Oklahoma City, there was even an attempt to start to catalog these domestic militias in a way that we would have never done before that, and that was something, there was an outcry at the time, but I would suspect that after something like this, people will say, we're willing to sacrifice some liberties in order to get the security.
Okay, thanks, George. Please don't go away. We want to go back downtown to hear one more time from Diane Sawyer, and I say one more time because if you think about it, she has been up longer and working longer on this story than any of us. It was late in Good Morning America when this happened, and Diane, I know you need in some way, at least I think you do, prepare for tomorrow. So why don't you just take some time now and tell us about the day from your perspective?
I will, Peter, and we will be back on in the morning very early. And of course, I know you're going to be going along through the night too, so we'll probably pass the torch sometime in the middle of the night. I want to tell you what we just did. We decided to make our way as close as we could get to Ground Zero, and I can now report to you that I've seen what's going on inside, if you go all the way up and inside. At the scene itself, where the Twin Towers were, one tower completely level. I saw no signs of fire there now. It is a truly eerie scene because, of course, there's no light, there's no electricity, and you see silhouetted firemen, silhouetted EMS workers, everyone moving around, and in unbelievable conditions because the soot is up to your ankles, you're tripping over piping. There are those horrible, grotesque sculptures of the burned out cars and the burned out buses all around you every place. The other building, the other tower building, there seems to be the base of it still standing. They're still spraying it with water all the time, although they told me they're going to really wait for daylight to do much more. Then we went over to building 7, which also burned and burned later in the afternoon. And over there, you're hearing the crumbling sounds. It almost sounds as if you're going to have a rock fall or a landslide or an avalanche because the building is creaking and moaning as it continues to crumple. Now, there was still fire. I couldn't determine exactly where it was. I didn't know if it's that Marriott hotel or not. We saw flames still going up in the air, but it was impossible to determine from where we were exactly what that fire is right now. And Don Daler fanned out in a different direction. I'm going to bring him in once again to see what you saw, Don.
Well, I just a moment ago saw a doctor in full medical scrubs walking from the direction of the scene, and I asked him, was there anybody that he even got to work on down there? And he said no, that they didn't have any victims or injured people who were coming out to the triage area. So either the people who were injured have been brought out and are already at the hospitals, or there's nobody coming out right now. That just now happened.
You think you saw a K-9 unit deploying as well?
We saw a K-9 unit, and we heard reports that there were some Metro workers trapped somewhere down in that area, and also there was a 911 cell phone call, a report of a 911 cell phone call from a Philadelphia area code that was traced to the region, to the area down near the Marriott Hotel. But we are, in the next couple days and hours, certainly we're going to hear probably as many tragic stories as you saw leaves of paper, but one of them was a fireman who just came by moments ago, did not want to go on camera. He was down there very early in the day and had actually witnessed one of his fellow firemen killed by a falling body, by someone who had jumped from the building.
Unending tragedy. The firefighters working down there now, the grit in your eyes makes it almost impossible to see. The soot is absolutely everywhere still. And we talked to you before, Peter, about the fact that all of these documents, I cannot tell you what it is like to see this sea of financial documents every place. And I just picked up randomly a couple of them, and their analysis of someone's budget, and then there's an analysis of an insurance filing, and you just keep thinking how important all of these seemed to someone 24 hours ago.
Well, Diane, thank you very much indeed for your work today. It goes without saying we value enormously. As you were talking, I was also trying to catch up to the ripple effect of this thing. We know that aircraft are grounded. Lisa Stark told us a short while ago that aviation authorities and various other governmental authorities are discussing whether or not this freeze on air travel in the country is going to last as long as the original 12-hour delay they put in it, because among other things, Postal Service officials are now saying that mail is only going to be delivered within 600 miles of its point of origin for at least the next 24 hours, because mail going beyond 600 miles goes by commercial carrier, and that's surely one of the things the government is talking about at the moment in terms of the interruption of national, and one could argue international, life at the moment. ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers the stock market, national business affairs, and international business affairs, is with us at the moment. Betsy, put together for us, if you will, the picture of a world, or much of the world, that has been brought to a halt in many ways by these incidents today.
Well, Peter, we're certainly reminded that we have a global economy and global markets. European and Latin American markets had a chance to respond to events today. As you know, U.S. financial markets were closed all day, but markets in Europe and Latin America were down sharply. Trading was halted in some of them. Asia is now having its first opportunity to react to these events. And in Japan, the Nikkei is down around 6.5%. It's been open for about an hour and a half now. Incidentally, that's the lowest level in 15 years. The U.S. has been the world's real economic engine, and the U.S. is, as you know, the economy has been faltering, but this additional blow to those very visible symbols of the United States as the center of world finance has shaken investor confidence. And we're seeing that play out in global stock markets.
Now, all financial markets are going to be closed again tomorrow. The New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange will be closed tomorrow.
That's right, Peter. Incidentally, you were talking before about parallels to World War II. Interestingly, U.S. financial markets will be closed now for 48 hours. It's the first time since World War II that that's happened. And keep in mind that the New York Stock Exchange is just a few blocks from the World Trade Center Twin Towers. So in a sense, it's not surprising. It's going to be a while before rescue operations and cleanup operations make it possible for New York Stock Exchange employees to return to work. Having said that, Treasury Secretary O'Neill, who's in Japan today, no word yet on when he will return, certainly trying to reassure everybody, saying the U.S. economy is strong and resilient. We had the Fed issuing messages today saying it will do what must be done to make sure that money continues to flow through the U.S. economy and to make sure the banking system continues to run smoothly, which it did by and large today.
In fact, the global economy and the greater number of stock exchanges in many more places makes 24-hour trading with or without the, well, to some degree, with or without the New York and the American Stock Exchanges today more possible, does it not?
Yes, it does, Peter. One other thing I wanted to mention to you is there were economists talking today about the possibility that this might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that this might be the event that tips the U.S. economy into recession. I mean, think about it. When markets don't trade, when planes don't fly, when businesses shut down, as we saw so many do today, when malls close, that's a drag on the U.S. economy. People aren't out there spending, and when you've got an economy that's growing at a snail's pace, those kinds of that kind of slowdown in the economy just for a period of days has the potential to push an economy teetering on recession over the brink.
Thanks very much, Betsy Stark, who will continue to report the economic dimensions of this. You know that so many, largely depending on where you live, I guess, that many of the government and both federal and state offices around the country are closed today. Ironically, the Texas governor granted a 30-day stay to an inmate who faced execution tonight after the worst terror attack in American history, at least on American soil. In Georgia and in many other states around the country, the legislatures ceased doing business if they were in session at the time. And reflecting what we saw on Capitol Hill, maybe we could get that piece of tape up again for people who didn't see it. It was a very moving national moment when members of the House and the Senate stood together and sang spontaneously or not, God Bless America. The Emmy Awards, television's highest awards, which were scheduled for Sunday, next Sunday, have been postponed immediately, and so have another series of awards. There's a whole list of everything that has been postponed or delayed. And when Betsy Stark talks about the Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, who's been saying to the country and the world for the last couple of days, as has the President, that he expects the economy to come back by the end of the year, it is part of an important psychological process as well as a business one to say to the rest of the world, as Senator Tom Daschle did when he talked about Congress will be open for business tomorrow. And that has been reasserted as a government theme at both the state and the federal level throughout the day. And so this scene on the steps of the Capitol building tonight, just as the sun was going down, was very, very moving.
From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean, wide we foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
We're sometimes pretty cynical or skeptical about politicians, but there is an example of politicians doing what politicians are supposed to do, which is to give their constituents, all of us across the country, some sense of leadership. We're joined now by Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department for us. And Pierre, it's early days, but I gather they've got the tiniest direction to go, at least in one of the investigations.
Yes, Peter, we're being told by sources that the FBI has begun to execute a number of search warrants, including in the state of Florida. My source will not give me additional information at this particular time. He emphasizes that it is at the very earliest stages of the investigation. This may turn out to be nothing, but the search warrants being executed are based on the passenger manifest. They have taken some of the names off of the manifest, and they're going to search some of the homes to find if additional clues.
So these are people we believe, or at least we believe the FBI believes, are living in the United States?
Absolutely. These are some of the names that came up on the passenger manifest. They are going to their homes, conducting searches, looking for paper, any kind of information that might lead to answers to why this happened.
We do believe, Pierre, I think from earlier, that one of the stewardesses, one of the flight attendants, my apologies to stewardess, flight attendant, a flight attendant on the American Airlines flight was able to communicate to her base or to somebody else which seat one of the terrorists was sitting in. Does this contribute to the investigation now?
It does, Peter, and a number of sources told me tonight that a number of passengers and flight attendants were able to dial 911 and also reach some of their relatives. And they describe a pretty horrific scene, scenes of people being attacked, in some cases being stabbed. And one source said he could only imagine the horror of what was going on some of those planes.
Okay, Pierre, thanks very much. Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department, who says it's moving, at least in terms of the investigation, and we've known since the last 12 hours of this massive coming together of intelligence operation. And John McCarthy, let me ask you about the National Security Agency, which has the technical... You there, John? Jack?
I'm here.
I can't see you nor hear you.
Well,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks very much. Not you, it's our inability to see you. The National Security Administration, the National Security Agency, rather, which tapes so much stuff. Just tell us what basically they do that's fairly common knowledge, and what will they be doing tonight?
They have the ability to sweep up, imagine a huge vacuum cleaner, all of the communications that are going around the world, they sweep them up in a very sort of broad way, and then they look for certain phone numbers and certain things that are of interest to investigators and try and single out some of those conversations. So what they are doing is they have millions and millions of phone calls that they have sucked up into this vacuum cleaner. They have to be very careful because if it is an American citizen, there are very strict rules of the road for how you go about dealing with those kinds of communications. But they will be sorting through all of the communications that have been going from phone numbers that they have a very specific interest in, looking for clues.
Okay, thanks very much, Jack. I just, thank you very much. Just turn around now because Governor Pataki is here. Hi, Governor, how are you? Thank you for coming. Have you got a microphone on? And if you couldn't, would you mind going and sitting down and take George Stephanopoulos' microphone? Governor Pataki, the governor of New York, we've seen him a couple of times today, briefing in the first instance by himself and then with the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. And I am grateful, sir, as I'm sure the audience is, that you take time from pressing events at the least to come in and tell us what's going on.
Well, Peter, we're doing everything we can.
You know John Miller, by the way.
Yes, of course I know John. We're doing everything we can to try to make sure that we rescue as many people as possible, provide the services to those who have been injured, make sure we have the medical support staff and the emergency teams in place, and I
apologize, I'm going to interrupt you several times.
Sure.
Are you rescuing people at the moment? Because we're not certain.
We have the equipment down in Lower Manhattan right now. The city has its police and fire emergency services down there, and we've augmented it with our National Guard heavy equipment that is down there right now. I cannot say that anybody has been rescued, that anybody has been uncovered, but because the first step is to put out the fires and to make sure that the rescue workers are safe, but that's the goal.
There's some reports of people using their cell phones. In fact, John remarked on this earlier, people using their cell phones from under the rubble to communicate their location. Have you been able to get to people in those situations?
I can't say that anybody's been able we've been able to get to anybody, but I do know that every step that can be taken is being taken.
Okay, so go on with what have you been doing this afternoon and this evening?
Well, I wanted to make sure that we had the support team, and we've been working with Mayor Giuliani to augment the city's services. I also spoke with the president and the vice president, and we were getting security briefings on a regular basis. And Peter, I got to tell you that the outpouring of support from around the surrounding area, from around the country and around the world has been enormous. You know, this is a very dark day in American history, but we're going to get through it. The people's resolve is strong, the spirit is strong, and we will not allow our freedom to be taken from us.
I know you said yourself, you've talked to President Bush and to Vice President Cheney. We had the impression that for a while there today, Mr. Cheney was the only person left in the White House.
No, I spoke with the president early, probably 9:20, 9:30 this morning, and he's been extremely responsive. All the help we've needed from the federal government we've gotten.
And do you need anything more? The Attorney General said that they were sending in some different kinds of emergency teams to New York. Does that mean you are in real need at the moment?
Right now, all the needs that we've been told about have been met. But as we go forward, this is not going to be a one-night or a one-day effort. This is going to go on for days and weeks. And the emergency forces that are there are going to need relief. We're going to have to rotate teams in and out. We're going to need specialized teams. And that's why we're very grateful that we have had this support from the federal government, from the surrounding governors, and from everybody pulling together.
John?
We're hearing the first reports of people being rescued at the scene, but you know, there's a couple of ironies here. Your office, the governor's office, used to be in the World Trade Center.
That's right.
At another time not long ago, you would have been there today.
That's right. And we still have a lot of state offices there, and I have a number of friends who were there this morning.
A number of friends who are unaccounted for even now?
Unaccounted for right now.
Which means that, in all likelihood, you probably know people who were killed in this.
We don't want to give up hope at this point. As I said, we're continuing to do everything we can to try to continue the search and rescue operations, and until everything's been done, hope is something you have to have.
Governor, how close have you come to seeing for yourself what it's like?
I've been to the hospitals. I was with, and the spirit is incredible. I was at St. Vincent's with some injured police and firefighters who were in the hospital injured, and they wanted to go back. They wanted to go back down to help their colleagues. And I was at Cabrini when we had lines of people blocks long on the street looking to donate blood. So the spirit of the people, the response has been not one of allowing the terrorists to frighten New Yorkers off the streets. It's been one of pulling together, showing that spirit, showing that hope. And you know, we've seen death and we've seen destruction, but we've also seen hope. And we will get through this.
You travel through the city in pretty organized fashion at the moment. There are a lot of people out in the city tonight?
No, and they shouldn't be. The vast majority of the people are home, and that's where we want them. But we need to have the highways and the streets clear for the emergency services and the emergency vehicles, and they are right now.
Are all of the hospitals in the city able to cope with what's been presented to them? I recall that earlier today you were calling for doctors to volunteer, and you were calling for nurses to volunteer.
We have seen an outpouring of volunteers in the hospitals, and we've seen an outpouring of donations of blood, so that at this point, the hospitals have the supplies, have the staff, have the support to be able to deal with the crisis as it moves forward. But what's going to happen, Peter, is those doctors, those nurses are going to get tired, and we're going to need the relief teams. And we've set up a statewide system to make sure that people don't just come here, but they register, so that as we need them, we can call on them and bring them in waves to help with that process.
You and Mayor Giuliani have both gone out of your way today to say to people that they must be patient, that in time the United States will retaliate, and that's a matter for the federal government. You want to just give us your thoughts on that?
Peter, that's right. This is something where I'm confident that the president and his team and our military have the ability to retaliate and take the appropriate action, and I'm confident they will. You know, we've seen anger on the streets, and there are moments when I feel it myself, but I've also seen hope, and we have to let that anger not overcome our desire to make sure we are still a nation of laws and a nation of justice. So let the federal government deal with the terrorists, let them make the appropriate response, and let's turn our anger to constructive efforts to rebuild and to pull us together.
It's interesting, Governor. I'm not even sure you know this, but we just heard a short while ago that Kmart, its 2,100 stores in the country, are not going to sell guns and ammunition at the moment. They've taken all their guns and their ammunition off the shelves, which suggests that someone else besides yourself understands there's real anger in the community, and these are those unfortunate times when prejudice sometimes tends to boil over.
There is anger, there is prejudice, but we have to put that aside and understand that the terrorist acts that have devastated the city and frightened the country are aimed at taking away our freedom. And we cannot take away other people's freedom in retaliation. We have to be a nation of laws. Let the president, let the administration make the appropriate response, and let's turn that anger to hope, turn it to action, turn it to working to make sure that we come back as a city and as a country as strongly as possible.
You have no doubt about it, I gather.
I have no doubt about it. This city has been through an enormous tragedy today. This is one of the darkest days in American history, and it's an ongoing nightmare, but we will get through this. Our freedoms will be intact, and this city and this country will be stronger than ever.
Governor Pataki, Governor George Pataki, Governor of New York, thank you very much for coming in. Opportunity to talk to you in person. We've seen you several times today on the television. I know exactly how busy you are. Thank you, sir. Let's go back to the streets of New York and ABC's Bill Blakemore, who is downtown. All of this, of course, is at the lower part of Manhattan on the western side of the city on the Hudson River, and ABC's Bill Blakemore is there. And John, you've heard the governor say that things are pretty quiet on the street. Is that the way you find it down there? Hang on, Bill. Hang on. Can't hear you just yet. Hang on. My apologies. Give us one of those 1, 2, 3s, if you wouldn't mind.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Now I hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Peter, now?
I can, Bill. Go ahead.
It's very eerie down here in the financial district, Peter. We're just slightly north of the wreckage. The electricity is out everywhere, so we're only able to see things by the very harsh floodlights that have been brought in a few places. There's still smoke billowing out of the wreckage and out of 1 or 2 buildings right next to it. We understand the Marriott Hotel is still on fire. They're pouring water on where they can. But within the past hour, firefighters have told members of our ABC News team that it's clearly going to be morning before they can begin to move any of these hundreds of volunteers, firemen, other rescue workers in to begin to try to make something of it. People who have been right down next to the base of what was the trade towers say there's virtually nothing left, maybe a few flights of stairs, a few stories of one of the buildings, but that when they came down there was so much melting and so much demolishing of any kind of structure that they cannot imagine much being left or much hope of finding anybody alive, though search and rescue is being mounted. We've seen dog teams being brought into position. There are hundreds of firemen just to the west of me here over on the West Side Highway, and dozens of fire trucks and police cars ready to move in. But for the moment, mostly it's just trying to get the temperature down at the base of where the trade towers were and to get the rest of the fire stopped.
And Bill, one knows from past experience that a huge amount of heavy equipment is needed in the area in order to continue the searching operation. Do you see it showing up?
Indeed, we've seen every now and then fleets of bulldozers and other heavy equipment moving through the back streets here. In the dark as it is just now, every now and then a fleet of flashing lights and sirens will go by as the people working on the strategy here are trying to figure out how to get these pieces of equipment into position for what they're going to have to do in the morning. But we can see that it's clearly going to be many days of a great deal of grim work to try to take it apart and to do what they can for anybody that they can find alive. But it's going to be morning before we can really see it.
Thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. One of the things that people who aren't familiar with this part of New York may not fully appreciate is that the trade towers stood, emphasis on stood, very close to the Hudson River. And the West Side Highway, which comes down the west side of New York, past the World Trade Center, and then tucks around and goes up towards, that's Brooklyn, in the map over to the right and across the Brooklyn Bridge and towards the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. The World Trade Center are very close to the edge of the river, and all that stuff right underneath the World Trade Center at the moment is basically landfill. And so there is a very narrow physical window through which the relief operators can work. Here's the mayor.
Than we need at this point. We're very grateful for it, and it'll be stored in areas, and probably over the next 2 or 3 days we will need it. And we'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions, I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it, is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow, the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that. The point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. We have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are
Yes.
still alive and well?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There are still unsound structures, and it's still dangerous. Although the rescue effort is now taking place. But if you're asking me, is it hampered? It's hampered because of the conditions, not because of the nighttime.
Is there any concern about a long procession of heavy bulldozers and other heavy construction equipment making its way down to lower Manhattan? What is that going to be used for?
That's going to be used to move debris out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get in and out quickly, so that we can get the ambulances in, in a more expeditious fashion than we've been able to do. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor Rudy Washington, who has spent most of the day coordinating, getting all of that emergency equipment in the right place, ready to move. If you go along Houston Street, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of pieces of equipment that are lined up to move in and to take debris out. And now they've started doing that. And I think that's probably what you observed. You probably observed.
The Mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, getting close to the end of his time in office, not able to succeed himself.
My concern from the point of view of
here in New York City, saying there is hope. He said darkness has made things more complicated, but we've heard from several sources that one of the first things they indeed moved into the site, and you can see it both at the Pentagon and here in New York City. You can see a large amount of temporary lights brought in some cases by the New Jersey Air National Guard. The mayor saying, it probably doesn't come as any great surprise to people, moment they've had tremendous number of volunteers. They've had tremendous volunteers for blood supplies, not only in New York, but around the country, of people wishing to contribute. And in true American volunteer spirit, you've got too many volunteers at the moment, and he says the time has now come to try to focus the effort. But this, and to our surprise, a little bit, he has given a number, which we'll repeat, given that he issued it, because I assume he knew he was talking on national television and not merely to the press. You think I'm right on that, John? Yeah. But there is a New York City number which you can call, 212, area code here, 560-2730. And given the involvement and engagement of the country as a whole at the moment, I don't know how that line is ever going to handle what the mayor or you would like it to handle, but there is another line which is handled today, and I think it's probably worth repeating. In fact, it's more than worth repeating. Something called the Victims of Crime Hotline, which the Attorney General mentioned to us an hour or so ago. This is for people who are pretty certain they have family members either involved in these aircraft or on the ground, and they can call this number 1-800-331-0075 and leave a contact number. You're not going to get any information as best we understand it now. Just leave a contact number which will tell somebody in government, which is ultimately running all this, that you are in need of information about a known crime. And let's jump to the bottom number there for a second to report information known about the crime. This is the FBI saying, as it does in every major crisis or incident like this, anybody knows anything? You can reach us on the web, www.ifccfbi.gov. Now, the FEMA helpline, that's the Federal Emergency Management Administration, and we're not quite sure why their number is up there unless people believe they can offer help to FEMA, which is the emergency arm or wing or department of the federal government, which swings into action at any national emergency like this and organizes, particularly true in floods and fires and earthquakes, where it's a sort of superimposed agency that can help organize people on the ground, particularly true in smaller communities. Seen a lot of it in communities in the Midwest during the flooding of the Mississippi River and others. But here in New York, the message seems to be that New York, with what it has already required, seems to be able to cope, at least logistically, with what it has on its hands at the moment. And there is that phrase from the mayor, there is hope. To amplify just a little on a story we began to tell you earlier, there's a story out of Philadelphia just a short while ago, which say that a woman from Munhall, Pennsylvania, who was in New York, called 911 in Pennsylvania shortly after 8 p.m. to say that her brother was still trapped under 40 feet of rubble near the Forward Hotel in Manhattan. John, help me. The Forward Hotel is the Marriott Hotel, which used to be the Vista Hotel. It's all the same hotel, right?
It's now the Millennium Hotel,
okay.
But it's the hotel that stands directly in front of the World Trade Center on West Street.
All right. And she called to say that he gave specific directions to her where he was located and said he was there with 2 New York City policemen, because policemen and firemen are under this rubble as well, because they were going one way when everybody else was fleeing in the other way. We don't know who her name is and his name is, and it doesn't matter. But it is why, on an occasion like this, there's always hope. And if you think about a building collapsing on itself, we've seen this before in earthquakes, and we are always astounded, no matter where it is in the world, now how primitive the conditions, that people survive for days and days and days on end. So the imperativeness of getting, this place quiet, which would be very hard in the next few hours so that people can work in there with some measure of efficiency. The importance of getting in the dogs. They're sometimes called mortuary teams, which is grisly, but they're called that anyway. The federal government has sent 3 of them to New York and a couple to the Pentagon as well. But the value of dogs and the value of searching as quickly as you can through the rubble almost invariably turns up success stories, no matter where incidents like these occur. We've been joined by Barbara Walters, who I think is as appalled as all of us by this. What have you been doing? And what do you bring us?
Of course we are all appalled. There aren't adjectives enough to describe how we feel.
Sure.
I just talked a few moments ago to Senator Orrin Hatch, who had some information. He said, remember the Millennium Threat, which of course you remember, Peter, we all do, and he said it was a very real threat, but if they had the intelligence to be able to block terrorist attacks. He said a month ago there was a general report that a big attack was being planned and that they pulled a ship out of the Persian Gulf. And he said they now have some data that says that people on the aircraft, these are his words, appeared to be associated with bin Laden, and furthermore, he has information that people generally associated with bin Laden, because he says it's more than one organization, acknowledge with joy that a couple of the other targets were hit. He said, Peter, that the next 12 to 24 hours are absolutely crucial, because if you don't find out who did this, within 24 hours, they all go underground. And he considers this an act of war.
Well, just before you go on, because I know you have some other news as well, if Senator Hatch is anywhere near a television set and can hear us, we'd like him to come on and explain this in some detail, because I think there's some skepticism around this. These remarks by Senator Hatch have been around by some time, and now they've been repeated by him to you, that there's somehow an Osama bin Laden collection very quickly. And I know people are desperate to find out what, but we certainly would like the Senator to come on and explain in detail what he means, and the connection to this ship that was being pulled out of the Persian Gulf some time ago. Do you know precisely what he's referring to?
He said, you may remember that the ship was pulled out because we thought that, I guess, their feeling was, I shouldn't guess, that there may have been some attack on that ship.
Yeah,
so they pulled that ship out.
Tremendous sensitivity in the Persian Gulf ever since the attack on the USS Cole, in which 17, do I recall correctly, John, 17 Americans.
Senator Hatch also says that part of the problem and part of the reason that we haven't known as much as we should have is that the CIA has been cut so much and their budget has been cut so much, and we have not had the human intelligence to be able to infiltrate the various organizations that we used to have prior to the 70s.
Let me just ask you one more question. But Senator Hatch appears to be talking about communication between people who either know or associated with Osama bin Laden in the wake of this incident.
Yes.
And we all know what happened in this incident. So is he talking about people talking about the operation in ways that you and I and millions of Americans would not?
Well, I guess what he's saying is we have, before they were saying, well, we think it's bin Laden, we're not sure, and he is saying, I have some data, I have some information that says people associated with him acknowledge that it's happened. So more and more the finger points more definitely at bin Laden. But I also talked to Senator John Edwards, Peter, who's a Democrat from North Carolina and is on the Intelligence Committee and is one of the, as you know, young, fresh faces that some people say might be a presidential candidate. And he didn't seem as definite. He had just talked to the head of the CIA, and we have that if you want to see that.
Yeah, here's the tape. By all means, we'd like to hear your part of your interview.
Senator Edwards, I understand that earlier today you spoke to the head of the CIA, George Tenet. Can you tell us anything about that discussion?
The thing that's clear to me is that they're making real progress, that we're going to identify who's responsible for this, and that we're, in fact, as a nation, going to hold them responsible.
We keep hearing that it's Osama bin Laden. How do we know that?
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Maybe this sounds like a very dumb question, but are we sure that this was done by foreigners?
Well, I think at this moment, the public is certainly not sure. I think the director of our intelligence gathering activities feel like they've made real progress and have a pretty good idea of what's happening and who's responsible.
Could I just have a yes or no? Are we sure it's not foreigners?
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Senator Edwards, you've had concern now for quite a while about terrorist attacks and had wanted more security. What should have been done?
Well, Actually, Barbara, there are some of us who've been working on some legislation, a law, that's directed at doing specifically that. Senator Graham, Bob Graham, Dianne Feinstein, and I, along with others, have drafted legislation before this incident occurred that does three things. One, puts more resources, more money into fighting terrorism, counterterrorism. Two, coordinates all of the federal agencies, and I think there are 41 of them that are involved, who are involved in counterterrorism, and creates a terrorism czar to oversee that effort. And third, gives the director of the CIA more legal authority to do what needs to be done to fight terrorism. I might add, Barbara, I think that the people who've committed these acts on the United States, who killed all those innocent men and women and children today, underestimate the American people. And I think what they're about to find out is the American people are strong, they are courageous, and they are resolute. And our response will be powerful.
Is this war?
Oh, I think whenever we see the kind of attack we saw in the United States today, certainly if it were state-sponsored, it would be war, and I think we should treat it as an act of war.
How do we combat this kind of terrorism?
We need more money spent on combating terrorism, which is such a serious threat to the American people. We need to coordinate to make sure that all of our agencies are working together in a coordinated fashion to fight these folks. And number three, we need to make sure that the legal authority is in place so that the director of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, can do what's necessary to fight these people.
Well, I must say he says some things which confuse me, and maybe in subsequent conversation with you got him. He said, if this is state-sponsored terrorism, it is war. And then he said it's war. So is he telling us something he knows about who sponsored this terrorist act?
What I thought was interesting, too, was when I said, are you sure that this is a foreign act? You know, could it be domestic? And he said, I can't answer that question. And that's why I said, well, you know, a simple yes or no. I mean, are we sure that this is a foreign organization? So I found that, and I kept pressing it and couldn't get further. I found that, you know, confusing myself.
Well, really
if it's state-sponsored, it is, but if it's an individual, it isn't?
Well, that's a technical issue, of course, as we've said earlier, because if it is state-sponsored terrorism, the United States is obliged under a declaration of war to do certain things. But John, let me just talk to John Miller here for a second, because John spends so much time on this. First of all, you have a senator say to us now, we're making real progress, but I can't say what it is. Now, I would argue at a moment like this that if we're making real progress, someone has an obligation to come and tell the American people they're making real progress and help them understand something.
And that may be true, and that someone might be the president. I think the box that the senator finds himself in, and of course you can't tell from his coded answer, is when he says, I can't answer that question, is it because I don't know, or is it because he's the recipient of a classified briefing that he could answer that question if he were allowed to? I think
my feeling was that he was the recipient of some information and just didn't feel that he should give it out now.
And if you were pressing him on that issue, would have caused him to breach that classified briefing by giving the specific answer or how he knew, he'd actually be in violation of law and his clearance. That may be the stumbling block he found in those two very sensitive and direct questions.
The dilemma is that politicians want to be on television commenting on a situation, but they don't want to go as far as I think probably the public, not just us, would like them to go at the moment. He does say three other things, which I think are quite important at the moment, is that he is one of those people who's argued for more resources for the counterintelligence effort in the war against terrorism, and there are lots of politicians of both parties like him. John, he's interested in having greater coordination between federal agencies. There's almost invariably a lack of coordination on issues like this between the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, other elements even of the Justice Department. How bad is it, or is it okay?
It's bad. It's always been worse. The CIA used to be focused on foreign issues, the FBI largely on domestic. Since the FBI has become the lead agency in acts of international terrorism not on U.S. soil, they've had to compare a lot more notes with the CIA. You find that the FBI and the CIA now have a working desk, a terrorism desk together at CIA headquarters staffed by FBI people. CIA people are assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorist Task Force. So you see them pulling closer together. But anytime you have the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the National Security Agency, you're going to have agencies that are competitive about who gets information,
who distributes information to whom, and really who gets credit for information, and breaking down the bureaucratic walls between those divides and letting that information flow freely has always been a difficulty. Sharing.
Can I just ask you one question? What do you think of the idea of a terrorist czar? That is, somebody now who's going to be overall in charge of all of this, which was his other suggestion.
Well, I mean, in a case like we were just talking about, the sharing of information, the coordination of effort, that person would be, for lack of a better term, the grown-up that would divide up these agencies and say, no, this is what your role is going to be, this is what you're going to do, and stop competing or dividing efforts or duplicating.
Not my job.
Thank you, Peter.
Not my job. Thank you, Barbara, very much for talking to them. And as I say, if you're talking to Senator Hatch, tell him we'd like to talk to him, because there are several other questions we would like to ask him, given what he told you and also what he's got out there floating around on the wire services as well. I want to, just before we go to our next report, and as we look at Lower Manhattan, I just want to remind you of some basic things. There is, in the distance late this evening, is the skeleton of the front entrance, of one of the World Trade Towers on the west side of New York, and that is what's left. And we had that young man go down today, and 110 stories up. You see that photograph on the right? 110 stories up on the right would have been the top of the trade tower, the single trade tower, and that, go back to the nighttime shot if we would, that is what is left this evening of the twin trade towers on the west side of lower New York City. 50,000 people worked in there. One of the hardest things to grasp all day is it happened just before 9 o'clock. How many people were at work? How many people managed to get out? How many people survived? First, the attack on the building. At 9:03 a.m. when the first attack occurred, and at 9:03, just before 9 o'clock, the first attack, then the second one at 9:03, and then when these buildings collapsed at 10:28 approximately in the morning. And that is the number one question, I think, for everybody in the country, even paramount at the moment, to trying to find out who the perpetrators of this terrorism were. But it is part of our job to throw the net around the rest of the world and talk to our assets about why we might suspect one individual or another, and criticize, if we will, the fact that bin Laden's name, Osama bin Laden, Saudi citizen, Saudi millionaire, who has helped to finance a lot of operations in the world in the view of the United States. It's inevitable at a moment like this that his name comes up to the top. ABC's John Cooley, who's covered the Middle East and intelligence matters in the Middle East at every single level for us for almost 30 years, points out a short while ago in a message to us that maybe bin Laden is one of the obvious perpetrators here, but it's Cooley's judgment at this point, but acting on his own. John Miller, just confirm for me, Osama bin Laden is a loner. He does not act in concert with government, or we've not seen any evidence of that, I believe, even though the Taliban in Afghanistan have given him some measure of protection. Fair comment?
Fair comment. The only indication we've seen of that is that bin Laden's people, according to U.S. intelligence, have cross-trained with Hezbollah, which, of course, had a very tight relationship with the Iranian government, but not with Iraq, not with Libya.
Okay. Let's hold this thought, because, in fact, Senator Hatch has called us from Washington. Senator Hatch, do you hear me?
Yeah, you called me.
I'm very glad to say that we did.
Okay.
And whoever called who, you're being quoted pretty widely at the moment as inferring, and you're a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, or the senior Republican on the Judiciary Committee, rather. You're being interpreted fairly widely as believing, in the wake of this attack today, that you know some connection between it and Osama bin Laden. True or not?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm, as a ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, and as a twice member on the Intelligence Committee,
right. I
chatted with the top law enforcement people, the top people at the CIA, and they made it very clear that, to me, that just about everything points in the direction of Osama bin Laden. There's no question that they intercepted information that included people associated with Osama bin Laden who acknowledged that a couple of targets were hit.
Everybody in the world knew a couple of targets were hit, Senator.
Well,
did you press the question?
This is look, Peter. Don't give me that. These are people at the top of the CIA, and I'm just saying that that's what they said. And keep in mind, bin Laden said it was every Muslim's duty to kill Americans. We know that people associated with bin Laden are taking pleasure in this attack. We know there's some data on people on the aircraft who appear to be associated with bin Laden. They're still studying this, so they're not positive, but they appear to be associated with bin Laden. And, you know, we also are pretty darn sure that bin Laden was behind the attack on the USS Cole. So these are things that are very, very serious. Almost everything points to them, and it's a serious situation.
Yeah, I don't mean, Senator, to underestimate the potential of Mr. bin Laden. We're just trying to get at what you know today.
That's what I know today. Now,
Senator, forgive me. Sure. The Associated Press also said, quote, attributes to you the information that law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to be members of bin Laden's organization. Is that true, sir?
It was told to me that there is some data on people on the aircraft who appear to be associated with bin Laden. I don't know which aircraft. I didn't ask that question.
Okay. I appreciate...
But they did say that they're still studying this, and they're going to try and verify that and bring that down to reality. But these are all just matters that appear to be, you know, to be pointing in the direction of Osama bin Laden.
Okay. I appreciate very much, Senator, getting you on the telephone this evening and you clarifying for that. Just to reconfirm before we lose you.
Sure.
You, as you told Barbara Walters and the Associated Press, you've been talking to U.S. intelligence, and they've told you they intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters discussing the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
But to give you the exact language, it was that they got information that included people associated with Osama bin Laden, where they acknowledged that a couple of targets were hit. They didn't name the targets, but you have to presume. And this is top intelligence information that they told me I could comment about.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Hatch. Appreciate you taking the time.
You bet.
Glad we were able to find you.
Okay.
So the senator does confirm that what he said to the Associated Press and Barbara Walters is what he actually heard from senior officials in the CIA, which takes us back, of course, to Mr. bin Laden. And there has been no one in the history of international terrorism who's been more elusive, who has stymied the United States to any greater degree. And we were talking just a minute ago about ABC's John Cooley, who's covered intelligence on the ground throughout the Middle East, and he makes a couple of observations which are quite fascinating. They're all speculation. They're all speculation. We're all involved in speculation today about bin Laden. But John Cooley says the Taliban could in some way assist bin Laden, giving him access, this is very interesting, John, to former Afghan Air Force pilots who were trained during the Soviet era, when the United States was, of course, using Afghanistan as a bulwark against the Soviet Union to some extent. He points out that Jane's Defense Weekly, one of the most authoritative defense journals in the world, recently did a recent review of bin Laden's military capability globally, which they did conclude was impressive, well-organized, and very wealthy. And I think everybody knows that. Am I right, John?
That's true, and I have to point out a couple of interesting facts about bin Laden, underlining that I continue to join in speculation. Number one, we learned in the embassy bombing trial that bin Laden had hired pilots and obtained surplus military aircraft to transport his people around. So there is a history of having trained people, professional aircraft pilots, to fly big planes, in this case, the smaller versions of the C-130. We also know from the same case that bin Laden had recruited former Egyptian military people who actually, one of them, Sergeant Ali Mohammed, became a U.S. military advisor with U.S. Special Forces. So the idea that it would be far-fetched for him to have imported the type of expertise who could give people, and forgive the irony of this statement, a crash course in how to operate a large jet, is not as far-fetched as you might think.
Exactly. It's interesting that John Cooley should remind us, and I should remind people at home, that you're one of the only journalists in the world who's actually gone to see Osama bin Laden and interview him. Oh, we're talking 3 years ago now?
This would have been in May of 1998, and the statements he made that day really portended the future. He said, and I quote, "It will be a dark day for America.
We will send their sons home in coffins and in boxes. And he underlined not just people in military uniform, but civilians too. They are all a target of this fatwa, unquote. It was the first time he underscored that this is no longer bin Laden against the forces of the U.S. government. This was bin Laden against the American people, civilians included. It was 6 weeks after he made that statement in July when he, according to U.S. officials, blew up the 2 East African embassies, thus carrying out the threat he made. And he has threatened several times, including once recently, to launch more attacks. In his latest video, essentially claiming credit for the Cole attack, or at least cheering it on.
This was the attack that appeared on Middle East television and I think occurred at the time of his daughter's or his son's wedding.
It's the one even after that where he released kind of a training video showing himself shooting guns and showing U.S. leaders and targets and so on. So he has underlined the threat that it's a continuing one.
All right, just to make clear to people at home, we're persisting with the questioning on this issue of anybody we talk to in the Intelligence Committee or with access to it, so that the country does not rush to judgment, even though, as John Miller and Senator Hatch most recently and others, John Cooley, our correspondent in the Middle East, make clear that Osama bin Laden is certainly a logical person to put at the very head of the suspect list. ABC's Brian Ross gives us some sense of background on at least a measure of the training that Mr. bin Laden has been involved in.
Commercial airlines have been a part of many of the terrorist schemes tied to today's prime suspect, Osama bin Laden. According to federal court records filed by prosecutors in New York, terrorists working for bin Laden have often received training as pilots, some with U.S. pilots' licenses for large jets. In fact, some pilots say the turn the second plane seems to have made in hitting the World Trade Center today would be difficult for an amateur to carry out.
I think we have to start looking for people who are trained to fly these planes, people who knew what they were doing, because no pilot would ever fly in and destroy everybody.
As for bin Laden, after tracking him through his cell phone for several years, American intelligence officials reportedly lost track of him last year.
People at NSA told me that they had been able to eavesdrop on Osama bin Laden for a long period of time. And then all of a sudden, it all went silent. They weren't able to track him anymore.
Federal prosecutors say bin Laden has a pattern of making good on his threats. And just 3 weeks ago, the Middle East Broadcasting Company reported the latest warning from bin Laden and his followers that the coming weeks would bear significant surprises during which American and Israeli interests worldwide would be targeted.
Men must send their sons to the battlefields and the fighting quarters so that they can be prepared militarily for the religion of Muhammad to triumph.
That was 3 weeks ago in the Afghan desert. Brian Ross, ABC News, New York.
Thank you, Brian Ross, for that. It's amazing. There's nowhere in the world, including John Miller's trip to Afghanistan 3.5 years ago to see Mr. bin Laden at the time. There's nowhere in the world which does not have video from it in this day and age, whether it's provided by bin Laden himself or whether on that rare and unusual occasion a Western reporter is able to get to him and sit down and question him about his intentions and his motives. To the Pentagon now, to ABC's John McCarthy. John, you have some information.
Peter,
Hang on, John.
Small signs.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, you hear me all right?
I do.
We're beginning to see the first small signs of the U.S. military positioning itself to perhaps do something in the days and weeks ahead. There was an aircraft carrier, the USS Enterprise, that had switched out with another aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf and was heading home. That aircraft carrier, we are now told from Pentagon sources, has been told to stop dead in the water, turn around, and head back for the Persian Gulf. That's number one. Number two, after the World Trade Center was hit and the Pentagon was hit, we now know that the Pentagon had large numbers of F-15s and F-16s on emergency alert. They moved into the airspace around New York and Washington and secured the airspace. That is the first time, to my knowledge, Peter, that has ever happened. Finally, one issue, Peter, that was raised in the President's remarks earlier this evening that is critical to those of us that watch the Pentagon and understand what some of the code is behind the words. The president said, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who did this act and those who harbor them." That is a critical statement, because what it is telling us is that the rules of engagement that America is going to go after these folks under are going to be different than it has ever been before. The United States is not going to be bound by those tight issues of collateral damage. They are not going to worry nearly as much about the loss of innocent life as they have done before. It is a very important signal that the president has laid down tonight.
We discussed that particular statement earlier, John. Does that not depend to some extent on who, if anyone, has collaborated with a terrorist, that is to say, a state?
Of course it does. But what they are saying tonight, Peter, again, to use the example of Osama bin Laden, if this is an independent terrorist operation that he may have been involved in, the signal is that the United States is going to go after the Taliban, and that is the government of Afghanistan that is harboring Osama bin Laden. But as you may recall, in other conflicts, the United States has been very, very concerned about the issue of what they call collateral damage, and that is the loss of innocent civilian life because of military strikes that the United States might take in retaliation. That is not going to be a concern, apparently, in this case, if the United States launches some sort of military attack.
Well, yet to be answered, John, whether or not the United States would suddenly change its mind about collateral damage and civilians. It's always been an essential point of pride in the United States, even when it has caused collateral damage, that this is not something a nation does easily. Let me run through these nations that are at least, and if not an issue today, at least, are you still there, John?
Yep, I'm still with you.
These nations which come up in conversation at all times like this. Iraq. The United States has thinks it's detected Saddam Hussein's hand in terrorism in the past, but there's no evidence, is there, that Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden get along?
They appear to have parallel interests, Peter, but they have very, very different religious interests. Osama bin Laden does not believe in the things that Saddam Hussein does, and American officials know that they have had contacts and conversations, but the indications are that Iraq and Osama bin Laden have not been able to see eye to eye on doing anything cooperatively.
Okay, that's one. Iran. Now, Iran is very much, or principally at least, and John Cooley points this out tonight for the Middle East, is principally anti-Taliban in Afghanistan, and not likely wants to encourage either the United States Roth or Taliban factions which want to make trouble in Iran. Fair comment?
Absolutely. There has been major border disputes between the Taliban and Iran. They do not like each other. They have had casualties. They've grabbed hostages. They are not on friendly terms. And in fact, Iran has been supporting the one faction in Afghanistan that has been fighting the Taliban.
And just to keep going down the list here, with which we've been familiar down for the last couple of decades, Libya. Colonel Gaddafi, I think, is described by many people as a flake these days, and certainly in terms of search of power in Africa, or better relations in Africa, because he wants to make a stronger economic base for Libya, and has shown no signs of being involved in international terrorism in recent years. Am I correct on that?
Peter, Muammar Gaddafi is no longer seen as the kind of terrorist threat that he was before. He has lost a lot of the momentum in the drive that he was trying to do about 10 or 15 years ago. And you are absolutely correct. He wants economic legitimacy because he now sees that as the only way that his country is going to get out of the economic problems that it has had over the last decade.
And finally, two other countries which have been involved in violence. Pakistan, a very unsettled country in the world, recently been a coup, very close association with Afghanistan, at least through its security services. Cannot imagine that Pakistan would want to incur the wrath of the United States.
No, not incur the wrath, Peter, on the one hand, but Afghanistan and the Taliban are their neighbors. The Taliban and the fundamentalist Islamic movement is beginning to have an important impact on Pakistan, on certain sections of Pakistani society. So while Pakistan would never support something like this, most analysts would say they can't control it either.
In other words, Pakistan, and particularly its security services, which have been suspected of fomenting or at least cooperating with terrorism before and cooperating with drug dealing going back and forth. They're, in some respects, the loose cannon within an already unstable Pakistan.
Well, somewhat of a loose cannon, Peter. We have to be very careful that we are not accusing Pakistan of being involved in anything like this. On the other hand, the Pakistani intelligence service has supported some things that Osama bin Laden has done very covertly.
Okay, and finally, because its name is often mentioned in terms of sponsoring international terrorism, is Syria. And again, I think people we check in with today would be really surprised, if not horrified, to hear that Syria would want to incur the United States' anger to this degree.
Not considered a likely contender, but again, both Syria and Iran do play in the Israeli-Arab dispute, and the whole issue of the foment on the West Bank in Israel is something that those countries do play in, but there is no indication that that conflict is connected to what has happened today. No evidence at this moment.
Exactly, John, and thank you. You end on a particularly appropriate note, because we are simply talking at the moment in many respects, giving what I hope is legitimate background in terms of the countries which have been involved in the constant conflict involving the United States, and prior to that the United States and the Soviet Union for many years, Israel and the Palestinians, extremist Islam, not Islam by any means, extremist Islam or extremist Muslims who regard the United States as an enemy. And so that's the aim of contributing that conversation. We have no idea at the moment what the CIA or the National Security Agency or the White House actually believes at the moment in the wake of these astonishing attacks today on the trade towers and on the Pentagon outside Washington. And recall back to the reporting earlier today, one of those aircraft, Dan Harris, ABC's Dan Harris, who was out in Pennsylvania, reported that at one point the United Airlines aircraft that went down in Pennsylvania, in fact, at one point had asked for a change of flight plan for Washington. And the plane crashed shortly after that, so we have no idea what that means. And in terms of the rest of the world's concern about this, we've talked a little bit about the height of the trade towers today. The tallest building in the world currently is in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, which is the Malaysian capital. It has a name, the Petronas Towers, I think it's called. The Petronas Towers or something, two towers, much more futuristic looking than the trade towers here, but it was evacuated today in the wake of a threat to it, as were many public buildings, malls, entertainment centers, all across the United States and in many other places today. We've had a couple of visitors today, young photographers, who were closer, I think, to the aftermath of this scene in the World Trade Towers, and a great many other people who tried to get there. And we asked Connie Chung to put together a piece on the photographers today who managed to get closer than most people to what was actually happening. Here's her report.
Around 8:45 this morning, when the pilot witnessed an airplane crash into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
In a day filled with images we may never forget, this one stands out. The extraordinary footage of an American Airlines jet slicing through the number 2 tower of the World Trade Center. That image was captured by 40-year-old freelance cameraman Evan Fairbanks, who had been working 2 blocks away.
I suddenly saw a white flash from the left side of the frame, and it lasted long enough for me to be able to identify it as a jet.
When you saw that plane hitting the Trade Center tower, could you actually fathom what you were viewing?
Not at all. It was very surreal. I felt like I was in another dimension, and we weren't even on the same planet. I guess as the human stories start to emerge, and we see more people and we hear more names, it'll become a lot more real to me. But right now, I feel like I'm still in the bubble of the day, and the whole experience is just kind of numbing.
Fairbanks has been a cameraman for 16 years, but today he wasn't operating on experience. It was instinct. And that's what drew him back for one last shot. That's when the tower began to collapse.
I was looking in the viewfinder, and I just saw this reverse mushroom cloud billowing down, and I realized my proximity, and immediately just turned and started running north.
But for Evan Fairbanks, this is the image that will haunt him and us for the rest of our lives.
The image of that plane just coming out of nowhere, coming into the frame, and disappearing into the south side of the tower, as if a floor had been hollowed out and it was a hangar that it was just landing in. We've seen these images in movies, and we know that it's all artificial, and Hollywood makes it. And it's hard to put together that it's real this time.
Well, and as it was real, as everybody now knows. It's interesting, in the Middle East, political leaders have asked people not to celebrate this attack on the United States. It's interesting that, even in nations which have historically had a long friendly association with the United States, including Egypt, there has been a tendency among some people who have been more profoundly politicized in the last several years to acknowledge this attack on the United States with pleasure. In Cairo, it's reported tonight that some students, taxi drivers, and shop owners actually crowded around television sets watching what was happening here and saying in Arabic, Mabruk, Mabruk, which actually means congratulations. But it's fair to say, knowing the region reasonably well, that there are a vast number of people in the Arab world who are deeply attached to the United States, a great number of people who have family living in the United States today. There are some towns on the West Bank in the Palestinian territories today, one of which comes to mind is Ramallah, this deeply troubled city in the Palestinian territory today, where more people from Ramallah historically live in the United States than do there as well. And I think that is why Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, and certainly the political leaders in your town, living elsewhere in the country, have made a special effort today to call on people to be tolerant and understanding, and not to lay blame and let their prejudice run away with themselves, because we don't know who did this. We do not know who did this, and any tendency we may have to lean in the direction of saying that one group or the other did it quickly reminds us of what happened at Oklahoma City, when we all thought it was one thing and it turned out to be someone else. John McWethy is outside the Pentagon. John, I gather now you have what we can call a preliminary casualty figure.
It is a preliminary estimate, Peter. It comes from one of the fire chiefs who has been handling the operation here today. The Arlington County Fire Chief is saying there could be 800 dead in the Pentagon.
Can I just ask, John, could be or are?
Could be. They do not have a body count because they still do not know even how many people are really missing at this point. He made an estimate by figuring out how many people were in the area that collapsed, plus the people that were in the airplane, and that is how he came up with a figure of about 800.
Okay, thanks, John. And anything on injured at all?
None whatsoever, Peter, although they've been going out to the hospitals in Northern Virginia as needed, several hundred, we believe.
John, as horrendous a situation it was at the Pentagon, the military is actually in a better position to assess its casualties than anybody around the trade towers. Just simply, it's got better records, know who comes to work in the place, and can check people more carefully.
Well, they have a whole plan for evacuating the Pentagon. In fact, I talked to one office that was supposed to be meeting on the helipad outside the Pentagon in case there was a problem. Of course, that's where the plane went in, so they had to assemble somewhere else. They are very organized, and the medical teams came in very rapidly, military and civilian, to this building. So they had a plan, they executed the plan. No one dreamed that they would ever have to do it because of this kind of attack, but they did it very effectively today.
Thank you, John. John McWethy at the Pentagon telling us that according to the fire chief, the Arlington fire chief, there could be could be as many as 800 people dead in the attack on the Pentagon today. And lest you lose sight of it at all, this is where an American Airlines flight, American Flight 77, which was destined from Washington Dulles originally to the West Coast, had 58 passengers and 6 crew on board. This was the aircraft, this Boeing 757, which attacked the Pentagon today. I can't think of any other words to use other than attacked. And the fear of violence continues tonight. ABC's John Miller, I gather, has just heard of an incident in New Jersey.
The New York City Police Department has a report that the FBI is responding to New Jersey because a truck reportedly loaded with explosives has been stopped by authorities on the road there, and the men with that truck have been detained. Members of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, according to the New York police officials, are responding to question those people. I want to underline that all the phones to police headquarters and to the FBI from here seem to be disabled. So sorting through these reports to get specifics, to sort them out, can sometimes take time. But this is information that is in the possession of the police department, comes from the FBI, and we don't know the exact significance of it.
Okay, thanks very much, John. I guess it's also clear to people now that ABC News is going to stay on the air for an indefinite period of time. For a variety of reasons, of course. One is to continue reporting the news, which is our job, and secondly, because of something that an American historian once said to me many years ago, that the television set is roughly equivalent to a campfire in the days as the wagon trains were making their way westward, and there was a catastrophe on the trail, and so people pulled the wagons around and sat down and discussed what went on and tried to understand it, and then went on the next day. And we do that in front of our television sets now in large measure today. We did it, you'll recall, at the time of the Challenger. We did it when President Kennedy was assassinated. We've done it in any number of incidents, whether we're working on television or watching television or contributing to it in some way. This is, in some respects, the national campfire, to use that analogy. And one of the things we try to do at the moment is to reach out and, not in any scientific way, try to understand how people are feeling about this. Not just the man-on-the-street interviews, which we'll get to in just a second. They're so important, but in terms of trying to understand what people's attitudes are about things. And so we did a poll. An ABC News poll has already been conducted, one of them. And you may find it interesting. One of the questions asked, did the United States do all it could, reasonably could, excuse me, to prevent these attacks? And there's a split right down the middle. 43% say yes, and 44% say no. Here's something very interesting. We asked people whether or not they had confidence in the United States to find and punish those who were responsible. And we asked people whether they were very confident or somewhat confident, and quite an astonishing 91% said yes, and only 9% said they had little or no confidence. Were people willing to give up some liberties? It's been a point of discussion throughout the day. Were people willing to give up some liberties to support a crackdown on terrorism? 66% in this poll, very quick poll. It's a limited number of people, only 600 people interviewed, plus or minus 4%, all those usual admonitions about it. But 66% of people said they would support sacrificing some of their liberties in order to crack down on international terrorism, on terrorism in general, and 24% said no. Would you support military action against groups or actions responsible? 94% said yes, and 3% said no. Would you support military reprisals even if it could mean war? And maybe this is not a surprise in the intensity of these early hours. 86% said yes, and 7% said no. Fair to point out that none of us have any understanding of what a definition of war is at the moment. The last time the United States went to war was in the Persian Gulf, and it was by conventional war standards, it was fairly casualty free for the United States, and we didn't even do as much, the United States didn't do as much damage to the Iraqis as they had originally anticipated. Concerned about future terrorist attacks here? Back to the poll very briefly. 2 more questions, Sandy. Concerned about future terrorist attacks here? 87% of the people we asked said yes. Seems like a sensible answer given what's happened today, and 12% said no. And worried? And this is where we've talked extensively today, or not extensively, but occasionally, about the effect on the national psychology. Are you worried, or someone, you or someone close to you, may be victimized? And 47% said yes, and 52% said no. So that's what we find in an early poll from our polling institute today, asking those very obvious questions in the wake of these attacks in New York and outside Washington today. Those voices from the street are very, very important. Here's Charlie Gibson with a report on them.
All emergency workers around the city are on call. There is mayhem and chaos, people running everywhere. A clear late summer day turns into what feels like a nuclear winter.
Nobody has any visibility.
People are caught in the tower, hanging out of windows, some jumping 80 floors to their deaths. Others hoping, praying to be rescued. As men and women head down, trying to flee the building, firefighters are racing up to do their job, only to become the first victims.
We better get out of the way!
Then, incredibly, Tower 1 comes tumbling, cascading down. Some of the emergency workers who managed to make it out need to be treated themselves. Fire union officials say of the first 400 firefighters on the scene, 200 are missing, probably killed. Meanwhile, there are reports at the White House that the Pentagon has been hit. A spokesman for the Pentagon said he had no firm number of casualties as firefighters struggled to contain the blaze. At 10:30 Eastern Time, the second World Trade Center tower collapses. And minutes later, a full-scale state of emergency is declared in New York.
The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
Police officers do everything they can to evacuate downtown Manhattan. The scene quickly turns to triage. Initial reports say at least 2,100 people have been injured, 600 of them taken to hospitals by mid-afternoon, 5 dead on arrival. 1,500 more walking wounded were taken across New York Harbor to New Jersey's Liberty State Park, and dozens of ambulances raced there as well. Meanwhile, uptown, hundreds turned out to give blood, some waiting 2 or 3 hours at blood donation centers. And then late afternoon, 5 p.m., still another building collapses. 7 World Trade Center, ruined by falling debris from the Twin Towers. But overall, there are some stories of lives saved.
As we came downstairs, we were just dragging people along with us.
At the Pentagon, workers continued through the early evening to contain the fire and smoke, but can't get to ground zero, where officials fear many are dead, including the passengers and crew from the American Airlines plane. One of those known passengers was Barbara Olson, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson. At this hour, where the World Trade Center once stood, casualties are expected to be overall in the thousands.
Mrs. Olson, who is widely known to viewers of cable and to network television around the country, is the only, to the best of my knowledge, the only person who we have publicly identified today who has been killed. And that, of course, is because, as Charlie Gibson has pointed out before, Mrs. Olson was in contact with her husband, the Solicitor General of the United States, while she was on a plane that had been taken over by terrorists. But as we heard from Mayor Giuliani earlier, and we heard from Governor Pataki, in part because, excuse me just one second, okay, in part because New York State and New York City have offices in the trade towers, and because Mayor Giuliani simply knows so many people in New York City, they know that friends and associates have been killed, and people in many, many parts of the country, without any doubt, know people who have worked in the trade towers or had offices in trade towers. And it is those people sitting on the edges of their seats tonight, perhaps desperately trying to get through to those government hotlines, which we put up on several occasions, that we will put up again as the evening ensues, desperately trying to seek information. And we don't have any in a personal way yet. The hospitals in Lower Manhattan have been to some extent overwhelmed. You see these scenes on the street as well as we do. And so you can appreciate just how enormously difficult it is at the moment to get to the point of identifying people on the ground. It has been easier and desperately sad for people who knew other people traveling on the 4 aircraft that were involved in these incidents today, because there are passenger manifestos. And we know that the airlines have, over the years, improved tremendously their capacity to get in touch with relatives. Do you remember after TWA 800, there was something of a scandal? TWA was under tremendous pressure because the families of those people involved literally went out to Kennedy Airport and stood around desperately demanding information about their friends and relatives who were on that flight. And the airlines have become much better. So people, and 266 people, we believe, were killed on those 4 aircraft today. 266 passengers and crew flying on those flights, which were taken over by terrorists and then directed at these essential American targets today. Now, it's just a little before 8 o'clock in the western part of the United States today, and in a short while from now in the eastern part of the United States, some of the local television stations, our affiliates up and down the country, will be breaking away. We'll come back in a minute, but I want to check in with Cynthia McFadden, who's been down at the Chelsea Piers, right on the river, on the Hudson River, on the west side of Manhattan. And Cynthia, you have been waiting expectantly all day, because this was the place, or this still is the place, where people are expected to be brought.
This still is officially placed, Peter, the place where people will be brought. However, we've just been told unofficially, but it appears truly, that doctors are going to be dispatched to Ground Zero. At this point, victims are trapped in the rubble, and they're sending a team of doctors to perform amputations at the site. And the reason this place is empty, filled with doctors and nurses, but not with victims, is because the victims can't get here. So they're sending a team of doctors to the site.
Cynthia, has anybody shown up there today at all? There's been this long line of ambulances behind you.
Indeed, there have been victims brought here, but most of them not severely injured. They are still expecting a massive influx of victims, Peter. And this site still stands ready with 50 operating rooms inside. But at this point, they are going to dispatch teams to perform amputations on the site.
Okay, Cynthia, thanks very much. 50 operating opportunities at Chelsea. This is this enormous sports entertainment center on the west side of Manhattan, which has been turned into a disaster preparation area at the moment, and the federal government and the state government and the city and hospitals and volunteers from every aspect of the medical community have descended on these locations tonight to be ready, lest they are able to help. Governor Pataki and the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, said a short while ago they've got enough volunteers at the moment. But the reason that the governor called for doctors, I'm going to dig through my notes here and see if I can find that number again. The reason that the governor of New York said that they were put up a couple of phone numbers was because he made it very clear that while they have enough doctors at the moment, even though the tremendous pressure on the hospitals in lower New York particularly, and burn victims have been taken to a variety of centers in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut and as far north as Canada, not very far north when you think about it, to be treated. There is going to be a need for the people to be relieved. And so the governor offered this number for doctors who wish to volunteer their services. 518 is for doctors. 518-431-7600, 7600. And he also gave us another number for nurses. Shortage of nurses, as everybody knows, and he gave a number for nurses who wish to volunteer as 1-800-628-0193. 1-800-628-0193. This is not to imply a shortage of doctors or nurses at the moment. As Cynthia McFadden says, there are 50 operating theaters set up in this huge sports complex, as close as you can reasonably get to the World Trade Centers, very close indeed, on the West Side Highway that goes down the west side of Manhattan, who are there prepared to help. That is that skeleton of the front facade of the lower part of one of the trade centers. And we've seen this many times, this horrendous result of the power of the collapse of at least one of the trade towers in and of itself, when the intense fire started when these two large commercial aircraft went into these planes, caused such fire, aided by aviation fuel, so that the steel simply couldn't stand it, melted, collapsed on itself, and then simply collapsed floor by floor down to the bottom. So we will pause for a few seconds while some stations on the eastern part of the United States go to local news. ABC News is staying right here.
A nation has been shaken to its core tonight. New York City is covered in rubble. The financial center of America, what used to be the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, literally gone. The missing and the dead still not accounted for. In the nation's capital, the Pentagon, the visible symbol of America as global superpower, another terrorist target. Those attacks and the crash in Pennsylvania of a fourth hijacked plane, assumed to have been bearing down on Washington, have left us stunned. Security that only this morning we may have taken for granted. The way we live our lives tonight may indeed be changed forever. Good evening, New Hampshire. We have new information on this, one of the darkest days in American history.
Suspicion is falling heavily on a well-known terrorist, plus more on the weapons the hijackers may have used. We're also learning more about the two New England pilots at the helm of one of the hijacked planes. We begin our team coverage now with Jean Mackin in the Update Center.
Thanks, Jen. Here are your very latest developments. ABC News has learned the airplane that crashed in Pennsylvania had requested a new flight plan to Washington, D.C., but apparently didn't make it that far. Cell phone and radio calls from 3 of the aircraft indicate hijackers used knives or box cutters to control passengers and storm the cockpits. And tonight, officials say they strongly suspect terrorist Osama bin Laden is the mastermind behind this national nightmare.
Tuesday morning at 7 a.m., we recorded this, a serene New York skyline right off the satellite. Less than 2 hours later, it would change forever.
Oh my God! Oh, Jesus! Oh my God!
Oh my God! Perhaps purposefully into, oh my goodness. Oh God. There's another one.
The terrorist attacks first hit at 8:45 a.m. American Airlines Flight 11, with 92 aboard, was hijacked from Boston's Logan Airport and crashed into the first Twin Tower. Minutes later, United Airlines Flight 175, carrying 65 people, also hijacked from Logan, careened into the second tower. Near the nation's capital, American Airlines Flight 77, carrying 64, is hijacked after takeoff from Dulles Airport and plunges into the Pentagon. And then United Flight 93, en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, crashes into a Pennsylvania field with 45 people aboard. Back in New York, the towers tumble.
Anybody need a doctor?
A doctor rolling his home video camera captures an eerie, colorless, dust-coated, and hauntingly quiet aftermath. Just the hum of firefighters emptying oxygen tanks. Another man carries his camcorder into the heart of the carnage.
Look at that. That's all that's left.
Do you know whether that's the South Tower or the North Tower?
That's the South Tower.
While the reality of September 11th, 2001 may slowly sink in, it was only seconds before Americans recognized who could do this on American soil.
Must be terrorists. Must be. Terrorists.
And the death toll from the 4 crashes has just begun. It is expected to rise from the hundreds, then into the thousands. Live in the Update Center, Jean Mackin, WMUR News 9.
And now to the man who sat in the co-pilot seat of American Airlines Flight 11. Tom McGinnis was from Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
But today, that changed dramatically. As the day wore on, it got thinner and thinner. Of course, here at the airport itself, that eeriness I described as we began our conversation, Bill, from 10 in the morning or so, people leaving the airport, and by midday, it was completely empty, as the city itself also emptied. Buses and trains, the fares were taken off buses and trains so people could leave work and go home. School children sent home early. All public, state, federal, and city offices closed. So a very different Boston today. I'll leave you with maybe one haunting image that stuck in my mind. At this eerily quiet airport, late in the afternoon, right around dusk, one F-15 jet circling the airport. We've been unable to even figure out exactly from officials here why that jet was out here, but it left an eerie tone to an eerie day in the city of Boston. This one F-15 fighter jet circling again and again Logan Airport.
So very far from normal today. Bill Delaney in Boston. Bill, thank you. To the other end of the country, LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, 3 planes were bound for there today. CNN's Frank Buckley parked outside there this evening. Frank, what's the scene there?
Well, Bill, the same eerie scene that our colleague Delaney is describing there in Boston, the same thing here in Los Angeles, a very eerie scene at a very quiet LAX. As you say, 3 flights were bound for Los Angeles, American 11 from Boston, American 77 from Washington Dulles Airport, and United Airlines Flight 175 also from Boston. None of those planes came here, obviously, to Los Angeles today, but a few people did come to Los Angeles Airport, perhaps to greet friends and family who are going to be getting off those planes, perhaps just to come to get information after hearing of the tragedies. They came, they were understandably shaken up. We will spare you the intrusion into their private grief. We will not show you that video, but we will show you the view inside of LAX as it was being evacuated. As the airport was being closed today, they also evacuated not just the American and United Airlines terminals, but also the Bradley International Terminal. In fact, all of the terminals were evacuated here at LAX. LAX was closed, no flights in or out, and that affected thousands of passengers. On an average day, there are some 160,000 passengers on 2,100 flights that go in and out of this airport. By this afternoon, however, LAX was completely empty, except for the security personnel and key personnel that were needed to keep the facility operating. Those thousands of passengers stranded by all of this were still searching for hotel rooms late into the day. I was talking to a hotel manager nearby who was telling me the story of seeing pathetic scenes of passengers pushing those yellow carts with their luggage up Century Boulevard right near the airport, going from hotel to hotel trying to get accommodations. As far as we know, most or all of them have found some sort of accommodations. We've talked to some hotel managers who've told us that the airlines have provided for those accommodations for some of the people here. We do know that only one flight arrived into LAX this evening after the airport was closed down. The FAA confirming that a lone American flight was allowed to come in at 6:30 p.m. local time to assist in the grief effort here at LAX. Bill?
Frank, and quickly here, don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know you've covered the LA area. Bill Delaney was relaying some of the concerns at Boston's Logan International Airport about security concerns there. Have there been concerns at LAX as well?
Well, there have been at times, and we've had situations here over the years in which people have somehow breached security, gone through the metal detector, and they've had to actually evacuate an entire terminal of the airport, and getting everyone out of the terminal because someone had somehow gone through the metal detection system. They felt that there was a security alert there, and by the time the personnel had caught up with that person was gone. So yes, there have been concerns along those lines over the years, even here at LAX.
All right, Frank, and again, as the White House is indicating, they expect air traffic control to be operating again tomorrow at noon Eastern time, which means 9 a.m. West Coast time. So Frank, it is quite possible LAX could get back to some sense of normalcy by your time tomorrow morning. Frank Buckley in LA, Bill Delaney in Boston. Now Wolf Blitzer again in Washington, D.C. Wolf.
Thank you very much, Bill. And I want to bring in 3 experts on national security now who have been monitoring today's dramatic developments here in Washington. Senator Chris Dodd, he's chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, but he's also a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In Los Angeles, the former Secretary of State Warren Christopher, who served during the first term of the Clinton administration. And also here in Washington, Jim Steinberg, the former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Clinton. Now, let me begin with you, Senator Dodd. When we spoke on Sunday, when I interviewed you on Sunday on Late Edition, you made the point that the President's National Missile Defense Shield was not really targeted at the real threat facing the United States. What you said you worried much more about was a terrorist attack against a U.S. target, specifically in New York. Was someone asleep at the switch?
Well, look, tonight we're going to worry about these families. The human dimension, the loss is staggering. The president, everyone's going to rally behind. Obviously, we want to go after the people responsible, do it in a responsible way. Even those who may be harboring these people, as the president said tonight, he'll have total support, in my view, from Congress. Obviously, there are questions that have to be raised here about this. You've had this today, somewhere between 15 and 20 terrorists commandeer 4 aircraft and 3 airports and attack 2 major targets in the United States. How does that happen? And today is not the day to raise that question specifically, but certainly that will be a question raised by people across the country and as we talk with people at our intelligence agencies. The issue of a national missile defense is an important debate. I happen to be one who believes there's a rationale for investing research dollars in that area. But it's a lower priority in my view, and I think this view is shared by many of my colleagues in Congress, many Democrats and some Republicans who believe that there's a higher degree of danger that we face from the very kind of thing we saw today, that we've seen on recent terrorist attacks. So while we support the idea of some research in missile defense, this nation faces a far greater threat from the kind of tragedy that we witnessed in New York and Washington.
Secretary Christopher, once the U.S. government learns specifically who is responsible for these attacks today against targets here in the United States, what should President Bush do?
Well, you obviously have to take very strong action. Wolf, I think we have to focus not only on the direct perpetrators, but those who support them, as well as perhaps those who give a place to them. The United States cannot sit back and just try to find out who the people on the firing line here in the United States were. We have to find out where the support came from, who might be harboring them in the future. I worry a little bit that the bin Laden solution is too glib, too easy for us. We have to get deeper. We have to drill down and find out what has really happened here, what violated our security, why we had so little intelligence about this. We have a whole big issues ahead of us. All of the old issues, I think, are going to fade until we resolve this particular problem.
Jim Steinberg, you were President Clinton's Deputy National Security Advisor at the time of the twin embassy bombings in East Africa, for which the U.S. retaliated against targets associated with Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, as well as that factory in Sudan. It doesn't seem to have done much good if, in fact, Osama bin Laden's operation was, in fact, responsible for today's attacks.
Well, we still don't know who's responsible, but I think that what we've learned is that you can't deal with this in terms of just a single military strike or a single shot. This is a long-term effort. We didn't stop the embassy bombing in the Africas, but we were able to thwart a number of other efforts by groups like Osama bin Laden, as we saw around the time of the millennium. This is going to be a day in and day out kind of effort. We have to